How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first draft to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world. Freeze it for a second and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Στην Ιδρύνα Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group, με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στον χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance, evolve. Because you don't consider limitations, only boundaries aching to be crossed, rules to be bent, broken. Because innovation means more than just improving on the past. Innovation means seeing something no one else noticed. So you can do something no one else has done and create a future no one could have predicted.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξέλιξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων, υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών ΕΠΣΙΛΟΝΕΤ. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
In today's complex digital world, your business is accelerating faster than ever. More people, more devices, more data, in more places than ever. Every company needs to be prepared to protect every edge, in every space, against every threat, on any cloud. Protect what matters most with Fortinet. Digital security everywhere you need it.
Just as streaming brought the theater to you, and online shopping brought the entire store to you, HPE GreenLake brings the cloud to you. Now you can open opportunities with data-first modernization, connecting your data wherever it lives, from edge to cloud. Putting you in control of fast-forwarding your multi-generational IT, so you can grow your business your way. This is Edge to Cloud. This is HPE GreenLake.
Everyone loves the cloud experience, but the reality is about 70% of your apps and data continue to live in your data centers, co-locations, and increasingly at the edge. So what if we told you that you could create your hybrid cloud your way? A unified experience that's open and secure with the HPE GreenLake Edge to Cloud platform. That's data-first modernization. That's HPE GreenLake.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
παραμικρό που για εμάς είναι ένα τίποτα, για αυτήν είναι ένας άθλος.
Όμως εμείς το είχαμε βάλει σκοπό ότι θα το καταφέρουμε.
Και το όραμά μας είναι να κάνει τη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων καλύτερη.
Πραγματικά της δίνει φτερά στην περαιτέρω αποκατάσταση.
Μου αρέσει πολύ επειδή πηγαίνω βόλτες μόνη μου, χωρίς να με βοηθάει η μαμά και να κουράζεται.
Θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Κωνσταντίνα.
Εντάξει, καλό είναι να θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Ορίστε, ήρθα.
Μπράβο.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are Pro Transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are Pro Planet and Pro Community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are Pro Curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Remember thinking, not the impulse following, quick swiping, multitasking things we do these days. We're talking about, like, really thinking, feet up, zoning out, Mozart lighting up your neurons kind of thinking. The kind that leads to new connections between otherwise disconnected things. From breakthroughs and inventions to goosebumps and holy cows. We miss this kind of thinking that made people say, damn, I wish I thought of that. What happened? Somewhere along the way, quick took precedence over quality, done over perfect, and proven over provocative. At ThinkPad, we were born the blank canvas for big thinking. Hell, we even put think in our name. And over the past 30 years, we've seen it get more and more compromised. So this year, as we blow out our candles, we're bringing thinking back. With a wish, we're making a reality. Because if you haven't noticed, the world is in desperate need of new ideas. So let's get thinking again. Let's be original, bold, and badass about it. Let's give it more room to thrive, wherever it strikes. Not just in the office, but on a run or in the shower. We're thinking forward, for tomorrow and beyond. Because we didn't come this far to only come this far. We came to see the promise all come true by continuing to do what we were born to do. What's next? Think on and never look back.
The Microsoft Cloud runs in data centers which must be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year, every year. This requires continuous monitoring of the data center's critical infrastructure, including power, cooling, network, cybersecurity, and more. It's all overseen by a Facility Operations Center. The Facility Operations Center checks hundreds of thousands of data points per day, each measuring the data center's operational metrics. Highly trained technicians inspect automated trends, resolving any issues as they arise. And beyond the data centers themselves, Azure AI uses machine learning to review those same data points. AI Ops is moving from reactive to predictive monitoring, so it can better prevent future issues. We also have teams of software engineers around the globe always monitoring our services, and thousands of cybersecurity experts analyzing trillions of threat signals daily. It's important to have constant availability and resiliency for our global infrastructure and cloud services. We continue to invest in and innovate on ever more precise monitoring and a more predictive approach to always be prepared for whatever's next.
There must be lights burning brightly somewhere. If I can dream of a better land where all my brothers walk hand in hand, tell me why, oh why can't my dream come true?
Hi.
Hi.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μία νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη. Όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους. Όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα, για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα. Μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
Round and round. The earth is spinning. The world is changing. Everything is interconnected in a chain of stories. The exponential growth of digital technology is transforming the way we live, work, and communicate. Creating innovative business models, new realities, groundbreaking solutions. Each solution is unique, an unconnected dot in the vast ICT space. Being at the forefront of our industry requires continuous investment in innovation, digital transformation, and the ability to connect these dots. At Unisystems, we work closely with our clients to deliver high-quality, innovative solutions to meet their ever-changing needs. Through the transforming power of technology and the immense potential of ICT, we contribute our fair share in creating a sustainable future. An aspiration shared by our talented, unique people who are committed to excellence for over 55 years, establishing Unisystems as one of the most reliable systems integrators in Europe. We envision IT landscape transformation, set new technology trends, and drive change. At Unisystems, we see things from a brand new perspective for today and tomorrow. We see IT differently.
Βιώσιμη κινητικότητα. Εξοικονόμηση πόρων. Βελτίωση εξυπηρέτησης πολιτών και επιχειρήσεων. Βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Ενίσχυση τοπικής δημοκρατίας, διαβούλευσης και διαφάνειας. Προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. OTS Smart Cities. Ευφυείς πόλεις στην πράξη.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world. Freeze it for a second and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Στην 01 Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group, με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στον χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance, evolve. Because you don't consider limitations, only boundaries aching to be crossed, rules to be bent, broken. Because innovation means more than just improving on the past. Innovation means seeing something no one else noticed. So you can do something no one else has done and create a future no one could have predicted.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων. Υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης με σημαντικές...
Good morning, everyone. Dear Head of the Opposition, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, on behalf of the Board of Directors of SEPE, I would like to welcome you in the initiation of the annual Forum for Digital Economy 2022. I would like to thank warmly all the sponsors of the Digital Economy Forum 2022, without the support of whom this organization wouldn't be possible. We are in a period where the turbulences are many in all aspects of daily geopolitical, environmental, digital, all aspects of life. And all the countries are going through changes. So in this context, it is very important that we can be able to manage all the opportunities that the digital economy can give us, like, for example, education, quality of life for all citizens, competitiveness, and the development of the Greek economy. Digital technology is a priority, the main denominator, the common denominator of all the sectors of everyday life, of the life of all citizens, of the state's operations, and this is going to be the focus of Digital Economy Forum 2022. In our country, we are very proud that after a long-term crisis, and especially after the pandemic, the digital technology has managed to help the state respond successfully to the challenges of the era. The digital technology industry, with more than 4,600 enterprises and more than many thousands of employees, and a turnover of 13.3 billion in 2021, corresponds to 8% of the GDP of the country. So it has contributed significantly to the support of the very specific issues that the country goes through. We have been supporting the vital operations for our state and for our economy. We have been supporting both of the citizens and the enterprises, and within this context of crisis, we have all grown the convictions that it is high time that we create a modern digital Greece, focusing on the high-quality human resources, human capital, and the internationally renowned enterprises and firms. We can lead the country to the knowledge society, the society of digital economy, considering the multiplier effect benefits that only the technology can offer to a state, which is a global reality. We need to note that before the crisis, 52% of the human resources had to upgrade their digital skills within 5 years. Now this has to take place in 12 months. According to the Digital Europe information, the European Union has to add 1.2 million of technicians, IT experts in the job industry until 2024 in order to reach its goals, to achieve its goals for the digital decade. 20% of the population of the European Union has to uptake digital skills up to 2030. This 560 million euros package for the period 2021-2027 is a historic opportunity for our country. Investing on digital technology is a basic pillar of recovery. Unfortunately, the digital economy is still a rather not well-mapped industry for the developing economies all over the world, and regulations are not abiding by the rate of digital technology development. The preparation of societies and their economies is critical for all countries. This is a major challenge, and we are here to see the digital changes taking place and the challenges that we have to face in a global, at a global level. In this context, both governments and companies have to accelerate their digital investments so as to respond to the ever-changing needs of users, citizens, and operations. They have to improve by means of AI, by modernizing their technological capacities, by uplifting their governance in order to respond to the new digital environment. Digital coordination of the country in the fourth industrial revolution is a top priority, and this is now recognized by all parties, both at a national and the European and international level. At the same time, it demands the convergence of all the productive sectors and the state. We need to take advantage of this opportunity and provide coordination of all these operations that have to take place, enhancing the digital economy by creating new jobs and creating added value at an international level. This is exactly our logic in SEPE, to support their country to become digital by adopting digital technology everywhere. In this effort, the state has to be supporting us and not creating obstacles in an industry that can decisively contribute to the development of the country, the growth of the GDP, and the creation of new thousands of jobs with decent pay and conditions of work. At this point, I would like to express the disappointment of our industry for the decision of the government to keep the digital tax, which is one more burden for the digital industry companies. The focus, the objective of the country for a digital transformation cannot be achieved this way, combined with the fact that the consumers do not have enough capital in order to invest. Since 1998, when the law was voted, after a long survey, a large survey, it has been seen that the digital tax burdens many times more the economy of our industry than any other burden. Such a burden creates problems in the digital growth of our country, setting at the same time obstacles in the extrovert character of our industry. It is characteristic that many European EU member states like Bulgaria, Ireland, Cyprus, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, and Finland, as well as the UK, do not pay any digital tax whatsoever. When this law was voted in 2017, New Democracy had said that was committed that it would abolish it. Now, it doesn't do so. On the contrary, it asks retrospectively all the digital taxes from the previous years. This creates an extra burden on us. Ladies and gentlemen, the integration of the digital transformation operation of the country is the responsibility of all of us, and we all need to take this responsibility. As an institutional and a social partner, we succeed in our work, and we are here with our patriotic duty to contribute to with all our efforts to the well-being of the citizens. Thank you.
And now we give the floor to the ex-premier, Mr. Alexis Tsipras. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. Well, in private, earlier we had the chance with players of the industry to discuss different important things, and this is a great pleasure for me to be in this forum once again, this digital forum, which year by year becomes an important institution, 27 years celebrating, and it has become an institution which allows the people of the market, of the industry, to exchange views together with politicians on economy, on the activities of the industry itself. The industry is a strong part of the Greek economy. ITC industry is involved by 8% in the GDP, employing thousands of people, a very dynamic industry, playing a significant role today, and it shall continue being so in the future. in this fourth industrial revolution we are in. I believe that in the past, we didn't have the chance to be in contact. We had to be online during the pandemic. However, that was a chance for the people, for Greeks, to understand the importance of this industry. Globally, the ITC industry has achieved the impossible when the global economy was going through significant hardships. The dynamic course of ITC, of the digital industry, to put it short, shall continue its growth, as there is an enormous opportunity ahead that needs to be explored, namely the Resilience Fund resources, significant capitals for the industry, 20% of the entire budget, whereas the new NSRF 127 resources are similar. 1 billion shall be made available in this new project for digital transition. So we are expecting to have larger capitals in the next 5 years that shall generate even larger, higher dynamics. Expecting more from the industry, however, the suitable policies need to be in place as well. The prospects are here, yet let me put forward the following. The landscape in the market involves major challenges, challenges that we need to take into account in order to respond timely in all difficulties that might appear in the future. According to the third annual Digital Transition Observatory report of the Greek Industrial Associations, Greek companies are at the bottom of the list in terms of integrating digital tools such as cloud, e-commerce, invoicing. And again, it is recorded a great dependence of the companies from public project, and significant investments are guided to obsolete solutions due to the delay in the design and the maturing of the project, whereas the general picture of the economy, as you may all know, it is not as clear as it should be. We've got, again, lots of gray clouds, to put it this way, in the sky. The country, for approximately a year, is under extreme energy pressure, and inflation that have skyrocketed, whereas the increase of the interest rates limits significantly the cash flow in the market. The reasons of such crisis might be outside our will. However, the government operates as a multiplier of such crisis and not as part of the solution, mainly because, as I have repeatedly stated, part might be imported. However, the problems are domestic, and this is why we've got a number of negative records in the EU. The energy prices were increased by 61% compared to last year. as opposed again to 39% in other EU countries, where have the highest cost per liter for fuels compared to the income. The inflation rate is the highest, possibly in Europe, whereas income is the lowest, the second lowest per capita, next to Bulgaria. This extreme situation in Greece generates a lack in terms of competitiveness for all Greek enterprises, as it increases costs throughout the entire supply chain compared to other European countries, a situation which impacts on your industry as well. The worst for the Greek economy is that for the next time period, we shall be facing a great risk, as considered by all economists, and it is a trap, the stagnant inflation, which needs to be faced. We need to have prices going higher continuously, whereas growth shall be very slim. In other words, the crisis might be coming from outside. However, the prospects reflect and record this failure of the government and the intentional tolerance in terms of speculation, and there are more monopolies in the operation of the different industries, the non-transparency in exploiting state funds, and the lack of public policies that would be inclusive. Monopolies in energy and the excessive revenues of 7-8 large companies bear a cost for all other companies, and of course bear a cost for households. Similarly, in terms of the high digital ITC services prices, the markets in Greece need to be in favor of all, for the benefit of all, and the role of the state is to intervene whenever possible and regulate the markets wherever there are speculation phenomena. The non-transparency in exploring state funds blocks, burdens, hinders, whereas transparency is a prerequisite for a healthy economy. And of course, I need to refer to the 8.2 billion direct assignment of project, which is a negative record. My understanding, by going through the press, the management of projects of the funds of the Mitsotakis government, given the direct assignments, has already alarmed Brussels. And concerning the inclusive policies, well, those policies can't be in place unless we become fully aware of the part that large part of the Greek economy involves SMEs, small and medium enterprises. So unless they are understood and recognized as equal partners, we cannot be speaking and referring to inclusive policies and prospects. The exclusion of SMEs from the European funds, this enormous opportunity ahead, the Recovery and Resilience Funds, is clear. Only 210 companies have submitted proposals to get funds from the Recovery and Resilience Funds, an amount of 8.2 billion. And numbers speak by themselves. Only 210 large, big enterprises have applied, an average investment cost 40 million euros. And again, we all know that the first lot, the first package going through the system, the credit system, that we all know that it is very aggressive vis-à-vis SMEs. Small and medium enterprises haven't access to the banking system somehow. So the first package of 450 millions can be absorbed only by 113 companies, all others outside the credit system. Whereas we are told that in an expected NHRS project, SMEs are excluded. This needs to change because the digital transition can be affected only through justice, which means that nobody can be excluded. For the time being, the landscape is negative for the majority, the overwhelming majority of the companies, and they can't enjoy the fruits of the digital transition, which shall make larger the gap of inequality. And for this reason, we need a change in terms of policies. If our goal is to be all on board to put in place an inclusive digital transition and a fair digital transition, we are determined in terms of those changes, of those policies. We intend to make them practice in the spirit of a progressive government that shall be in office after next elections. They'll come sooner or later, whether we'll have a long or a short pre-election period. We are clear. I was clear earlier when speaking with your representatives. We are asking a redirection of the new funds, of the new NHRF, of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is provided by the EU regulation, and it is necessary to free the dynamics of the companies, of the industry, your industry alike. It is necessary so that we move forward in terms of the reforms to have a sustainable direction ahead with products and services of high added value that shall be leveraging the human resources of the country, which shall increase the domestic productive basis to deal with the deficit that have skyrocketed in the past 3 years, with national policy that would reduce instead of increasing inequalities and uncertainties. So changes are required that, according to our opinion, only progressive government can put in place. However, I need to stress that the policies must be continuous there where they have succeeded, there where they have been serving the majority of the society. Syriza, Προοδευτική Συμμαχία, intend to build on the work delivered in the past in terms of digital policies, there where there are outcomes in favor of the citizens. The Syriza government has supported and evolved significant reforms that have started by previous governments as of 2009. The Avgia, e-prescription, Open Go. And we have started new projects and reforms. The establishment for the first time in our country of the Ministry of Digital Policies, having in place a digital strategy to digitalize the state by putting forward interconnection projects and many more other. And even this government, to be fair, grasping the opportunity, to put it this way, of the pandemic and the increased funds, continues by working on the landscape that we have left as a legacy. And the current leadership of the Ministry of Digital Transformation has declared so. This is positive and needs to go on. In critical times, wherever there is a significant project in place, well, that needs to be continued. However, I stress again that we need the suitable, appropriate policies so as not to miss the enormous opportunity ahead, the opportunity of the digital transition, and the opportunity coming from the Recovery and Resilience Funds and NHRF. Our rationale is that a government needs to design policies serving the overall inclusive good by putting forward the directions in the private sector, the framework, so that there is involvement in investment and not the other way around. Well, we can't have the private sector setting the framework. This is the rationale of the state, by putting forward public policies, design the landscape. And this is the rationale globally. The private sector has an important role to play and must go hand in hand with the public sector in the framework of a single policy that must be shaped via consultation and the involvement of all stakeholders. In this framework, we intend to support foreign investments, such as those already announced, the data center of Microsoft and Amazon, which contribute in the creation of jobs, and of course, respect the EU conditions in terms of environment. We haven't seen them in practice. They are still in form of announcements. However, I hope that those announcements shall become soon, shall be put in practice. The digital transition for us may and needs to be a human center to improve the quality of life and the jobs of people. On the one hand, we need to benefit of the large-scale advantages of all those digital activities, and on the other hand, their use must be in a controlled and safe way and method to minimize the risks and the negative impacts on people. For those thinking progressively, it is not enough to be speaking about what is feasibly digitally, but what is environmentally and economically speaking advantageous and beneficial for the entire community. To conclude, I'll present the main axis of the plan that we have designed for a progressive policy of sustainable and inclusive development and growth in the ITC industry. First axis, increase of the domestic value produced. Greece can't be just a consumer of ready-made digital services and solutions that shall be bought and brought from abroad by increasing thus deficit. We need to develop the inherent domestic forces of the industry, putting the emphasis on innovation, research, and the development of human resources. In this framework, we have designed to promote training and upskilling project with the cooperation of universities in order to guide human resources that it is not employed correctly in the digital sector as mathematicians or other specializations that are poorly employed in the industry. Well, those that can be easily adapted to the new conditions. Consider the difference of our proposal with the pseudo-training project that the current project has put forward during the pandemic as this squalia likiku, whatever, you know the case. So if the first axis is such, the second one of our design involves the incentives that must be given to the digital industry in order for it to move forward and employ and recruit new scientists, new people in the field. We design mainly tax incentives for those companies so that they recruit scientific staff and investment incentives for new scientists in the ITC field so that we block the drained brain and converge with the EU targets. We can't move forward with the phenomenon of Greek enterprises recruiting scientists, young, fresh, brilliant scientists, and once they are fully trained, they go abroad as they are better remunerated in other countries. The third axis involves the completion of major projects, infrastructure projects. On internet networks, Greece must stop having the lowest and most expensive internet in Europe. Fourth axis, accelerating the digital transition in the public sector. We design and we plan to put it in place. That is the acceleration of the transition in the public sector. And again, this process must be by simplifying bureaucracy so as to avoid ending up in digitalizing bureaucracy itself. Fifth axis of our plan, to including small and medium enterprises in this digital transition. We intend to include them in all developmental instruments. This is why I was speaking earlier about redirecting funds there again, and in terms of other fields that are necessary for the country. The regional development, how we'll do that, how we'll accomplish this. We have already prepared proposals. We're in continuous communication with the Commission so that we proceed, if needed, to include SMEs in all EU financial instruments. This is important for the companies. This is important for the economy itself, so that SMEs may integrate modern technical solutions in cooperation with chambers and with other structures that need to be in place. And again, another axis, to support digitally all citizens. We design citizen spots under the responsibility of the state, where well-targeted skills will be provided to the citizens per age group, so that they get themselves as well adapted. There, in Portugal, similar spots are already in place. And again, another axis, retraining and reskilling, upskilling, by putting forward incentives for the companies so that they can re-educate, upskill their human resources. And eighth and last axis, the data protection and cybersecurity. which is a priority for us, namely to protect and to keep safe the constitutionally provided rights, safety of system, of services, of public data against cyber attacks. Cyber security is a critical factor, and I'm referring to the domestic and foreign security of the country itself. For this reason, we'll keep, by putting forward all those systems to keep the state safe. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I've been very detailed in explaining our plans. Today, this forum has been an enormous opportunity for us to put forward our plans. Having said so, I would like to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to address this audience and all those attending us online. I wish every success to the works of this conference, and I state and declare once again that we are there, available so that we have a fruitful cooperation as we've been having when we used to be a government, now that we are in the opposition, and hopefully once again when the day after will be given the mandate by the Greeks to govern this country.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Mr. Schinas cannot be here because he was delayed in his flight. So we continue with our next speaker. Θα ήθελα να καλωσορίσω την Διευθύντρια της Digital Europe, την Cecilia Bonfield-Dahl. Καλημέρα σε όλους και ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Καλημέρα από την Ελλάδα. Ευχαριστούμε που είστε στο Digital Economy Forum 2022. Έχετε το λόγο. Καλημέρα στην Αθήνα. Δυστυχώς δεν κατάφερα να είμαι αυτοπροσώπως στην διάσκεψη, αλλά γιατί ήταν πάρα πολλές υποχρεώσεις. Ξέρω ότι είναι ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό φόρουμ αυτό που λαμβάνει η χώρα σήμερα και ευχαριστώ τον ΣΕΠΕ για την πρόσκληση. Με την ευκαιρία λοιπόν της συμμετοχής μου θα σας πω λίγα πράγματα για το τι συμβαίνει στις Βρυξέλλες και στην Ευρώπη σχετικά με τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και την εκπροσώπηση των 44.000 εταιριών πληροφορικής στις ευρωπαϊκές χώρες. Έχουμε πολλούς φορείς οι οποίοι εκπροσωπούν τον τομέα αυτόν. Εκπροσωπούμε τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, το Συμβούλιο, το Κοινοβούλιο και επίσης μαζί με τον ΣΕΠΕ και άλλους εθνικούς φορείς προσπαθούμε να προαγάγουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό καθώς και το σχετικό κανονιστικό πλαίσιο, ώστε οι εταιρείες του κλάδου να είναι πιο ανταγωνιστικές, πιο ολοκληρωμένες και πιο βιώσιμες. Πάμε στις διαφάνειες που έχω στην παρουσίασή μου. Εδώ σας δείχνω ότι εκπροσωπούμε διάφορους τομείς που σχετίζονται με το ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, από εταιρείες πληροφορικής μέχρι εταιρείες υγείας, λογισμικού, τηλεπικοινωνιών, οικονομικών, κατασκευών, ναυτιλιακών υπηρεσιών, διότι ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός γίνεται σε όλους τους φορείς και είναι το σημαντικό όπλο μας για να μπορέσουμε να φτάσουμε στην επόμενη μέρα. Η πρόεδρός μας, Ursula von der Leyen, είναι θερμή υποστηρίκτρια του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού των ευρωπαϊκών χωρών και μάλιστα έχει καταφέρει να περάσει επιτυχημένα δύο σημαντικές κρίσεις, καταρχάς την πανδημία του COVID-19 και κατά δεύτερον την εμπόλεμη σύραξη στην Ουκρανία. Η Φοντερ Λάιεν έχει ως βασική της αποστολή το πρασίνισμα της οικονομίας και την ψηφιοποίηση της οικονομίας σε κάθε χώρα. Και συνδέοντας τα δύο, για να γίνουμε πιο πράσινοι, πρέπει να γίνουμε πιο ψηφιακοί. Έχει καταφέρει να περάσει μέσα από την κρίση της πανδημίας, δείχνοντας πόσο στενά είναι συνδεμένη η ψηφιακή μεταρρύθμιση με τον τομέα της υγείας. Βέβαια και τα ίδια τα εμβόλια δεν θα μπορούσαν να έχουν παρασχεθεί στον πληθυσμό τόσο γρήγορα αν δεν είχαμε την τεχνολογία μέσα στην υγεία. Δεύτερον, η κρίση ενέργειας και το πώς χρησιμοποιούμε τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, ίντερνετ των πραγμάτων και άλλες καινοτόμες τεχνολογίες για να μπορέσουμε να δώσουμε λύση στο πρόβλημα. Αν δεν είχαμε όλα αυτά, δεν θα είχαμε καταφέρει να πετύχουμε, να βρούμε λύσεις στις δύσκολες καταστάσεις που έχει φέρει η ενεργειακή κρίση. Και αυτά αποδεικνύουν ότι ο πράσινος μετασχηματισμός σχετίζεται με τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Βεβαίως, είναι πολύ σημαντικό να εστιάσουμε και στις λεπτομέρειες όλων αυτών των πρωτοβουλειών. Υπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή μεγάλα κονδύλια τα οποία στηρίζουν τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό των ευρωπαϊκών κρατών. Κάθε κράτος μέλος πρέπει να κάνει ένα πλάνο μετασχηματισμού και να δεσμεύσει τα ανάλογα κονδύλια. Μπορούμε τώρα πλέον να συνδυάσουμε τη χρηματοδότηση για πράσινη και ψηφιακή αλλαγή και αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Διότι δεν προχωρά μόνο η οικονομία, αλλά και η κοινωνία λόγω της αντιμετώπισης της βελτίωσης της κυβερνοασφάλειας και της αντιμετώπισης κάθε ψηφιακού κινδύνου. Αυτό το είδαμε ενεργά στην κρίση λόγω του πολέμου στην Ουκρανία. Να πάμε στην επόμενη διαφάνεια και να δούμε εδώ τα κυβερνοεγκλήματα. Έχουμε ανάγκη για περίπου 200.000 ειδικούς της κυβερνοασφάλειας, διότι όλοι πρέπει να γνωρίζουμε πολύ καλά πλέον πώς να προστατεύουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τα δεδομένα μας από τυχόν ψηφιακούς κινδύνους. Ωστόσο, σε επίπεδο θεσμικό χρειαζόμαστε και οι δήμονες, εμπειρογνώμονες που θα δουλέψουν για αυτόν τον σκοπό, διότι το πρόβλημα που δημιουργεί το κυβερνοέγκλημα φτάνει στο 1,5-3 εκατομμύριο. Και αυτό που θέλουμε είναι οι νέοι άνθρωποι να νιώθουν ασφαλείς και να μπορούν να ταξιδεύουν στον ψηφιακό κόσμο. Αυτό λοιπόν το μεγάλο πρόβλημα συνδυάζεται με τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει κάθε ΑΕΠ και στο ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο και σε εθνικό επίπεδο. Προς το παρόν, ακόμα δεν έχουμε καταφέρει να έχουμε όλες τις συνεργασίες και όλους τους εμπειρογνώμονες που χρειαζόμαστε. Κάτι άλλο πολύ σημαντικό, όταν έχουμε μια κυβερνοεπίθεση, δεν είναι σαφές ποιον μπορούμε να καλέσουμε, πού να απευθυνθούμε. Μπορούμε να απευθυνθούμε στους φορείς κυβερνοασφάλειας στην εθνική μας χώρα ή θα μπορούσαμε να απευθυνθούμε στην Ευρώπη και σε κάποιους ευρωπαϊκούς θεσμούς. Δυστυχώς αυτή τη στιγμή δεν γίνεται κάτι, γιατί δεν είναι θεσμοθετημένη μια τέτοια πύλη αποκρίσεων. Όμως, έχουμε αναγνωρίσει το πρόβλημα, την αδυναμία και δίνουμε λύσεις. προσπαθώντας να δώσουμε λύσεις και στον ιδιωτικό και στον δημόσιο τομέα, είτε βρίσκεται κανείς στη Δανία, είτε στην Ελλάδα, είτε στο Βέλγιο, είτε αλλού. Πώς όμως συζητούμε μέσα στα ευρωπαϊκά όργανα με τους πρωθυπουργούς μας και με τους αρμόδιους υπουργούς στα θέματα κυβερνοασφάλειας. Πώς μπορούμε να διασφαλίσουμε ότι προστατεύουμε τους εαυτούς μας και τις χώρες μας και καταφέρνουμε να επενδύσουμε προς την σωστή κατεύθυνση. Φέτος, 9 Νοεμβρίου, το Συμβούλιο της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης ζήτησε από την Επιτροπή να δημοσιοποιήσει, να χαράξει μια πολιτική κυβερνοασφάλειας, όπου θα αναλύονται όλες οι συμμαχίες που είναι απαραίτητες και όλες οι δράσεις που θα πρέπει να αναλυφθούν. Είναι πολύ απαραίτητη κίνηση, διότι δεν μπορούμε να παραμένουμε μόνο με την ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία. Στην επόμενη διαφάνεια σας δείχνω κάτι το οποίο είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Ο πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία, που έχει προκαλέσει πολλές δυσκολίες. Οπωσδήποτε ένας πόλεμος πλέον διεξάγεται και στο φυσικό έδαφος αλλά και στο διαδίκτυο. Ο κυβερνοπόλεμος είναι η απειλή σε κάθε οικονομία και σε κάθε δημόσιο και ιδιωτικό τομέα. Στο πόλεμο της Ουκρανίας βλέπουμε την ανάγκη να υπάρχουν δεδομένα στο cloud, ωστόσο και εκεί είχαμε κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. Είδαμε παραδείγματα χωρών όπως η Εστονία να μπορούν να δώσουν λύσεις σε τέτοιες κυβερνοεπιθέσεις στο cloud και μάλιστα είδαμε ότι πολλές κυβερνοεπιθέσεις ανιχνεύτηκαν από εταιρείες όπως η Microsoft, διότι ανίχνευσαν την αλλαγή στο περιβάλλον και την αλλαγή στη διακίνηση πληροφοριών. Οπότε κατάφεραν να αντιμετωπίσουν τον κυβερνοπόλεμο στην αρχή του σε ορισμένες περιοχές. Επίσης, είδαμε κάποιες εταιρείες, όπως τη σλοβενική εταιρεία που είναι πάρα πολύ ισχυρή στην κυβερνοασφάλεια, να μπαίνει στο παιχνίδι δυναμικά και είδαμε πολλές άλλες χώρες να εστιάζουν στην κυβερνοασφάλεια. Το ζήτημα της Ουκρανίας μας έχει δείξει ότι χρειάζονται πολλές περισσότερες συμμαχίες ανάμεσα στο δημοσίο και στον ιδιωτικό τομέα, αλλά χρειάζονται και πολλές υποδομές. Η κυβέρνηση της Ουκρανίας, 2 μέρες μετά τον πόλεμο, ζήτησε να βοηθήσουμε με υποδομές. Με υποδομές όχι μόνο πολεμικές, αλλά και τηλεπικοινωνιακές. Γιατί η επικοινωνία είναι ένα σημαντικό μέτρο, ένα σημαντικό όπλο σε κάθε σύραξη. Και αυτό κάναμε ακριβώς. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έδωσε τηλεπικοινωνιακό εξοπλισμό στην Ουκρανία και επίσης έδωσε και δεξιότητες. Αυτή τη στιγμή τα ψηφιακά στοιχεία θεωρούνται αναπόσπαστο τμήμα κάθε βοήθειας που πρέπει να δίνεται σε μια χώρα που υποφέρει. Και να τονίσω ως τελευταίο, ότι λέγοντας ότι και η Ελλάδα συνεργαστεί πάρα πολύ σε αυτό, μόλις ξεκινήσαμε μια μεγάλη βάση δεδομένων με collection points, με σημεία συλλογής υπολογιστών για άτομα, για παιδιά, για πληθυσμό που δεν έχει πρόσβαση. Υπάρχει τεράστια έλλειψη για συσκευές, οπότε αν έχετε κι εσείς κάποια συσκευή και που να έχει καλή μπαταρία, είναι ευπρόσδεκτη για να το δρομολογηθεί προς ανθρώπους που δεν έχουν. Μπορεί να πάνε όλα αυτά στην Ουκρανία μέσω της Σλοβενίας. Ο ΣΕΠΕ θα είναι σημείο συλλογής Προς το παρόν, ο τομέας πληροφορικής βοηθά με τον τρόπο του την επίλυση αυτής της σύραξης και η Ευρώπη στηρίζει. Έχουμε δει λοιπόν ότι υπάρχει μια μεγάλη ανάγκη για τη διακυβέρνηση, την διοίκηση των κυβερνολύσεων που παράγονται εντός της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, καθώς και διάφορες δομές οι οποίες μπορούν να δώσουν την δέσμευση ότι οι διαδικασίες αντιμετώπισης κάθε κυβερνοκινδύνου θα τηρούνται αδιάλειπτα. Χρειάζεται να έχουμε καινούργια συνεργασία ανάμεσα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και το ΝΑΤΟ, καθώς και καλά εκπαιδευμένους ειδήμονες σε θέματα κυβερνοασφάλειας και κάθε συναφούς ζητήματος πληροφορικής. Το digital είναι η νέα γλώσσα που μιλάμε σε όλο τον κόσμο. Επίσης, η επένδυση σε ποσοστό του ΑΕΠ θα πρέπει να αυξηθεί στο 3% για τις νέες τεχνολογίες που θα βοηθούν σε ζητήματα κυβερνοκινδύνων, καθώς και χρειαζόμαστε έναν νέο διάλογο ανάμεσα στον δημόσιο και στον ιδιωτικό τομέα με μια νέα δομή για να υπάρχει μεγαλύτερη αλληλεπίδραση. Βεβαίως και η Ευρωπαϊκή Νομοθεσία θα πρέπει να υποστηρίζει ζητήματα κυβερνοασφάλειας και τελευταίο αλλά όχι έσχατο, τα διεθνή forums like το TCC θα πρέπει να συμφωνήσουν και να προωθήσουν κάποια κοινά πρότυπα συνεργασίας. Και πάμε και στην επόμενη διαφάνεια. Ανέφερα και πριν πόσο σημαντική είναι η σύνδεση ανάμεσα στην ψηφιακή και στην πράσινη οικονομία. Η σύνδεση των δύο τομέων έχει τεράστιες δυνατότητες και βλέπουμε ότι μπορεί να βοηθήσει τις βιομηχανίες να εξοικονομήσουν 20%, να κόψουν μάλλον 20% των εκπομπών διοξιδίου του άνθρακα μέχρι το 2030. Αυτός είναι ο στόχος του 2030 και σε αυτό μπορεί να βοηθήσει ο τομέας πληροφορικής. Βλέπουμε πόσο μεγάλη πρόοδος έχει επιτευχθεί ακριβώς λόγω της ψηφιακής τεχνολογίας που υλοποιούν οι διάφοροι φορείς για να γίνει το μέλλον μας πιο πράσινο. Πολλά data centers τα οποία δημιουργούνται τώρα είναι οι πιο αποτελεσματικές τεχνολογίες που υπάρχουν αυτή τη στιγμή στον κόσμο, με υποδειγματικές διαδικασίες ανακύκλωσης και πράσινης λειτουργίας. Πρέπει να είμαστε βέβαιοι ότι επενδύουμε στην πράσινη οικονομία και ότι οι τεχνολογίες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού εντάσσονται στο πλαίσιο αυτό. Έτσι μπορούμε να μειώσουμε και την ενεργειακή κατανάλωση, δημιουργώντας έξυπνες λύσεις με έξυπνα σπίτια και έξυπνες υπηρεσίες. Με αυτόν τον τρόπο θα καλύψουμε το 40% των εκπομπών διοξιδίου του άνθρακα που προέρχονται από τα νοικοκυριά. Έχουμε αναπτύξει 8 ιδέες για να επιταχύνουμε την διπλή μετάβαση, πράσινη και ψηφιακή, της Ευρώπης. Μπορείτε να βρείτε στο διαδίκτυο όλα τα κείμενα τα οποία αναφέρονται σε αυτή την διπλή μετάβαση. Το digital και το green έχουν έρθει πλέον μαζί για τις προτεραιότητες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Θέλουμε η βιομηχανία να μπορέσει να πρασινίσει και να ψηφιοποιηθεί με ταχύτερο ρυθμό. Θέλουμε να δούμε επενδύσεις και θέλουμε δεδομένα για όλα. Όταν έχουμε δεδομένα για την κατανάλωση, για την χρήση κτλ., μπορούμε να τα αναλύσουμε. Χρειαζόμαστε διάφορες λύσεις σε διάφορα προβλήματα. Για να τις φτιάξουμε, χρειάζεται να καταγράψουμε τα προβλήματα. Και αυτό γίνεται μέσω της καταγραφής δεδομένων σε κάθε τομέα. Το διαμοιρασμό των δεδομένων θα πρέπει να γίνεται εθελοντικά και το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο θα πρέπει να το φροντίσει αυτό. Στην οικονομία των δεδομένων, όλοι οι άνθρωποι θέλουν να υπάρχει δικαιοσύνη και ισότητα. Η οικονομία των δεδομένων μερικές φορές εμπεριέχει διάφορα θέματα για τον φόβο των μεγάλων τεχνολογικών εταιριών που μπορούν να ελέγξουν τα δεδομένα. Αλλά αυτός είναι ένας φόβος ο οποίος είναι ανεδαφικός. Θα πρέπει να θυμόμαστε ότι τα δεδομένα των εταιριών ανήκουν σε εκείνες. Βεβαίως έχουν πρόσβαση στα δικά μας δεδομένα, αλλά δεν είναι δικά τους και δυστυχώς δεν μπορούμε να υπάρξει καμία επιχειρηματική δράση χωρίς το διαμοιρασμό δεδομένων. Και αυτό είναι σημαντικό για να υπάρχει πρόοδος. Βεβαίως, πρέπει να γνωρίζουμε πότε μοιραζόμαστε και πότε μπορούμε να μην μοιραστούμε δεδομένα. Ας πούμε, σε περιπτώσεις έκτακτης ανάγκης, οπωσδήποτε πρέπει να συνεργαστούμε με διαμερισμό δεδομένων. Κατά το δυνατόν περισσότερων, ώστε οι εταιρείες και οι φορείς να συνεργαστούν μεταξύ τους για να λύσουν την επίγουσα ανάγκη. Πολλές εταιρείες στην Ευρώπη χρησιμοποιούν big data, που είναι επίσης η τεχνολογία εχμής στην επιστήμη δεδομένων. Και να δούμε στην επόμενη διαφάνεια τι κάνουμε με αυτό. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε τον στόχο μέχρι το 2025 το 3% της οικονομίας δεδομένων να γίνει 6% σε μονάδες ΑΕΠ. Επίσης, αυτή τη στιγμή μόνο 12% των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων χρησιμοποιούν στατιστικές επεξεργασίες big data. Οπότε, μέχρι το 2025, ο στόχος μας είναι να αυξηθεί το ποσοστό αυτό μέχρι το 50%. Πρέπει να διδάξουμε τους νέους ανθρώπους πώς να αναλύουν τα δεδομένα. Και θα είναι σημαντικό οι νέες γενιές να γνωρίσουν τι σημαίνει προγραμματισμός, τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, ανάλυση δεδομένων, ανάλυση διαδικασιών. Πλέον η γλώσσα προγραμματισμού είναι μια ακόμα γλώσσα, δεν είναι δύσκολο να τις μάθει κανείς και είναι πάρα πολύ χρήσιμες. Ας πάμε στην επόμενη διαφάνεια. Το πλαίσιο για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη είναι υπό συγγραφή και θα υιοθετηθεί μόλις είναι έτοιμο από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και υπάρχουν πολλά ερωτήματα τα οποία είναι ακόμα σε εκκρεμότητα εδώ. Πρέπει να ρυθμίσουμε την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη και πώς. Κατανοούμε τι σημαίνει, υπάρχουν πρότυπα και τι σημαίνει υψηλός κίνδυνος στο πλαίσιο της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Πολλές μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις έχουν πρόβλημα να εφαρμόσουν το GDPR και δεν είναι εύκολο να έχουν πρόσβαση σε δεδομένα. Οι νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις και οι επιχειρήσεις εχμής χρησιμοποιούν πολύ προηγμένες τεχνολογίες και ιδέες και θα πρέπει να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να ενισχύσουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα και την καινοτομία επιτρέποντας ενέργειες στο επίπεδο της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης χωρίς να υπονομεύσουμε την ασφάλεια των χρηστών. Δεύτερον, η ψηφιακή Ευρώπη ξεκινά μια προσπάθεια να κανονικοποιήσει, να φτιάξει ένα ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο για τις υπηρεσίες τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, τις λύσεις τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, ορίζοντας τις λειτουργίες, τα όρια, τον τρόπο διευθέτησης, την γεωγραφική κατανομή, και ελπίζουμε να μπορέσουμε να φτάσουμε και στο επίπεδο της δυναμικής διακυβέρνησης και να είμαστε έτοιμοι σύντομα σε επίπεδο επιτροπής με κάποιες συγκεκριμένες προτάσεις. Είναι γνωστό ότι από τον ιδιωτικό τομέα καμία εταιρεία δεν βγάζει στην αγορά οτιδήποτε χωρίς εκτεταμένες δοκιμές. Και θα προσθέσουμε και αυτήν την τεχνική να την εντάξουμε στον δικό μας τρόπο εργασίας, δηλαδή δοκιμές πριν το τελικό προϊόν, πριν το τελικό κείμενο. Η Ευρώπη υπολείπεται άλλων περιοχών σε επενδύσεις στην τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Αν εστιάσουμε στο κανονιστικό πλαίσιο, τότε οι άνθρωποι θα νιώθουν πιο ασφαλείς, όμως θα παρεμποδίζεται ακόμα περισσότερο η καινοτομία. Το ROI είναι σημαντικό κριτήριο εδώ, η απόδοση επί των επενδύσεων. Και θα πρέπει να δούμε, μετά τον COVID, μετά όλες τις οικονομικές κρίσεις και τις ενεργειακές κρίσεις, πώς οι εταιρείες θα συνεχίσουν να είναι ανταγωνιστικές και να οδηγούν την ψηφιακή οικονομία μπροστά. Η Ευρώπη είναι πάρα πολύ πίσω, γιατί δεν υπάρχουν αρκετές δεξιότητες, δεν εκπαιδεύουμε τους σωστούς ανθρώπους με τις σωστές δεξιότητες και δεύτερον, έχουμε καταγερματισμό. Είναι πολύ δύσκολο να βρούμε δεδομένα και έχουμε και το GDPR που δυσκολεύει ακόμα περισσότερο την διακίνηση των πληροφοριών. Η νομοθέτηση μπορεί να είναι καλή, αλλά η υλοποίηση ακόμα υστερεί. Η τελευταία διαφάνεια και θα ολοκληρώσω. Σημασία στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πάντα έχουν οι αξίες. Πώς μπορούμε να διατηρήσουμε τις αξίες μας και να είμαστε μια συμπεριληπτική κοινωνία, ασφαλής κοινωνία, με δικαιοσύνη για όλους, αλλά να το κάνουμε αυτό δημιουργώντας νέα οικονομική αξία. Αν δεν μπορούμε να έχουμε την τεχνολογία για να υπάρχει ανταγωνισμός μεταξύ των εταιριών, δεν μπορούμε να δημιουργήσουμε νέα αξία σε καμία χώρα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Αν οι εταιρείες δεν μπορούν να αναπτυχθούν, τότε νέες αξίες δεν θα δημιουργηθούν. Οπότε, ας βρούμε μια ισορροπία ανάμεσα στο κανονιστικό πλαίσιο και στην ευελιξία της αγοράς. Αυτό πρέπει να κάνουμε. Σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Before I give the floor to the coordinator of the next panel on investments and technological hubs, Nikos Philippidis, let me thank a colleague, an IT professional, who is always here, Mr. Kostas Giannopoulos. He has devoted his life in Χαμόγελο του παιδιού. It is our honor that you are here.
Good morning and welcome to the SEPEC conference. Indeed, this is the second year that I am with you. I see far more people compared to last year, and I'm very happy. It is a great opportunity to meet other people to discuss. I'd rather speak about investments instead of subsidies and so on and so forth. Investments are far more required because they generate money, they generate value. Investments, as in the case of ICT, generate good jobs. This is even better because they reduce the need of subsidies and aids. Well, if that improves our lives by state-of-the-art technologies that we all enjoy in our daily lives, well, that would be even better. It is even better, and the investments that are to be implemented in Greece in the years to come improve the geopolitical condition of our country. In other words, we shall discuss soon very nice things that shall be in place in the investment landscape, particularly in industries such as the technological industry, where we didn't have anything in the past. Who would ever imagine that Greece would become a technological hub? So let us kick off. The competent minister, Mr. Georgiadis, shall be the first speaker, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. Minister, you have the floor. I'm so pleased to take the floor by Mr. Philippidis, and I'll say that openly and publicly. Mr. Philippidis indeed is a very serious person, which is not the rule in your industry, to be honest. And he's always very well informed and updated. So I take the relay on the discussion on infrastructure, and I'll explain you how's the experience on the other side. During my office, my mandate, in most cases, with my active involvement, we got lots of numerous investment, a record, I dare say, in 21, in 22, in whole, in assets, and direct other investments. Mr. Michalopoulos is there with Microsoft. Deloitte. The first investment was Pfizer, a digital center in Thessaloniki, and this is how Pfizer started. Not a pharma technology center. The other year, we had the Realty Data Center inauguration, and we'll have an important announcement tomorrow. There are more to come. Choose together with Deloitte in Thessaloniki, and so on and so forth. All those investments together got 1 out of 1,000 time of exposure on the media. And yet most people nag. What should we do, we politicians, and I'm referring to the journalists, that they create the landscape? Anyway, I'm a bit, and you know that, I'm a bit anti-conformist. I've never been a politician by profession. So I was listening to Mr. Orfanos on my way here. 3 minutes accusing the government for not abolishing and eliminating the tax on the products of the creative industry that are meant to go to the artists. Okay, they criticize. So far, so good. But they should have criticized Mr. Tsipras, who was the one who imposed the tax, not for us that we didn't abolish it, because, you know, it's far more difficult to abolish a tax because some people are expecting to get money from that, instead of not putting a tax, as nobody is expecting one way or another to get some money. Well, this is irrational, sorry. It is unfair. And it is irrational. You can't be saying irrational things. Anyway, there's an inherent injustice in this tax. I wish there wasn't in place at all, but there's the Ministry of Culture, which says that it is difficult to abolish one, it has become institutional. So, someone was nagging that your industry, doesn't do well. I know. Your industry is in a golden era, I dare say. An ICT company nowadays not having profits, well, I can't believe that, because the services required and the money available are more than the jobs, the projects that you can cover practically. And money from NHRF and so on and so forth, together with the need for digitalization on the part of the state, plus the digitalization upgrading of the private sector, well, all people in your field, in your industry, must be employed unless they don't want to work. And again, the digital part is on the forefront during our governance. And I'm not speaking just about Mr. Pierakakis, which is admired by all Greeks whose name is connected with the digitalization. And we in the Ministry of Development, we've built Ni Katanalotis, a very important tool. And it's unique in Europe. E-Katanalotis, e-consumer, an important tool that has changed our lives. More than 400,000 users log in on a daily basis. When we reach 1 million, well, we'll break the record. And tomorrow, 12 o'clock noon, we'll have with Elka an announcement comparing what's in the basket compared to what exists in other household baskets in Europe. What the real, actual supermarkets tell us. We have recorded from all supermarkets everything, all prices in the basket, to compare them and understand if indeed Greece is the most expensive country in the EU, or is this a myth? So let us keep cool. This government is next to you, not to get your votes. We are cooperating closely. Whenever we can intervene and solve problems, we do it. And indeed, this governance, the digital upgrade in the digital hub, is always on the forefront of our policies, and the new developmental law is entirely digital. You can have it on your mobile. If you apply to join the developmental law, you can monitor not just if your application shall be accepted or not, but all timelines of your file per office of the minister, and bop and a red line flashing when changing from one office to another. All those things are unspeakable, unprecedented in Greece. So we are interested in simplifying the life of our fellow citizens. And indeed, this is provided by the digital technology. And this is why we make available significant funds for that. And of course, you'll get share of that money. Imagine the pandemic. Unless we hadn't in hand all those digital tools, the market pass announced today, unless we had all those digital tools, how would that be possible? Everything is possible. The systems are interconnected. EFCA are there to square This is why we got those policies. In the past, we didn't have this chance. The digital technology allows us, to our government, to the next one, and so on and so forth, the possibility to apply well-targeted policies, which was impossible in the past. And this is very good for the citizens, for yourselves, because those tools are made and run by companies of your association. And something last. The future shall be even brighter. Greece has demonstrated, and the excellent data center progress, not as such, okay, Microsoft and Google will have a data center, whatever. Greece, at this pace, in 3 years' time, will be having 3 great data centers similar in size to that of Marseille. And around the data center, there's an entire community. It's not just the center. Engineers, services, people providing know-how, other jobs. So you create practically a community which is in contact with the global landscape. You go, in other words, through a Balkan, but you change, and instead of being just a Balkan country, you become a global country. We need to remember all that, which wasn't taken for granted some years ago. Back in 2019, nobody would say, I'm voting Mitsotakis to bring us over the digitalization. Nobody would think of all those things. There's a story behind. Why not? I can tell you the story. Data center. I was totally unaware of. I'm just a bookseller. And I'm continuously asked, what do I say about the prices? What is a bookseller? And I say, well, that's an excellent work. However, in my sector, data centers are not on the core. So when I became minister, Lambda X visited my office and told me, if you want Greece to explore its geographical advantage, you need to have 2-3 data centers. Well, I called Pierakakis, and this is how the story started. And then again, PPC, the Urban Site Bureau, we did everything, and then the data centers came over. Not because they loved us, not because they vote Nea Demokratia. They came over because the geographical location was excellent, many advantages in place, the landscape in the industry has changed, nothing was taken for granted. Well, however, we delivered. In the same good cooperation spirit, my dear President, Lady President, and I hope that this year shall be full of health, progress, and a year of political stability. Because, to conclude, let me tell you that so far so good, but the investments need to be aware, and they know that unless there's stability, they get allergic, and they go away overnight in the way they came over. They can disappear. So, to avoid experiencing news such as this company is fleeing the country and so on and so forth, let us bear in mind that political stability is top, is the most important thing. Well, and this is not so because I would like to bless myself and my government. However, the one proposal is autonomous government of new democracy, or just the progressive governance. That is, Mr. Tsipras synaspismos, of Mr. Androulakis, of Mr. Varoufakis, and of Mr. Koutsoupas. how Mr. Smith would discuss with Mr. Koutsoupas. That would be an interesting discussion, and that would be a snapshot of the international imperialism. So, to cut a long story short, one proposition of political stability exists, and this is the one of Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Thank you.
So, a very short break, and we start right away. We have Mr. Dragogiannis with us, and Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop, say happy birthday, travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision, from scratch to launch, but always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when you succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
To believe that we could stop the world. Freeze it for a second and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
A person who is moving in the rhythm of the foreign investors, having a very close relation and focus on foreign markets, foreign countries, how to approach them, how to work with them, and how to attract investors. I've seen this taking place. It is true that your work is very professional. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. We would like to know a few things about the environment of your industry with regards to technological investments. Can Greece become a strong technological hub, and why? Thank you for your kind words. I believe that everything starts from a vision that we have, that we need to have. And as the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, has this vision, we created this vision to attract foreign investments. And we have made a serious effort, especially the Ministry of Development, to attract something beyond the shipping and light industry. So there is a systematic effort to create the appropriate policies so as to enter the digital era with competence. In order to do so, and I have to repeat here that, as the government says, in order to attract investors in a specific economy industry, you need 7-8 prerequisites. The first, political stability. Know that where you go to invest, politics are stable. Second, economic growth, especially in the industry you are interested. Third, social cohesion, so that the investor understands that this is the society will welcome their investment. This is a progressive society that can accept new types of investments. Number 4, human capital, which is very, very important. The fact that we had employment at such percentages is important. It might sound provocative, but this was an advantage for us. I was in Israel some months ago, and my peer would say that a young person, 24, 25 years old, a software engineer, is paid 8,000 per month, but they do not have this kind of people. So we have the human capital and we can train them. We should do that. Furthermore, it is important to have the prerequisites so as to go beyond bureaucracy, the red carpet treatment, one-stop shop, fast track, so that one understands that they can implement their programs. That's what we do in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have Enterprise Greece, which is a major pillar, extroversion pillar, to market our government and attract investments. We have the Greek export credit organization for the Greek companies that wish to go abroad, and we have been very successful in that. Now, Mr. Haritsis, from the development and investment sector of Syriza. We have seen better days than the ones that we go through nowadays, but on some matters we are very stable. I would like your opinion. Do we really have the capacities that we need? Do we have to invest, apart from the space and time, to skills, the human capital? Can we give the pay that is relevant to these kind of skills? Can we service these needs that stem out from the market? I would like to thank you, Mr. Philippidis, for your kind words. I think that the answer to your questions is rather automatic. Our country, of course, is obliged to put forward a strategy for this national growth and support its position, especially in industries that relate to innovation, exploitation of human capital. We very often speak about human capital and highly cultivated and skilled persons. We have many university graduates in Greece. We are always topping the country's catalogs. But how we connect these high numbers of graduates with the real economy so that we do not lose their skills, this is another thing. We can see this in the industries of IT specialists, of doctors also. But allow me to say, in my opinion, this is not a theoretical discussion. The prerequisites that Mr. Fragogianni said are very serious. I think that they are very logical and we need to pursue them. But in such cases, what is most important is to create the proper strategy and the proper tools in order to reach this result. In my opinion, and I am a supporter of practical solutions. We can agree or disagree since we have a democracy, but we need to converge into specific and practical policies. For example, in 2017, in the Ministry of Development, we created a program that is now continued under the current government, Ερευνώ, Δημιουργώ, Καινοτομώ. I research and I innovate, because we wanted to connect the research work in the academic institutions to the labor market. In other words, to match two worlds that were diverging in the past. So we had earmarked 150 million from European funding NSRF, and the budget that was submitted was 10 times higher because this showed the dynamics of the market. Another example, the Equi Fund was created exactly to finance innovative schemes, startups, which always are innovative. You need to provide such instruments to exploit funding, to address markets where you can actually use them. Integrate ecosystems of companies, because we live in a globalized economy. The Greek graduates who cannot find a job in Greece, they will find a good one in other countries, European or not. So we need to create this kind of tools so that the Greek companies stay in Greece. Otherwise, they will flee. So it is very important that we discuss on the actual situation, based on the actual reforms or instruments that we can create and provide, as the examples that I just mentioned, so that we can be competitive globally. Sometimes people tend to be maximalistic in their visions, and they say that competition is the key. But of course, we have to bear in mind that we're not going to compete against China in production lines or in the production of massive consumption goods. We don't have these capacities, but we can find markets and niche markets, as we say in the economic jargon, to promote our national advantages. Innovation, agricultural foods might be industries that can compete against foreign sectors, foreign countries' sectors, and help us upgrade the Greek economy as a whole. I believe that this is the most important thing. And of course, the other prerequisites that I just heard are important. Always focusing on the national added value, support of the company system, and of the human capital. Mr. Fragogiannis, after what we just heard, we understand that there is an opportunity here. The war has shifted networks towards other areas to the benefit of Greece. For example, broadband networks go through our country now, changing our previous routing. We can see this in other technology companies that used to be seated in Russia, and they come here in Greece now. Do you believe that this is a trend that can grow? It is exactly as you say. I do agree with Mr. Haritsis that one has to be humble when expressing proposals. And of course, we need to connect entrepreneurship with the academic community. From the very first days of our government, my personal bet, I remember the first travel I had with the Prime Minister in the Netherlands in in the University of Eindhoven. And traditionally, we have scientists coming out from the academic institutions. Now, the universities ask the market what do they need so that they guide their studies, the studies they offer, so that they produce professionals that will be absorbed by the market. And now the entrepreneurial community is within the academic institution, and they co-create the skills and the conditions for the future economy. So we created the concept of the scientific ambassador. The Netherlands have done so, Sweden as well, very successfully. We started that from San Francisco and Boston. And the main idea is to exploit the Greek human capital in Greece or elsewhere so that we create a contact in between the two communities, market and academic, entrepreneurial and academic, so that people can come back to Greece or work for Greece, because the geographical location of a worker is not a criterion anymore. We want to attract the companies of these people to come to Greece, because they will believe that Greece is an attractive working destination. As regards Russia and Ukraine, this is true. We have given the opportunity to companies that used to have their headquarters in Russia or Ukraine to come to Greece. and transfer their own facilities and equipment and HR, for example. And it's very important to create the proper policies in order to attract these investments that will create the context in which the skills will be developed and the proper persons will be attracted back to Greece. So, Mr. Charitsis, you can be more political in your answer now because the investments influence the political climate. So how can we protect them? I observe that the political system has matured in basic questions of our economic policy. One of these should be investments. Investments should be protected because they create jobs, they create growth, and they cannot change because we have seen many companies leaving Greece because they were disappointed, and we don't want to see that in the future again. Thank you for this question. It is an opportunity to have a good discussion here. Allow me to say something. You said to Mr. Fragogiannis something about the opportunities that rise in Greece. Indeed, every crisis is a risk and an opportunity. We've seen what this means. We saw what this means during the COVID pandemic. Every crisis is an opportunity to think differently, to design differently. So we see internationally that the IT sector is flourishing and accelerating. So Greece redetermines its priorities considering this growth, and it tries to attract investments in these industries. Competition, of course, competitiveness rather, is a matter to consider. We have spoken for long about investments, and we don't want to become metaphysical in our discussion. We have to be grounded on actuality. We need to be very logical and understand where we stand. We're not a paradise for investors, but we can be a very good destination. In the previous decades, we had seen a development model that was responsible for the crisis that we went through, based on overborrowing, private consumption, and investments that regarded mainly real estate, shipping. I'm afraid that we will go back to such a model, and this will not be to our detriment. Now we have a major opportunity ahead in this explosion of investments in terms of IT and investments, digital investments. We need to attract the proper allies. The point is to see how we can include these into the national strategy, whether the state is prepared. For example, we speak about data centers, and we had this discussion in the morning. There are some red tape issues that delay the implementation of such projects. And of course, we need to cut through this red tape. It's a long problem. It's not of the current government, but we need to consider whether we are ready to support these. These investments are energy consuming. our grid, can it, in an overall context, is it ready to absorb these kind of investments? We're not expecting that the Saudi Arabians are going to come here and give monies to everyone. We need to see where we stand in terms of facilities, infrastructures, and policies. Are the energy infrastructures in Greece enough to attract investors? Can we benefit from these kind of investments? We need to ask these questions because we want to provide a benefit to the whole society. We want to have access to the banking system, to the RRF, to financial instruments, to all kinds of tools. So I come back to what I was saying before. We need tools, like, for example, the Development Bank, which should be utilized more in order to support these kind of entrepreneurial schemes. And of course, I'm concluding here to say that, of course, political stability is important. Of course, we do need that. But we need to know what is the meaning of this stability. We have to add public debt since 2018, which has to be serviced. We need to consider the cash path that was created. Also, it is important to have short pre-election periods. We need very clear political decisions on that matters. As Europe has shown, political stability doesn't mean that we have single-party governments. We've had allies in Germany, for example, for more than 15 years. So political stability means fiscal housekeeping, certain areas that will continue progressing no matter which government is in power. And of course, we need to decide which kind of investments have to grow despite who is guiding them. Yes, my last comments. My opinion is that political stability means that we need to have, we have to understand, we need that the society has the sense that there is political stability, because financial and economic stability go together with political stability. So the people have to understand, to have the feeling of this stability. A second very important thing is that we need a vision that will inspire the government in what they plan to do. In 2019, before the energy crisis, the Prime Minister at the UN meeting said that Greece until 2023 or until 2028 will close the last nuclear factory. So green energy was promoted even beyond the capacity of the grid, of the network. So we're speaking with major investors who want to come to Greece, and they say that for our own personal reasons, Nowadays, we want to create some industries that some factories that will be green, utilizing green energy, for example, and we want to ensure that we'll have green energy. Otherwise, we will create a hybrid unit that will produce green electricity from the wind or the sun with batteries, etc., because we want to have our own green impact. So in all sectors of the economy, be it energy or IT or whatever, or agro-food sector, as you just mentioned, we need to have a vision. When we are ministers and policymakers, we don't need to manage the current situation, but we have to envision a future for at least 1 decade. So agro-food doesn't mean that we create glass houses, but we create the units that will operate in the framework of a circular economy with an ICT dimension, with an energy impact which is green, a green footprint, with respect to the green and digital values. So this is direction. So investment is not just the industrial part or the IT part, but also the part connecting cultivation, cultures, aquaculture, for example, green and circular economy. Thank you very much for this discussion. It is true that in a very short period, we managed to touch upon many important issues. Thank you very much, Mr. Fragogiannis and Mr. Haritsis. And we wish you success in the elections next year. Thank you for giving us the opportunity for a substantial discussion. So congratulations to you and CEPE for the organization of this very interesting digital forum. Thank you. So we're changing our panel now.
Στην Ιδρύνα Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας για τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στο χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
Okay, there we are, ready to continue. Please be seated. Okay, we continue.
Η DBC διαδικασία. Μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων. Υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance, evolve. Because you don't consider limitations, only boundaries aching to be crossed, rules to be bent, broken. Because innovation means more than just improving on the past. Innovation means seeing something no one else noticed. So you can do something no one else has done and create a future no one could have predicted.
As for Demokritos, 1st January 23, we'll have an enormous European project, the innovation hub of Demokritos in the campus of Demokritos. It shall become a digital kindergarten for AI and more, which shall help the enterprises transform by AI and 5G ITC. The recovery fund now, to be brief, and the super labs, essentially those are independent systems that are getting into the production and the science itself. An infrastructure that shall be fully open to research teams and companies in the country. And as of now, we need to start designing and getting into the future. Quantum computers which shall not replace the conventional one, however, they shall resolve major problems and challenges, reversing, think it, the banking sector and the defense. We need to be fully prepared to meet those challenges, and in Demokritos, we are proud that the first quantum lab was established in September 22. We'll have the opportunity to discuss it later on. Mr. Hadziminas, the business community, would it ever consider that we would speaking today about a technological hub, an innovation hub here in Greece? Wouldn't that sound somehow outlandish? Mr. Philippidis, first of all, thank you for inviting me in Athens in this new Tel Aviv. I'll explain you. I say so New Tel Aviv because the companies that are here, a great success of the government which brought them there, Well, they used to be active in Tel Aviv. However, they couldn't have engineers well, reasonably paid. So this is why they came. We need to tell the truth. And we've been expecting, before discussing digitalization, we did believe in Greek engineering. And personally, our group is fully export-oriented, so we are not impressed. What I need to say, and this is our position, we need to be very careful. And I would welcome the views of Microsoft. We need to be very careful in terms of 2 points, and this is why I stress wages. First, in our association, we are interested in avoiding being a refugee area for those companies. It is good that they are here, they pay well, the engineers, the software people. We need to exploit it correctly. Avoid having half product. Working for a multinational is very good. It's something strong for the country. However, we would prefer to have Greek companies as exploring our positive impact on the shipping sector and tourism. We would prefer having Greek engineers building integrated products instead of having a small center or big here in Greece. We would welcome Greek products made in Greece being exported, or providing services, Deloitte services from Athens to Europe. This is an integrated program, product. And something more, we need to be again very careful. Well, and possibly I'm referring to collateral loss, which might be an opportunity as well. So careful with the competition between other companies, small and medium. The multinationals landed in Greece and they offer very high wages compared to those offered by Greek companies, or they work remotely, which is a great benefit for some people. So this, well, we welcome it to avoid being misunderstood, but it's a bit dangerous for Greek companies. You are referring to the competition. Indeed, the competition is serious, and I would welcome the view of Microsoft to have those excellent products given to Greek companies. Well, we need Greek engineers in those Greek companies to welcome the products. And last but not least, we need staff with digital skills that can absorb those technologies. The problem in Greece is the timesheet cost, the non-payroll cost. And this is why Greek companies cannot compete with the multinationals. Okay, we'll get back. I close here. Mr. Koutsopoulos, the Bloomberg article praising Greece as a hub of innovation, all these investments here, others that are under design. Why now? What happened now? Well, let us get a step back. We are a multinational. We are a Greek company as well, and we started back in 18. That was a bet. My partners are here. Well, the bet involved the following. We wanted to attract people and build a technical hub with fresh people, just graduates, to train them and use them remotely, with mobile working wasn't a habit at that time back, and then move with projects abroad. We started in Thessaloniki last Friday. We recruited the number 1,000 colleague in Thessaloniki. So Thessaloniki, an excellent place to live. That was the rationale. Great infrastructure. You can support your people and the business, and universities that were willing to cooperate to adjust programs in the way we would need them the day after. And this is how we started, with hesitant, slow steps, faster later, and now we are speaking about 1,000 people. Meanwhile, other companies, excellent conditions, excellent staff, human resources, stability for a very long time period. Well, those boosted other companies to get on board, and they are considering even larger steps in the future. And again, the Recovery Fund, which has a potential focusing on the technology industry, the digital convergence. So this shall help even more in the future. Mr. Michalopoulos, I understand that you are on the first countries contributing, getting into this change. So I would welcome your view. What changed in your investment strategy? Why did you judge and deem that Greece fulfills the criteria in place? Because in the past, you had similar problems to those of Mr. Hadjiminas. No staff. You had to go to the universities to recruit people, and then you would lose them very soon. Good morning. First of all, I would like to stress that in reality, actually in Greece, the situation in the past years is that we got two large investment areas. The investment of Deloitte, of Pfizer, producing products ourselves alike, which is very important. But this involves people. Second, infrastructure. To answer the earlier question, the larger data center investment in Greece on our part, our company actually has some ready-made products, but essentially it is a platform allowing to our customers to build products to become more competitive outside. We got some platforms that are used by the Greek public and more Greek companies producing products, which makes the difference. That could be the case in the past, but now with the strength of cloud, we can deliver more. 2.5 years after initiating this enormous travel, essentially we got lots of things. First, the geopolitical. We are an excellent lot in a very difficult area, which helps us in becoming a center to serve the surrounding neighboring places. We have stability, democracy that are very important in the area. Second, involving green energy, to answer Mr. Haritsis, it is very important because of the data center and energy consuming investment. For this reason, whenever you move over cloud something, you decrease your energy impact significantly. Possibly, you save energy, you mean. Indeed, the most important green investment for a company is to transfer its loads on a cloud for two reasons. Because the hardware in the data centers changes every 3 years, meaning we have the highest energy performance. Second, we use just green energy. And third, we do have the way to make available for use to each company everything it needs occasionally. Essentially, in whole, it's not an energy consuming, it's quite the way, the other way around. But it needs to run first so that other people understand how it works. From that point on, of course, there is the issue of human resources. The energy cost doesn't impact you. Of course, we become far more expensive. The construction cost has increased, so the investments on data centers have increased in whole. However, the need for cloud services have increased in a way that we need to have new data centers in place to serve the demand. The Digital Europe representative said that in Ukraine, the way the government stay there providing services, it's because they had everything on cloud overnight. Mr. Orfanos, your view, so that we understand, well, we've discussed that with Democritos earlier, the dynamic of the country, the support in terms of innovation. So do we have sufficient human resources to produce innovation in Greece? First of all, well, I'll change the framework. I'll choose the one of Mr. Hadjiminas. We are a Greek company creating innovation, exporting innovation, and the important thing for Greece is not to have hubs that have trained Greek people working for multinationals, selling their products abroad. We want to have them in Greek companies that we create product and services, selling them abroad. Thus, the value remaining domestically. It is very important to create products to export, and far more important to create unique products globally, so that Greece is on the forefront, the top innovative country in products and services, providing integrated solutions to the global market. Our product, in other words, is an absolute solution to the wind farms industry. So this was developed in Greece, in cooperation with universities, Greek universities, foreign universities, people that we located here in Greece, which created a value, producing added value for the entire country. So I would say that as we can, as a country, universities, we are all able, we've got this strength. I remind you the Research Center Athena, Democritos, and many others. So, they create a startup added value to product and services that target the international market. So I believe that being able to explore and exploit Greek human resources to produce this added value, that would be the greatest success of the country. How many industries do we have in Greece? Tourism, IT, the shipping sector, okay, and the food sector, okay. Those are the strengths of Greece. So we can produce excellent results. Important what you say. a country suffering from deficits, mainly export trade, and so it is important that we have more exports indeed. In a country of the size of Greece, indeed it is important that Greek companies are abroad, that are awarded by international organizations, not just Greek awards, whatever they may be, at any level whatsoever, be them public or private. When you have companies awarded 2 consecutive years by international organization, Wind Europe, for example, a small Greek company delivering lectures among the colossus of wind energy and all other people watching them. So this is what we need to highlight, the Greek reality, the added value of our reality. I'm interested in terms of support. You started referring to some programs that you are having under elaboration and in progress in Demokritos. So how a young scientist may be assisted, a young entrepreneur, thanks to your contribution. Well, the pillar I referred earlier was relevant to technical infrastructure and how they need to develop faster. The second, and I'm referring to innovation, leading the Greek economy. So we aren't ranked high in terms of innovation because our competitors develop alike at similar pace. So we remain low in terms of ranking, and we haven't managed to leverage the major capital funds towards our country, even though they've skyrocketed their investments. So the major bets representing a public organization, the major bet is relevant to the readiness of the public research centers or universities to pass over the know-how to the private sector. And this may be accomplished via private investments. There, we need to work hard and systematically. Things have started changing. The assets, public assets that are developed are very important. The co-creation, the scholarships, those are policies that help young scientists a lot towards this direction. And a second very important thing relates to the following. Significant piece of sciences are developed inside startups. And this is why we have those large investments towards startups. The startups in Greece, the high-tech startups is something that must be greatly supported. I'm very proud about Eindhoven's having enterprises inside the universities. In Demokritos, this is what we do. Inside Demokritos, we already have 45 startups and a research Tesla lab, and expressed interest on the part of Greek companies to come over and install there, creating thus a very strong interaction ecosystem, producing value in the way it was described earlier. Innovative values to address the international market. A very significant development relates to the swift switch towards the defense industry. This year in spring, as of spring, we'll having the Diana NATO project in place. Essentially, the 1 billion innovation sum shall guide the first startups, shall lead them to the accelerators of the Europe. One of the 9 chosen by NATO in Greece is Demokritos. You mean, no, those are defense dual-use technologies addressing the defense and the civil facet, attracting international investment and capitals towards innovation and technology needs to be the goal, the target, going hand in hand with different Greek industries, Greek companies. I believe that we fulfill our mission step by step, even though bureaucracy is hard to deal with. Democritus could be hosting lots of startups in our campus. The investment from the EIB to reconstruct the campus goes very slow, which generates enormous problems. You should have said so earlier when the minister was here. Well, you know, the state mechanisms in place do not facilitate us. The decision making. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hatziminas, I understand that the entire discussion on investment technology are there because of the possibility of the Greek state to invest a lot of money, which is a coincidence that hasn't happened before. 70 billion on digitals. So the question is, are you a bit anxious, worried, and nervous whether such money will reach the entire entrepreneurial world? My understanding is that the attitude has somehow changed. Big companies, foreign companies are different compared to small Greek ones. Indeed, those are enormous amounts. Well, I would disagree, we would disagree, and we had discussed that with the government, is whether we wish to have a revolution in place. What I mean by that, not just having in place data centers, we have to have a re-industrialization via digitalization of all companies, employees with digital skills. To have it so, even the best government in the world couldn't have it top-bottom. It helps having EU, the government providing incentives. But if the revolution starts from grassroots, that would be the best. How you can do it? Provide the employee the incentives, with the incentives. Well, the competition with the multinationals, no engineers, so we need to retrain our people inside the companies in terms of digital skills as well. The best way is to put forward incentives. Let us not forget that the employees, okay, an employee working 8 hours must sacrifice 3 more for his, her training. So, incentives are required. So, in the association, we claim the following. We had a vaccination certificate. Let us have a certification of digitalization which would accompany an employee wherever he or she might work. The companies would give the initiatives for acquiring such skills so that the people investing their time have a large discount in the non-payroll cost. Such reduction divided between the company and the employee, both investing in their way. So the incentives must be such so that the employees and the companies could manage them alone, and the certification must be by another organization, so as to be on the safe side, as the auditors controlling and auditing. Would that bridge the gap, the existing gap? Well, I say so. To avoid having problems, a company claiming that, well, we did such and such terms of training without having practically delivered so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, Mr. Koutsopoulos, out of all those investments, and this is critical to be understood by Greek citizens, but to avoid having populist voices around. What is missing in Greece? Those working remotely abroad, the incentives of the companies that are always gentle, or we're just a very cheap market, and it is temporary that they are here, those companies, and they shall flee sooner or later. Okay. We have 138 foreign companies here in Greece to invest in this field, employing 8,000 people. So, 8,000 jobs, a result that can influence the community, the entire community. And indeed, a value is left behind. And let me get back to what Mr. Hadjiminas mentioned earlier, bottom up, top down. The critical word for this area is cooperation, meaning we are speaking about 4 parties cooperating. The government, we need a strategic plan in how the scientific community works with the business community. The academia needs to be in pace and very close to enterprises. The enterprises must embrace and train its people in the way we do. To have 1,000 people in Thessaloniki, we have boot camps continuously. We train our people continuously. Technology changes dramatically overnight, so you need to be speaking about lifelong learning every day. In our work today, we offer services that didn't exist 5 years ago. So 30% of our people are employed in services that didn't exist some years ago. So cooperation, this is very important. Many projects to be delivered, and the nervousness of all of us, the existence of sufficient people to be in a position to deliver. Thus, a good structure, good cooperation, well, we'll be able to work all together, and from that point on, we need lots of people. My colleague will soon present a study which demonstrates the lack in terms of executives of officers in a way to bridge the gap. Mr. Michalopoulos, the Minister of Education is here, and I believe that it is on this subject, this practical subject, is interested to have her with us. With the existing system, the educational system, do we need to do something more? Are we in time or not? Well, let me refer to the Bloomberg article, which starts as follows: a story from a bank employee who left voluntarily and specialized on cybersecurity in a project. So there he did skilling on cybersecurity Microsoft tool, and with this certificate he managed to acquire a job in PwC. What I mean by that, it is important that there are opportunities indeed. Greece is very low in terms of certification per employee. This is an opportunity, and I believe that sometime it won't be necessary for the state to be providing incentives, because the companies will be aware that this particular point helps them improve, move forward. And of course, they can deliver such training during the working hours. On the other hand, the employees need to understand that having a Cisco, Amazon, whatever the certification, this shall be good for their career. Well, in short, as a country, we move forward by producing more doctors, more teachers than we need. We've got enough doctors. We may have enough in the IT field, but we need more. In 30 seconds, once referring to it, the minister, Mrs. Hatzidakis, appeared, showed up. Okay. Speaking about cybersecurity, no coincidence at all. Well, I grasp the opportunity. We need immediately to understand how we may have more people in the IT field. The man people in the technology field is unspeakable, which is a risk for the market. We can't have women so underrepresented in our industry. So the largest exercise involves how the country shall start producing more people in the technology that we need now, and it's a challenge which gets bigger and bigger as years pass by, which involves an enormous risk. Beyond the payroll, we need to understand that human resources involve an enormous advantage. Thank you, Mr. Michalopoulos. Last remark by Mr. Orfanos. I'm a bit nervous because even though the capacity is there, lots of money, great willingness, there are problems. Well, I've got a feeling that there's some kind of nervousness. Why? Because of the jobs, the competition, the unfair competition with foreign companies, possibly other challenges beyond those bureaucratic. Look, first of all, I'm not nervous. I'm not concerned. We have demonstrated that we can deliver. We welcome the investments on the part of multinationals because they transfer know-how. On the other hand, we need not forget the Greek companies and the Greek value that can be exported. And again, foreign companies may export alike. Indeed, but there are problems there. When they create technological hubs and they shave off the market as they are far more competitive compared to the Greek ones, getting all good engineers, Greek companies to implement their projects, either in the public sector or private companies abroad, whatever. So they can't come up with the people required because such engineers, for the advantages given by multinationals, would prefer get a job there, which is the case with Greek big companies as well. People are somehow rolling over, one switching to the job of the other, increasing thus the payroll cost. Well, we mustn't wait the Ministry of Education or the university to put in place the human resources change. And I remind you, I still remember my experience when we had an Olympic Games project when no network people existed. We would send people to Cisco to train CCNA, CMP, our people. the company own cost, and this is how they got a certification as well. In other words, the Greek companies active here in Greece, well, can resolve suitably their problem once it is well detected. We have the skills, the values to achieve our goal. Thank you. I thank you all. The president of Kefe Δημόκριτος, Mr. Nounesi, Mr. Hadjiminas, president of the board of Ελληνική Ένωση Επιχειρηματικών, Κουτσόπουλος, CEO Deloitte, Δός Μιχαλόπουλος, CEO Microsoft Hellas, Cyprus, Malta, Vasilis Orfanos, special consultant and visionist. Thank you. I thank the organizers for the honor they bestowed me and moderating the first panel of this conference. Thank you very much.
Good morning. We're now having another discussion that is very hot for all the IT companies. Maybe this is the top issue for them. We are hearing about major projects taking place. Resources are not a problem for digital transition for the country, but there is another matter, as we heard in the previous panels, human capital. Do we have them? Do we have the right people? Do we have the right resources? I checked the data this morning, and almost 500,000 scientists left the country during the crisis. We tried to get them back, but how easy is this? We want our young graduates to have these skills. I'm going to give the floor to the survey of SEPE about human capital, but first a short speech. Minister of Education, thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like to congratulate SEPE for this initiative and for the initiative of this topic, which is very much related to an issue that is torturing our country and all countries, how to find the human capital that we need. We are very close with Mr. Hatzidakis, the Minister of Labor, because we have two different aspects here, labor and education. How can we bridge the gap in between what is produced and what the market needs? we're going to see the results of the Deloitte survey that focus on 2 points. The first regards digital transformation in education and how, starting from the COVID challenge, digital transformation was faster and many education processes have changed. And the second thing is how do we invest in the human capital that the country needs? As regards digital transformation, the reality is that during the crisis, we have urged for a digital transformation massively in education, meaning processes and substance. If you're in your environment have graduates of the Panhellenic exams, you'll see that the results are online. The assignments of professors are taking place on the internet. So we are trying to become digitized, and we need digital skills in for the professors, for the parents as well, and the students, of course. We have to be aware of this upskilling. But we also need to digitize the essence of the education. Let me give you an example. I was in a school at a region of Peloponnese, and I go to the students and to the pupils, and they were doing something I couldn't understand. They say, look behind you, and in this public lyceum, they were connected with the National Technical University of Athens and the NASA, the European Space Agency, and they would follow the process. This is the substance, the essence of digital transformation. We enhance education. So we need to enhance We've seen that during the COVID years, fast transformation was realized. But as regards now the human capital, how you can find people that it's necessary for you so that you can promote the plans of your companies. In all education levels, we have to start from the kindergarten. We need to have school orientation so that we know what every profession means, so that they learn what a web designer or a programmer or a video gamer does. We need to know. They need to know via gamification when they are younger, and via other skills in older grades, so that the students, the pupils, will be able to understand what they want to do in life. So one thing has to do with career development. Also, we have to introduce new subjects like the robotics. Robotics is now introduced into the kindergarten. This year, we expect in our country 177 robotic sensors, along with digital interactive boards for every classroom of the public schools. So we introduce these subjects in the curriculum. These are some changes. A main pillar for this vision is to have educational training and vocational training. So we are going to try to support these types of structures so that they offer the skills that you need. The professional high schools offers specific specialties. Up until recently, these specialties were decided according to the categories of educators that were available. We didn't see what the country needed, but we saw what types of professors we had. That's how we decided the specialties. This has changed. Now we first see the market, we first see the needs of the country as regards human capital, and we consider this when we cooperate with the Ministry of Labor to see the trends in labor. We carried out this survey at a national level, and we saw that one of the professions which is related to your industry is web designers. Web designers we don't have. Many of you, and many employers say that they cannot find people, and and we have now introduced the web designing course in the vocational schools, and we are going to have very soon the graduates from these schools. So this is a structural change in education and training. First, we see the market, the needs, and then we introduce the specialties in the schools. So if the market needs web designers or video games or programmers, so then we introduce this kind of courses in high schools. Let me conclude by saying something about the tertiary education level. We need to converge more education and labor. For many years, it was a taboo to speak about a company, about entrepreneurship in a university. Now it's not, because the curriculum, the approach, the philosophy have changed. More and more universities want to cooperate with companies so as to offer more to the young people. For example, our country has one of the a very good program about industrial PhDs. This means the following. Imagine that your company wishes to carry out a very focused research. Instead of doing it by itself, it can now cooperate with an academic institution and a PhD candidate who is going to focus his or her research on a practical issue that you need to resolve. This way, we have a twin benefit. You will resolve your problem, your issue, and then you will find the person who will be the perfect choice for your company. And on the other hand, the academic graduates are closer to the market needs. So industrial PhDs is a new concept that shows our change in mindset. As the president as Mr. Mitkas, the president of the Independent Authority for Education, said, every year we have more than 8,000 students in similar sectors, IT, technology, etc. But we have to say something more. It is important for you to exploit the new opportunities that the universities give. For example, you might want to offer a program to your employees. You can cooperate with a university, and they will prepare a training program for your needs, for your employees. So industrial and professional occupational PhDs, a full context for practical exercise. We have a full, an integrated framework now. Also, applied sciences. The universities can create new 3-year curricula for applied sciences with practical on-the-job training as a prerequisite. This way, the universities can create new programs that will respond to your needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I close here. We have gone beyond the taboos of the past. Now the road is open. We can achieve a lot via the cooperation in between our universities and the companies. The last example is the spin-off context and the startup context. It's now established. Young graduates can stay within the premises of the university, use the equipment of the universities, and do their enterprise. The spin-offs, for those who find new patents, we allow spin-offs to be determined so that we can favor this cooperation. Of course, we need time to change our mindset, but I believe that we are in the proper direction. So you will come closer to education, and we will together manage to improve the connection in between education, labor, and IT. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. This was a very interesting talk, and let me add the pandemic. The school had to get ready very soon to operate in this digital environment. As you correctly said, it is important to know which are the needs. So we'll see some of these needs in the major survey that Deloitte carried out, conducted for SEPE about human capital. Mr. Christodoulou from Deloitte Greece will present the findings. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Before I start with my study, with our study, I would like to speak about another survey that we carried out for SEPE in 2019, 3 years ago. We didn't have the pandemic at that time. And we said there how new technologies could become a lever for growth. We would say then that new technologies this is the detailed survey. We just need the summary one, says the speaker, so that we can change the presentation. So we said that 3 years ago, today, 3 years later, we see the numbers that confirm our view. Despite the pandemic that helped the digital transformation, we had a growth of 5%. And the people who entered the labor market, based on the recent data by the Ministry of Labor, are more than 300,000 more than 3 years ago. So we are happy to see that our industry can help. This might be one of the most important industries in the Greek territory. This study that we carried out with SEPE tries to quantify the gap in between the demand in the labor market and the offer for specialized IT personnel. I think that this is not the summary, says the speaker. This is the detailed one. We want the summary presentation. We all say that we do not have enough IT scientists and technologists in Greece. So what do we do, and how can we cover this gap? Let us see where Europe stands on that. Europe focuses on digital development as a top priority. They speak about this twin transition, speaking about digital growth and green growth. Digital initiatives can operate as a catalyst for both green and digital transformation. The aim of the European Union with an ambitious program is to create highly educated professionals, sustainable infrastructures focusing on 5G, cybersecurity, etc., create the digital transformation of enterprises. So we speak about cloud, AI, etc., and digitization of public services, where 100% of the public services have to be online. Greece, with the national RRF plan and a fund up to 30 billion, supports the digital transformation with many reforms as 5G, as other initiatives, etc., in both the public and the private sector. And we see an investment climate with specific investments. And Deloitte has been a company that has invested on digital technologies. I think we now have the presentation, the summary presentation. So we already covered the European context, and I'm speaking right away about the findings of the survey. So this survey covered more than 100 companies of the industry and many other sectors as well, and more than 100 public bodies. And here are the findings. In the question, do the companies believe that there are more IT specialists around? They say 65% increase in the next years. Also, other industries see an increase of IT specialists of 28%. Second question, do you have vacancies? Almost 90%, 90%, all the industries, companies, IT companies say that yes, there are vacancies in IT specialists, while 55% of the other sectors say that they lack IT specialists. They believe that 7.57% is the percentage of this need to have more IT professionals. Do you believe that the Greek market has a weakness in the IP specialists? 55% said yes. How much time do you need to cover a vacancy in IT in relation to other vacancies? 90% say more time or much more time than other specialties. Which are the major reasons? There is no specialization, the scientists have left, career orientation is non-existent, small number of students in the IT departments in the country. Regarding the readiness of graduates to enter the labor market, they asked that they can be productive within 6 months, and they see that only 1 out of 4 graduates are productive in 6 months. Most are, half of them are productive in 1 year after their graduation, while the remaining 25%, they need more than 1 year. Which are the top 3 specialties in the IT sector for you? Programmers are topping, software engineers. Second, important, cybersecurity. Third, architects, IT architects. In the future, they all speak about this type of specialties. On the other hand, non-IT companies, top 3 specialties: first, programmers; second is business analysts. They do not have people that can translate their needs into IT needs, and the project managers are lacking. This is going to be a trend in the future as well. Also, AI will rise. It is not a major need in Greece yet. Now we turn towards the public sector, and we asked 144 bodies, do you have vacancies? 2 out of 3 say yes, we have vacancies. What are the specialties that we need? Here the results are different. First, cybersecurity. For the public sector, this is the major need. Second, programming, and second, IT architecture. For the future, their need is network and communications planning, design. So we try to quantify of the IT specialists in Greece. We saw which would be the trend of demand until 2030, which would be the trend of offering, and see which would be the gap in between offer and demand. Nowadays, considering studies of the Hellenic Statistics Authority, ICAP, SEPE, we understand that IT specialists in Greece are approximately 160,000. The president this morning said that 260,000 are in overall those working in IT companies, but the scientists are 160,000. The other 100 carry out different types of technological tasks. We have 35 to 40,000 who are in the IT sectors. 10% are in the public sector, while 40% are in non-IT companies. So we are 160,000. How many should we be in 2030? Considering an 8% as an average for growth, according to the European Commission data as well, and SEPE's information as well, and comparing Greece with other countries that are more mature than us in digital terms, like Portugal, we see that the increase percentage is 8% annually, which is a bit forward-looking because the RF projects are going to run within the 3-4 years. So this percentage will be 9 to 10% rather instead of 8. So the numbers say that the scientists that we need in Greece for 2030 are 280 to 300,000. So there is an annual further demand of 15 to 16,000 more IT scientists for the market. Until 2030, we need 120 to 140,000 more IT scientists. Now, which is the offer that we have? As has been correctly said, the students in IT academic courses, curricula, schools, including the technical universities. Since I am a graduate of the National Technical University, we have 8,000 students that enter the schools every year, but only 5,000 of them graduate every year. We have to add 2,000 graduates of postgraduate programs who had a different first BA. For example, they are physicians or mathematicians that take a 2-year PhD master's program, and they get the necessary knowledge. Also, we have engineers and programmers from technical schools, and we also have some graduates of foreign universities. So the total offer of IT graduates are 8 to 8.5 thousand per year. Until the year 2030, we have 65,000 graduates. So with simple maths, we need 15,000 more. We have 8,000. So there is a gap of 7 to 7.5 thousand IT scientists according to the current data. So we need double the number of graduates that we have. Then, in cooperation with SEPE, we proposed certain actions so as to decrease this gap. These are short-term and long-term actions that we could take. It is interesting that many of these were mentioned by the Minister of Education. We are glad because what that we have found are in concert with what the Ministry wishes to do. We consider that we need a lot of programs, training programs, because we need the scientists now. So we have to act now or in the next 1 or 2 years. So we need a lot of training programs, a lot of boot camps for STEM specialties that can be converted into IT professions. This could cover a bit the gap until 2030. We need to have 12,000 people to be trained. Also, we need to attract IT specialists from neighboring countries by providing tech visas. This idea exists, but it's not applicable yet. Number 3, we need to have fast new postgraduate IT programs in order to utilize the STEM graduates that can find a good job at the IT sector. And of course, we would suggest, so in order to increase quality as well, to have an obligatory 6 months of practical exercise of the students before graduation, so as to cover the gap and incorporate the scientists into the labor market. Now, as regards the long-term actions, we consider that we need a lot of BA program courses instead of other courses that are not so relevant to the needs of the market today. Also, we have to enhance IT, some other courses with other programs with IT courses. Vocational training has already been covered by the ministry, and cooperation with other foreign countries, neighboring countries, for example. This can help us absorb specialists from these countries and also help us become extrovert via alliances with foreign countries. This will give us the opportunity to attract more scientists. Finally, some other measures to be taken in order to help decrease the gap are here. The need to reallocate the budget of tertiary education in favor of IT studies, recognize from the public sector of certifications and their funding also, state funding, the creation of an observatory to evaluate digital skills. Another thing that the minister said was the increase of employability of women in the sector, because we have graduates, but there are not many. We have many women graduates, but only 20% of them find a job in the IT sector. As now regards the boot camps, we need to motivate the companies as well to create these training programs. And we also need to reconsider the pays, the cost of the months. Because we want to reach the result that we want. So where do we stand? This line is the demand that we just described. So offer is built gradually, and in 2030 we'll have reached we will have reached the gap with all the measures that we mentioned. If not, the gap will be there. So, in conclusion, this means that there is a pleasant burden for the government to provide more IT specialists in Greece, for Greece. It is important to carry out digital transformation quickly. So maybe if we don't have IT specialists, we'll have serious impacts on the development of the economy. We consider that it's very important that we focus on supporting this adequacy, not only in the long term, but in the short term, immediately, in the short actions that we just mentioned. I conclude here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Hatzidaki, thank you for being here. You followed all the speeches and the survey. As you saw in your speech, based on about the budget in Greece, you set a priority for next year, digital skills. From the RRF funds. Of course, the market is accelerating, so you have the floor to speak about these matters.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be once again here with you, all together. There are so many familiar faces in the hall, and yet the point is that we move forward, we progress all together. This is how people and governments are judged, and how governments may have a positive impact on the progress of the entire community. I heard Nikos Christodoulou earlier, very interesting things, the report, the study as well. To open a parenthesis now, well, it would be useful for the government as a whole, in our ministry as well, even though we got a special unit dealing with mapping, market mapping and market needs field. So beyond that, it is useful that the individual sectors well, of course, we welcome their sometime criticism, but it would be good if we had their proposals that would be of an added value for our work, indicating the way to move forward, adding elements in order to have in place a significant effort. Thank you for this reason, for contributing in our work with your report, your study. This is our intention to move towards this direction. The study furthermore emphasizes that we need to accelerate our pace. Indeed, let us run fast now in order to avoid losing time in a way to deal with inequalities in the specific market. I would say that for the first time we have in hand and available so many funds to utilize, to leverage for the development of digital tools of change. Indeed, we've absorbed already many funds from the many EU funds. However, we are in all of those lists of skills, we are almost at the bottom of it. In other words, we haven't taken seriously the training issues, the digital training skills, the digital skills training as well. The recovery fund makes available €1 billion on training, putting the emphasis on digital skills and then green skills, covering thus 500,000 people, both employed and unemployed, up until 2025. And if you add the NSRF funds, we go as high as 800,000 people that can be educated and trained, not just on green and digital skills, but generally in a way that they can get reskilling, upskilling, all those procedures that are very useful. This shall help us again in enhancing the rate of people employed in high skill jobs. The average in Europe being 45%, in Greece it's just 32%. So now that we got the money, we need to leverage them in the best possible way. How? Overcoming a Greek challenge. And what is this challenge? When we discuss with taxi drivers, we focus on them and not on both themselves and the people they serve. And this is so in all different sectors. Not the unprotected Greeks. So in this case, we need to consider not just the providers of training, but to understand how we may have a training system sufficient to cover all the needs of the beneficiaries, the providers, and so on and so forth, a system operating correctly. So beyond the efforts of the Ministry of Education, as explained earlier by Mrs. Kerameos, which are always in the right spirit, we cooperate with this ministry, and we operate in the spirit of complementarity. In other words, we've passed the law Jobs Again, which provides a total restructuring of the unemployment organization and provides for a number of measures relevant to training and retraining. The first provision is the payment by result. In other words, nothing, all providers of training won't get that money, which is valid for trainees as well. Part, 30%, is kept aside, and we give it if the work is done correctly. Upon 5 criteria, at least 3 of them must be fulfilled for the training providers, and again, we have established for the first time essential certification exams for the trainees. I understand that all people don't like it, but we'll overcome it because the ministry insists, because we need to get into a new era and stage, and in a way that the trainees, that those are receiving the training on digital and green skills are trained essentially and substantially. The Unemployment People Project started last summer with 80,000 beneficiaries. Now we have 40,000 more, going as high as 120,000. And for the employees, we'll soon have the project, meaning 150,000 people more on mainly on digital skills, digital marketing, digital trade, and second comes green skills. Now, this is a different philosophy. Yes, we'll support you, but you need to demonstrate, to prove that through the procedure you are serious. We are interested in investing the money in the right way. Second, for the first time, We've opened the gates of training to the Greek university. There has been a provision for the so-called KDVM, lifelong learning, inside universities. In the first project, we've kept half the money and gave it ring fence targeted funds just for the universities. And a month and a half ago, I visited the campus, the National Kapodistrian University, and for the first time, with our funding, we had the training of unemployed by the university, which has a symbolic value and an essential one as well, because it increases the competition, new players are getting into the market, and demonstrates to the unemployed persons that training is not just a procedure to have to get an ad and pretend that you are trained. It is something essential. We change the pace, and the third that we've done, as provided by the specific law, we have started. Who would ever imagine that several years ago, about OIR, the Unemployment Organization, we have started cooperations with Colossus from the IT world. Microsoft was there. The people of Microsoft may witness the success of this endeavor. I met people having graduated, and I know myself, Cisco and other cooperation, Google or Amazon. And now we are starting with Huawei. Those are not wishful thinkings, they are not plans, they are not promises, they are already in progress, they are being implemented. They are guys that have graduated. I told earlier that I met some of them, and the demand is enormous for those programs, not because of the minor reimbursement, but because they do witness how useful the certificates can be for their future careers. In other words, this is not an easy field. We lag far behind in terms of digital skills, despite the brilliant brains. Well, we are so because we weren't fast in resolving the problem, and now we are running after it. However, there are two main developments. The funds available are more than ever. Two NSRF, the typical one, plus the recovery fund. And on the other hand, we've got a government that understands the size of the problem, that it must go fast and that it must be efficient to have value for money, to leverage the funds properly in favor of the employees, the unemployed, the state itself. And this is why we need to go hand in hand. The spirit herein, well, anyway, our cooperation with SEPA and the Deloitte report demonstrate that the denominator is common, which will allow us to move forward all together. On our part, I may guarantee that we'll have the speed and the decisiveness required in a way to absorb the community funds and explore them essentially, substantially in favor of the national economy. We know the critical role of new technologies, the one that shall be playing in the future. We are fully aware the government, is active in the digital transformation of the state, you know that, and we are moving ahead at all levels, public services, FCA, employment, supervisory agency everywhere. We are determined to go as fast as needed to put in place an effective policy covering all digital skills. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm more or less on the same page, speaking about human resources. So let us move with the panel. We'll have a video until the panelists are seated, and we'll take a 10-minute short break immediately after the panel.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας, αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
Μικρό που για εμάς είναι ένα τίποτα, για αυτήν είναι ένας άθλος.
Όμως εμείς το είχαμε βάλει σκοπό ότι θα το καταφέρουμε.
Και το όραμά μας είναι να κάνει τη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων καλύτερη.
Πραγματικά της δίνει φτερά στην περαιτέρω αποκατάσταση.
Μου αρέσει πολύ επειδή πηγαίνω βόλτες μόνη μου, χωρίς να με βοηθάει η μαμά και να κουράζεται.
Θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Κωνσταντίνα.
Εντάξει, καλό είναι να θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Ορίστε, ήρθα.
Μπράβο.
Here we are again. I have Mr. Castanidis Konis Kamaras from Adcom, Mr. Alex Rosmanos from Net Company Intrasoft, and Mr. Samios of 01 Solutions Hellas. We'll discuss about a topic which is very interesting for you. But what about the findings of the survey? As regards the current situation, it is obvious that there is an imbalance in between the demand for human talent and the offer. We need to stress that the pandemic created this culture of teleworking. And this multiplied the issue because we are not only internally competing, but also externally. As you understand, this has some impacts on the salary inflation. We should be bold enough to say that it is important to consider the needs. We are in a war of talents. This is a very important thing to remember, and we need to not to undermine this. It's very critical. Every company has to see this. This is not only about recruiting. We have two more stages which are very important. Nurturing, developing the employee, and retaining the employees as well. Remaining there and evolving within the company. We, for example, have see continuous training with our personnel, but if we want the newly hired to grow and mature, we need to wait for a long time. So this is another problem that we have to manage. And one last thing, as regards the talent war topic, there was a brain gain program announced last summer, but of course it's good to follow this, understand how it operated, whether it was successful or not, and then see that some things need to change. So these were my first remarks. Mr. Manos. I'm very happy that I am with you in this panel. I believe that both the research and all the discussions until this moment from all our colleagues and speakers confirm what we live through in the Greek market. A very intense demand for resources and a superficial and actual lack of talents. And it is very important to understand what we mean with the word talent. An important thing that we saw with the rise of new different companies in Greece was that all these companies, in order to start, they need to have a core team. So all the executives from other companies were the more experienced ones. IT specialists to move around and create the core teams for the new companies that arise in our industry. I saw the video clip from Synacop Telecom. I worked for them for 7 years in a leading executive position in Intrasoft as well. And there was a secret that we had. And the secret was we have perfect engineers in Greece, perfect IT scientists, but the foreign companies didn't know. So we managed to grow, we along with our people, and here we are now, sending people abroad. What is important is that we see many investments in Greece with many companies. That's the best thing that could happen for Greece, for the country. This creates a move around, rather the IT specialists can move around, and a gap is being created. That's where all the companies start trying to find ways to fill up these gaps and train younger graduates, university graduates, accordingly. I heard the Minister of Education, and they seem to have a lot of ideas from the kindergarten up to the universities with various projects that will help us a lot. I believe that we all agree that we do have universities with many types of programs. We need to leave behind the more theoretical ones and focus on the more practical programs. We have, alone in our company, we have hired more than 600 engineers. We have a whole environment of training environment for them from the moment that they enter our company, and so that we can support our teams the best way that we can. An important comment to make is that indeed the need is huge, but it seems that now we have a plan to bridge this gap. Both ministries, education and labor, seem to have recognized the problem, and they are willing to give a solution. So we'll have teams of people who will work for this. It is very important to have a good contact with you. So that's why we always ask you, is the digitization transformation feasible within the time limits we have? Of course, it's important to do so, but can we do it? Good afternoon. I'm very happy that I'm here. And I would like to thank the organizers who have invited us here. And I'm very happy that I represent small enterprises as well. It is very important to hear the voice of small enterprises in our industry. Indeed, today, this is a very critical topic to see how we can cure the imbalance in between the demand and offer in IT positions. It is important to say that the Ergani labor ministry system that records all professionals confirms the trends that the previous speakers mentioned. So here we are today. To be able to offer solutions to the increased needs of our industry after the COVID pandemic. And of course, due to the digitization initiative for the public sector. The actions that we heard today would be very valuable when at the beginnings of the phenomenon, so that we could be proactive. But nevertheless, it's good that we have a plan now. So let me conclude by saying that we need to be realists. We cannot offer very tangible solutions. We mentioned the RRF, but of course we have a very strict timeline. We have 3 years, which is where we'll have very difficulties to face, many difficulties to face, many projects. And I believe that all actions today, especially in lifelong learning, have to be accelerated. Every company in our industry would like to grow. Maybe not all of them will grow as much as they would wish. And they should, but they should make as many steps as they can in order to cover their vacancies and to adjust their operation model. and produce more with less people. This is an excellent, of course, this would be an excellent outcome. To conclude, let me say that the point is that in the investments panel, for the first time in Greece, we do not discuss where we'll find the money, but where we'll find the people. I will try to be brief because we have a very long day. We need programmers, coders, and I'm so surprised that we still do not offer coding as a basic BA, an academic program. 4 years program with general and specialized coding. This is the major need. Another critical thing is to open a door or even a window for AI. We need a lot of talent there. And of course, as the Deloitte survey showed, project management. This is not a simple thing. It's a very it's very difficult to find good project managers. As you said before, talent is international. We have a lot of vacancies in Europe, as the Digital Europe director said before. 1.5 trillion vacancies. The asset, of course, of those who have left already is very important for the country, but we can also see very major companies coming into Greece in order to take advantage of the Greek HR. What is your view on that? This is a fact, as you said, and I believe that it is a very good fact. The only thing to consider is the timing of this fact. Hopefully, it would be good if we had this maturity level in 2010, when we had so many problems as a country. But of course, the problem emerged now that we, for the first time, have the money to invest. So the issue here, and the major question for many companies, is to have a very good resource that might be used in Greece with a good rate, 120% lower than the rate in Western Europe or the US. Whether this resource will be important to attract specific programs that will be projects will be important for our country, or that will cooperate in some interesting programs abroad. So this is something that we need to do, and we can't do it. SEPE has tried in the past to instill this kind of thinking in the ministry's executives, so that the policies correspond to the market needs, the current market needs, not the needs that the market had 6 or 7 years ago. We need to match the times, the timestamps. But this is necessary. We need to be able to use the best, or at least the equal best, with other countries, as we use them in order to implement the European projects in other European countries. Second, indexation has to be, we need to have forecasts and provide for increased inflation rates. A third thing that we could do in order to guarantee the completion of RRF projects within the time limits that we have is to utilize ready-made solutions so as to decrease the man-months necessary to implement these solutions. For example, we could use already operating systems operating in other countries. Something else regarding the products, if we want to multiply the effect that we want to reach is to create products that will be utilized in Greece and elsewhere in other countries. So if we think about this, project might cost 1,000 euros, and the person might work for 2 months to do it. But maybe you can have a project that you can utilize for many times in many different countries. So this will come back as a profit for the company.
That happen. Indeed, the observatory concept is correct. This action, any other that we are expecting to have, needs to be studied properly earlier and must be guaranteed that their success before having them implemented. Well, the data, the research according to the traditional method, having a specific impact, referring to a specific time period. Well, the point is to have a continuous flow and updated pictures. Speaking about the existing situation and the people employed in our sector, in our industry, could be expanded to others. But anyway, it is necessary that there is an horizontal system having the capacity to collect data relevant to the situation of the market. And I'm referring to Ergani. For each job, it reflects this specialization of the employee, which is a characteristic, a feature that can be isolated in a way to map our industry. To have it effective, it must be delivered correctly. It must be filled in a reliable way. I mean, the system must be filled in. Particularly outside our branch, our sector, we see that officers that are in IT departments, they are described as clerks working in an office. This must be correctly communicated to the companies that must describe correctly, must have correct job profiles filled in the system. And those having access to the information must be very alert and understand what is filled in. They must ask for an update of the platform so that we finally have the correct picture. After having the situation well mapped, well, this must be matched with the needs of the market to identify the gaps and so on and so forth. An IT system which already exists may become in this way a tool collecting all the data, exploring them and exploiting them in a way as to deliver the best result. The Greek public, of course, has a host of systems that are around the core of employment and jobs in Greece. The interoperability of those systems thus becomes the hottest challenge ever. We don't have it anyway. Now we've got horizontal projects with the intention to achieve interoperability in a safe environment, including freelancers, data, different other data of graduates. So having this integrated picture, thanks to the joint assessment of the data, well, we may have an observatory, however, ensuring that we can do it realistically speaking. So let's ensure first its survival and then proceed with implementing it. Of course, we are not going to invent the wheel. The system exists. There are similar systems abroad that could operate as an example proposal. So, Mr. Kamaras. Well, the first one, the coding was referred earlier. This must become a degree. 2 years general, 2 years coding. Second, the graduate of those departments, after completing their study, must be aware that they can have access to the 4th level of education, in other words, some kind of lifelong learning. Until they retire in the technology field, you never graduate. You continue your studies forever. We do that as enterprises, but this must be the entire spirit. And again, third, after the university and before, we need to re-examine how informatics is taught inside schools. This is very important. The most essential being to create this algorithm style inside a way of thinking. This prevails in our lives, so this is how we need to think. Then we'll have more candidates, more graduates, more people prepared to contribute to the business world and the economy. And it is true, and I do confess that personally, we are leaders with excellent IT people in our company. The small startups of 10 people, however, got the best brains. So, I don't know, we need an incubator, something there, how to put it, there we got enormous opportunities, and this is a chance for a country like ours as we did the leapfrogging with the state and the Web 3 which is coming, and there comes the great opportunity. Thus, now it's the opportunity, as it will come sooner or later. It is for us the right time to grasp the advantage. Mr. Manos. Well, I put forward several proposals earlier, but I fully agree with all those proposals. This needs to be the design for the next 5-10 years. I've referred to how we can essentially explore the and leverage the money that we are getting, that the country is getting. Needless to repeat it. This is how the companies shall become competitiveness by adopting new systems which may survive 10, 15 years. Systems do not change every 2 years. Okay, this is very important and urgent for the immediate future. Mr. Sami, for you, the SMEs, this is a battle, the struggle. Indeed, maybe we are more flexible, a bit more flexible, and this is how the situation may appear easier. But if an SME wishes to become larger, well, there's the bet how it can do so, how it may have in place a business plan to lead it ahead. There's no magic recipe. Nobody would claim that all those aren't excellent ideas. They are. The only thing is that all Greek companies must be aware and conscious that they compete in the global market, not in trading terms, but in terms of looking for officers. The culture needs to change, the flexibility we put forward for our workers in a way that they can go in Malta or wherever, and they are trained so as to work fully remotely. And again, essentially, this is how we're going to attract people from other countries of the world. Put the emphasis on synergies. We got the outsourcing, which is greatly diffused in our industry. Many companies had another philosophy. I want my officers, my teams that I do trust in-house. This is how I want us to work. But, well, when there's a ceiling and you can't go beyond, it is revised, this concept, and via synergies, you build different working models because in 2-3 years, it appears that something different will exist so that this gap be covered. Synergies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the discussion. I would like to thank Mr. Kamara, Deputy President of Mano, Mr. Samios, 01 Solutions, alas. The topic anyway shall be discussed again in the day.
Ten minutes break.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop, say happy birthday, travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch, but always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first draft to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when you succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world, freeze it for a second, and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Στην 01 Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προσθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group, με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στον χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance, evolve. Because you don't consider limitations, only boundaries aching to be crossed, rules to be bent, broken. Because innovation means more than just improving on the past. Innovation means seeing something no one else noticed. So you can do something no one else has done and create a future no one could have predicted.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών. Βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών. Ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων. Υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου. Διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά. Με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών, υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης, με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών Enet. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
In today's complex digital world, your business is accelerating faster than ever. More people, more devices, more data, in more places than ever. Every company needs to be prepared to protect every edge, in every space, against every threat, on any cloud. Protect what matters most with Fortinet. Digital security everywhere you need it.
Just as streaming brought the theater to you and online shopping brought the entire store to you, HPE GreenLake brings the cloud to you. Now you can open opportunities with data-first modernization, connecting your data wherever it lives, from edge to cloud. Putting you in control of fast-forwarding your multi-generational IT, so you can grow your business your way. This is Edge to Cloud. This is HPE GreenLake.
Everyone loves the cloud experience, but the reality is about 70% of your apps and data continue to live in your data centers, co-locations, and increasingly at the edge. So what if we told you that you could create your hybrid cloud your way? A unified experience that's open and secure with the HPE GreenLake Edge to Cloud platform. That's data-first modernization. That's HPE GreenLake.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
παραμικρό που για εμάς είναι ένα τίποτα, για αυτήν είναι ένας άθλιος.
Όμως εμείς το είχαμε βάλει σκοπό ότι θα το καταφέρουμε. Και το όραμά μας είναι να κάνει τη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων καλύτερη.
Πραγματικά της δίνει φτερά στην περαιτέρω αποκατάσταση.
Μου αρέσει πολύ επειδή πηγαίνω βόλτες μόνη μου, χωρίς να με βοηθάει η μαμά και να κουράζεται.
Θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Κωνσταντίνα.
Εντάξει, καλό είναι να θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Ορίστε, ήρθα.
Μπράβο.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are Pro Transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are Pro Planet and Pro Community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are Pro Curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Remember thinking, not the impulse following, quick swiping, multitasking things we do these days. We're talking about, like, really thinking, feet up, zoning out, Mozart lighting up your neurons kind of thinking. The kind that leads to new connections between otherwise disconnected things. From breakthroughs and inventions to goosebumps and holy cows. We miss this kind of thinking that made people say, damn, I wish I thought of that. What happened? Somewhere along the way, quick took precedence over quality, done over perfect, and proven over provocative. At ThinkPad, we were born the blank canvas for big thinking. Hell, we even put think in our name. And over the past 30 years, we've seen it get more and more compromised. So this year, as we blow out our candles, we're bringing thinking back. With a wish, we're making a reality. Because if you haven't noticed, the world is in desperate need of new ideas. So let's get thinking again. Let's be original, bold, and badass about it. Let's give it more room to thrive, wherever it strikes. Not just in the office, but on a run or in the shower. We're thinking forward, for tomorrow and beyond, because we didn't come this far to only come this far. We came to see the promise all come true by continuing to do what we were born to do. What's next? Think on and never look back.
The Microsoft Cloud runs in data centers which must be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year, every year. This requires continuous monitoring of the data center's critical infrastructure, including power, cooling, network, cybersecurity, and more. It's all overseen by a Facility Operations Center. The Facility Operations Center checks hundreds of thousands of data points per day, each measuring the data center's operational metrics. Highly trained technicians inspect automated trends, resolving any issues as they arise. And beyond the data centers themselves, Azure AI uses machine learning to review those same data points. AI Ops is moving from reactive to predictive monitoring, so it can better prevent future issues. We also have teams of software engineers around the globe always monitoring our services, and thousands of cybersecurity experts analyzing trillions of threat signals daily. It's important to have constant availability and resiliency for our global infrastructure and cloud services. We continue to invest in and innovate on ever more precise monitoring and a more predictive approach to always be prepared for whatever's next.
So we need to get started, even though some people are still outside, but it's time. So I will call Mr. Theodoros Livanis, the Deputy Minister of Digital Governance, to come to the floor. Thank you very much. The truth is that the time is, difficult, but the conference is truly interesting, and I want to thank the President, the Chairwoman, Mrs. Paparizou, for the invitation and to address almost the entire sector of IT in Greece. And first of all, let me say that the choice of the session today is very topical. Digital governance and what is to come, and therefore I will stay in the spirit of this topic and not talk about what has already been done, but what needs to be done in the coming months. But first of all, we all need to agree on the purpose that digital transformation needs to accomplish in Greece. In my view, digital transformation is not something that we should wish for. It's not a nice-to-have option that came into our lives suddenly. It's not even an opportunity to map procedures and structures that have solidified in Greece and the Greek state since its establishment 200 years ago. So the point is not to digitize bureaucracy, let's say. Digital transformation is a very central political choice. It is truly a progressive policy, not in the traditional terms of the left and the right, but based on the new reality that digital transformation has brought into our lives. And it is essentially based on three axioms. First, everyone are served electronically, serviced with the same manner, the weak, the strong, the left, the right, the government, the opposition, everyone. Through the digitization of services, everyone receives the same kind of service. Second axiom, by enhancing digital transformation, you enhance transparency. There's an end to this direct transaction between the two parties, and therefore there's no more room for the great problem of the new Greek state, the money that you put, that you pay under the table in order to get things done. The third axiom, another great advantage for digital transformation, it gives all the necessary objective tools for continuous improvement of the public sector with a measurable and fair way, so that for the first time we are able to reward the civil servants that are more productive and more effective. And also we provide a nice incentive to increase the performance for everyone. And that's the best way in order to enforce a policy of meritocracy in the public sector. So a rewarding and not punitive procedure. And at the same time, through the existence of data offered by the digital transformation itself, we can identify the most time-consuming procedures so that we can adapt them and change them and streamline them and proceed. So based on what I just told you, we had to face three major problems. The first one, and perhaps the most important one, was the mentality. There was always a resistance to any efforts. There was always resistance in trying to progress with digital transformation. Any step that we were to take, we encountered resistance, either for cases of corruption, of falsification of the system. Perhaps you use someone else's passwords and credentials to get what you want, or about the resistance related to creating a system with two different levels, people that can follow or using the digital services and those who cannot follow, who cannot use them. Well, the answers were quite simple in those two concerns. First of all, we have simple systems, easy to use, that put the citizens on the center as users. And at the same time, we have upgraded the other service channels, the more traditional way, the citizen service centers, so whoever is not familiar with new technologies can use those. Second problem, infrastructure, either public infrastructure or private. And the reason was simple. 10 years of financial crisis, the recession, we defaulted as a country. The banking system defaulted, the one that was to provide solvency to the market. And without those two factors, it was but impossible to have private investments in new technologies. And when I'm talking about, we are talking about 10 years. About when that relates to digital technologies, it equals maybe 50 or 60 years in other sectors. If you can imagine what the condition would be in Greece in the last 50 years we have not made the investments in roads or other systems. That's what happened to us with the period of the recession in relation to digital investments. And at the same time, there was a lack of new scientists. A lot of people left the country looking for a better quality of life, better prospects, an environment that would help them realize their dreams. So specifically in the part related to physical infrastructure, we didn't have the resources, and even if we had the resources, there were no real capacity for implementing change. For example, in telecommunications, there's no public infrastructure there, so private investment is the only way to develop, for example, the fiber optic system. So we have started with such investments, attracted new investments in Greece. We've attracted companies such as Deloitte or Microsoft. And as a result, we get better pay, better salaries. And those investments become an incentive to revert the brain drain. And perhaps starting to see a brain gain. At the same time, when it comes to public investments, we've created new tools, the Recovery Fund, the new NSRF. I'm going to talk to you about that. Well, Mr. Tsakiris, rather, is going to talk to you about that, and Mr. Skalkos. So we use those tools in a number of ways along the public investment plan. For example, providers are going to install fiber optics wherever there is a commercial interest. In Athens, in Patras, in Thessaloniki, perhaps a mountainous or most remote area, perhaps there's no interest for fiber optics, but the ultrafast program has taken the provisions for that, so that we can provide fiber optic services network in areas where there is no private interest. So we also enhance cybersecurity, which is necessary in order to protect the state before all the new threats that are arising. So why did I talk to you? What did I mention all these things? Let us all agree that digital transformation is not simply an option or a secondary need. It should be at the core of any administration, any government. And at least our government, our administration has shown that digital governance is key for it. You know better than everyone what we have already achieved, and it's important to look at the challenges ahead of us. Let us be clear. Yes, we have done a lot in the last 3.5 years, but that is not enough. we're not there yet. As Winston Churchill has said, we're not in the end. This is not even the beginning of the end, but perhaps it is the end of the beginning. And we do not have the conviction that we've completed everything in 3 years and there's nothing more to do. That's not how we feel. So we have taken good steps in order to move away from the past. Let's say that I don't think that Greece has discovered more than democracy. We have also discovered the bureaucracy, I would say, and we have created a system that was uncontrollable. People were asked, people were asked to provide documents, certificates, essentially serving the system. But that was a very real need for us to. The public sector is moving into digital transformation. Citizens, companies respect the time and we respect the time and the money of the citizens and our companies when we do all these things. And of course, we're proceeding with a state that gives true incentives for developing infrastructure, for new entrepreneurship, so that these infrastructures can attract even more investments, especially from the private sector and especially from abroad. So digital transformation is not a policy implemented by one ministry only. I would say that it is precisely the opposite. Digital transformation is a necessary ingredient, component of all ministries, all state structures, even regional or local governments, and of course the central government. Everyone needs to follow along in order to transition to proceed with a digital transformation. And let me give you some examples. National defense, the law enforcement, and the army. We need to enhance our digital protection. That's the new type of warfare anywhere. And we need to make better use of our personnel. For example, the police. Police officers are now serving documents instead of being out there protecting our citizens and visitors. They work as mailmen. So we are going to change that, and all those documents will be digitally served. In health, in the health sector, digital transformation is very important to improve the quality of the services provided, to use new technologies, telemedicine, telediagnostics. These are very necessary for a country such as Greece that has so many mountains and so many islands, so many secluded areas. So we create and activate the patient records to include every piece of information related to the health history of a patient, so that if, for example, someone needs to be transferred to a new hospital in a case of an emergency, all the doctors will get all his information. Digital transformation in education. Of course, we need to provide good connections, high-speed connections for all our schools. We need to train our personnel, our educators. In agricultural development, new technologies that can provide efficiency, can reduce costs. And the most important thing, since we're talking about climate change, we will have fewer needs in terms of resource consumption. In justice, digitization of procedures. That's a very big problem for Greece because we need to expedite the system. We need to digitize everything so that we can, so that decisions are issued in a faster. Tourism, competitiveness. We should not be competing between us. the different islands between them. We need to compete with other countries, with Italy, with Spain, with other countries in the Mediterranean. This is something we need to improve on, and we need to attract the digital nomads, of course, the new reality that we are experiencing, especially after COVID. Tax economy, using tools, digital tools to fight tax evasion. Of course, we need to provide the digital services for the cadastre so that we will have a fair system that protects property ownership. And of course, the core of the public sector, the structure of the state by interconnections between the different authorities, services, ministries, with data sharing rather than exchanging documents. We used to have the need to supply documents from one service to the other. We should not be doing that. Of course, no one can achieve all these things by themselves. There's no state that can do that. So we need the support and the help of the private sector and, of course, the IT sector, a sector that is growing in the last years, and it has further prospects for more growth, and is the vehicle, can be a vehicle for the creation of new well-paid jobs. It's a sector that can be the steam engine for improving the Greek economy, and we rely on you, on the IT sector, for the digital transformation of the country. The vision is there, you can see it. It has started to materialize. There's a lot, of course, to correct, but the next years will be critical. We are going into an election year. We have new milestones, critical targets. We need to use the resources from the Recovery Fund, and we need to continue with this work so that it can become the property of everyone in Greece. And as perhaps the most influential person in IT history has said, Bill Gates, the progress of technology is based on gradual integration in our everyday life so that you do not pay attention to it. It becomes part of your reality. That's what he said. So thank you very much. Bill Gates, the most influential person. Some might disagree. I don't know. So let's continue enhancing the digital transformation of the country. We will continue with Mr. Marios Katsis, a member of the parliament from Syriza and Progressive Alliance. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Chair, Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you that this year too honored me by inviting me to participate in this digital economy forum by CEPE. And I would like to congratulate the organizers and all those supporting the forum. I've known most of them from CEPE when I am invited to represent Syriza. I'll try to be brief and concise. Most were said by our president, Mr. Tsipras, but I wanted to focus on certain topics. Well, the title of this session is Enhancing Digitization of the Country. Country, for me, is the whole, the state, businesses, citizens, and their interaction. Fourth Industrial Revolution that changes everything is already here, and we need to take advantage of it in a safe way. That is, to take the benefits like AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, drones, etc. And on the other hand, to have taken care of checks and balances so as to have digital industry servicing the state. We don't want to enhance the gap, but we don't want a digital totalitarianism that will choke everybody. We don't want to increase imbalances, but have more democratic enhancement for all. Our own plan for the future government. First, we have ahead an opportunity, RRF. And the new NSRF, we have funds until 2027. So we must not waste this opportunity for the interested party. So we want a consensus. We want effectiveness, flexibility, and transparency, and analyze them. Efficiency, because we need to absorb the funds as fast as we can, pay what we have to pay in order to avoid mismanagement, but the ministry here is not doing well. The resources that are directed to digital transformation have specific landmarks. If you don't meet the landmarks, the money is actually returned. And if the money is returned, we need to cover the gap from the balance, state balance, etc. At this point, I actually want to raise awareness among you. We want political change in Syriza because we don't want to miss this great opportunity. 2.0 Greece from RRF to by the 31st of August 2022, 3 months earlier that is, has inflows 37.7 billion and expenditure 2 billion. If we take aside the accounting expenditure, the payments is 0.6 billion. In practice, that means that we have funds of 5.5 billion, but their absorption last year and this year was not achieved. So we need a plan. Flexibility is the second topic. A flexibility in the awarding authorities and policies. We want to renegotiate RRF so as to implement our policy. Nonetheless, projects that are socially sensitive or already contracted will finish without any problems. Third point is transparency. Well-planned, well-designed projects are required that meet their objective, finished on time, and, of course, a fair allocation of funds and not this party of non-transparency. These three pillars are a a national consensus. The state will do its duty, and the policy of Syriza will be concise, and we all need to follow this built mentality. Businesses, on the other hand, have to try their best. They need to invest own capital, and since they will get funds that will be directed to the industry, have better wages, proceed with hirings to avoid brain drain, and I believe that this consensus is a fair deal for everyone. If followed, our country will be successful in the fourth industrial revolution. Before I rest my case, I would like to share with you some tips to enhance digitization. First, the RCT for Growth program needs to be expanded in order to cover more SMEs. Second, CSFC should advance because it is delayed unjustifiably, I dare say, and fiber optics to the school. Ultra-fast broadband, a very important infrastructure project that was tendered during Syriza governance, should finish on time because it will allow our country to move forward. See the central system for document sharing should move forward as well, and cybersecurity should also be enhanced, incorporating niche directive. We have started that, so we need great shocks in local certs and wherever we have infrastructure, digital infrastructure, in order to see how they respond. And digital training is important in order for all of us to move forward. So all of us deserve to share this digital future. And something else. With the IT expert, I heard Mrs. Kerameos saying about the contribution of the Ministry of Education in new technologies, but the rate of people studying in IT schools testifies the contrary, that these schools are not that popular. So I am at your disposal if you have any questions or ideas to share with me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Katzis. So we have two panels. The first one is NSRF and RRF, and I would like to invite Mr. Yannis Tsakiris, Deputy Minister of Development and Investment, responsible for public investment, and Mr. Skalkos, General Secretary of Public Investment and NSRF. Please.
Thank you very much. Let's get started. I think everyone has a lot to do, and we have fallen behind on time, unfortunately. Anyway, I will start with a simple question to both. What is the status quo in terms of projects being funded through the NSRF and the Recovery Fund? Well, we can better discuss about the NSRF. That's what we do. Mr. Skalkos used to work with the Recovery Fund and can give you some information. Yes, I was sure you were going to address that. Now, two things that Mr. Akatsis mentioned before we go into the substance of the matter. The first, about the absorption rate. Right now, the absorbability, the absorption rate with NSRF is about 84%, and we have still one more year ahead of us. Whereas 3.5 years ago, in July of 2019, absorption was at 24%. So, in the programming period 2015-2020, since 2019, we have increased the absorption rate by 60%, and we're talking about actual expenditure. We're talking about not about integrations and stuff like that. That was the first thing. The second is that he talked about simplification. We have made great progress in that regard as well, especially throughout the COVID pandemic. The e-governance, the e-state that was created, and now interested parties can submit their applications online for the NSRF. And we are at a point where we had an open invitation, and already the first beneficiaries were paid. So I think that's important. Now, talking about digital transformation and NSRF, I think Mr. Livanis painted a very nice picture to you, well, a very comprehensive picture about what has to do with the large projects that are ongoing. From our side, we can say that we can have secured funding, at least in relation to projects being integrated in NSRF, and the rest are going to the Recovery Fund. So we have mature projects, we have secure funds, we need to implement them, complete them, and I think we are progressing very well on that part as well. Let me remind you that the new NSRF, where some mature projects of digital transformation are being integrated. It's a different one, a different frame. We have a new operational program that is specific about the digital transformation of the country, that is handled by the Digital Governance Ministry, 980 million euro. We have announced some important projects that are going to be tendered. For example, smart municipalities and other things. Isn't the smart municipalities program already underway? Well, part of it. There are some municipalities that are already working on that, but we're going to include more. In terms of the SMEs, yes. Let's see exactly what is important here. Let's focus on what's important, rather. So, first of all, the invitation will be published, the call will be published in the next days. And I want to say that the NSRF is a tool for development that works with other European financing tools. Let me remind you that just a short while ago, the Recovery Fund had a digital sort of action for digital transformation of SMEs, where the number of employees was 0.01. That was the starting point. We start from 3, not from 9. The pre-notice said about 9, now we're at 3. So business with 3 employees can't be integrated. Let me also remind you that we have the separation criteria. We cannot have 2 financing tools, European ones, that support the same actions. They have to be complementary but not overlap. So the first action has to do with the digital transformation of the SMEs. The initial budget is 300 million euro. We hope there will be demand so that we can increase on that number. The evaluation will not be comparative. It will be by order of as the first application gets served first. So, which means that we will be able to pay the beneficiaries efficiently when they complete the project. They have integrated, and otherwise they they leave the program. Mr. Skalkos, tell us about the parts that you are following. Well, we have some common things between us, but you also have some information from the Recovery Fund. I will give you some numbers, the correct numbers, so I can help you understand a little bit, not only the figures, but the difficulties and the challenges that we have been facing. We are facing many of those. It's a complex market, but right now it seems that the market that is growing, it seems that it cannot support all those resources that we have available. But in terms of the NSRF, in addition to what the Deputy Minister has told you, it's not just the new program, the horizontal program that is designed with and managed by the Digital Governance Ministry, and we also have some digital projects that we have taken over, things that had not made any progress in the past, but are now being accelerated. We have increased payments, we have increased legal commitments, we have increased integrations, and we're talking about projects with a budget more than 700 million euros, so that's important. In terms of the Recovery Fund, perhaps the MP from Syriza has left, but anyway, maybe I didn't get something correctly. I think I have some different information in terms of the numbers. The RRF, I heard something about real payments standing at 0.6 billion, or a little over 600 million. But the fact is that we are now stand at 2.3 billion euro. In terms of payment, we have a completed plan in contrast to other European countries. We are one of the 13 or 14 countries that have submitted and completed the first payment request. We're one of the 6 or 7 countries that have already submitted and approved the second payment request. So our country to date, because of course we're facing difficult and successive milestones, but to date we have managed to accomplish every milestone that we have faced. So if we fail at some point, if we miss one of the milestones, this is not going to fall on the state budget, as we heard. These projects, on the contrary, can be transferred into an SRF that doesn't have these milestones. It has a different set of deadlines, and it can be adapted. So we are absolutely ready to fund those projects from European funds. So anything that you need to do will be transferred, of course. And if the revision allows it in the next years, we will be able to have the transfers in the opposite direction as well. We want this complementarity between the two funding options. Now, about the market, we have the entire sector here. What can the market expect in terms of the new projects? Do you see another big one that the market should be looking forward to? When it comes to NSRF and SMEs, I said that the budget is 300 million. That's going to go up, I believe. In terms of the digital transformation of the public sector, Mr. Livanis has talked about the projects that are also included in the new OP by the Digital Governance Ministry. Of course, there will be some projects in infrastructure. I don't have anything anything else. Mr. Livanis has mentioned everything. Mr. Skalkos, maybe something you want to add? Additional projects than what Mr. Livanis said? No, but well, let me then hear from you which of the projects, of the actions you believe are most important. Well, I don't know if I'm being objective or not here, or subjective or not. I'm going to talk about in terms of the budget. We have the ultra-fast project, which is co-financed by the RRF and by the NSRF. These are the complementarities that we talked about. We have the digital advocate program, which is a mobilization for the citizens to proceed to the next step, take this next step, so the citizens start using the GovGR more. We have the project, Mr. Pitsilis was here, but we have the project for the interconnection of all the state systems, the LFCs, the TaxNet, that will make our lives easier, everyone's life easier, citizens and civil servants as well. This, for example, in our NSRF part, we know that the systems are being interconnected, and we know that the information that has to be entered by beneficiaries are drawn directly from the system. That's an additional service that is going to be available until year end. So citizens will no longer have to supply the information. The state can retrieve it through the system. What do you think are the most important actions? Well, I have a different way of looking at things. I believe that all actions are part of a very important, iconic puzzle that has to do with our country. The government ERP, of course, is important so that the entire system can work well and with the interconnections that it needs. But at the other side, the ultra-fast broadband is also important. It's something that we need in order to serve the entire system. So for me, none of the projects is iconic by itself. The entire picture of the transformation is iconic, what we're trying to do for the country. Thank you very much for your time. I think the discussion was interesting, and hopefully there will be a lot more to discuss in the next months. Thank you very much.
The Microsoft Cloud runs in data centers which must be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year, every year. This requires continuous monitoring of the data center's critical infrastructure, including power, cooling, network, cybersecurity, and more. It's all overseen by a Facility Operations Center. The Facility Operations Center checks hundreds of thousands of data points per day, each measuring the data center's operational metrics. Highly trained technicians inspect automated trends, resolving any issues as they arise. And beyond the data centers themselves, Azure AI uses machine learning to review those same data points. AI Ops is moving from reactive to predictive monitoring, so it can better prevent future issues. We also have teams of software engineers around the globe always monitoring our services, and thousands of cybersecurity experts analyzing trillions of threat signals daily. It's important to have constant availability and resiliency for our global infrastructure and cloud services. We continue to invest in and innovate on ever more precise monitoring and a more predictive approach to always be prepared for whatever's next.
So let's move on with our next panel. It's going to be a large one, as you may understood from the number of chairs here on the stage. And I'm going to call now Mr. Stavros Astenidis, the CEO of Society of Information SA. You need your microphone. Then come to the stage. Mr. Dimitris Daphnis, Chairman and CEO of Cosmos Business Systems. Mr. Aristodimos Thomopoulos. You can see your names and take your seats. The Vice Chairman of the Board and Partner of Diadikasia Business Consulting. Mr. Michalis Kassimiotis, CEO of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Greece and Cyprus. Mr. Yannis Loumakis, the Chairman and CEO of Unisystems. Dr. Ioannis Madzanis, CEO of Space Hellas. Mr. Spiros Poulidas, Chairman and CEO of IBM Hellas and Cyprus. And Mr. Panos Xenakis, the Director of Sales of the Public Sector at Byte.
So, can you hear me? Yes, I think that you can. Okay. Let's start. Mr. Astenidis, what I want to ask you is, can you give us a picture of the project underway by Information Society SA? Mr. Livanis has said everything, so I have nothing to add. Well, what are the most iconic one in the last 3 years? With the data collected from the Information Society, we have run 152 tenders. 109 are open, international one. And the budget for all of those, 1,500,000,000 plus. 152 projects and 1.5 billion. Okay. If you add up or go back the digital convergence in the previous programming period, do you remember how much was it? 900 million. And now we are 1.5 billion in 3 years. And since you have asked me what it is to come in 2023, we will have 1+ billion in 2023. 50 tenders ready that will run in 2023. And of course, I don't add up the state financing action for SMEs. It was mentioned earlier. Vouchers, for the vouchers we have 70,000 applications. So we're talking about 100+ million. And of course, we have digital tools program. It's not ICT for Growth, though, which is 100 million for SMEs in order to develop their digital tools and services. Do we have anything else? Well, we have a lot, but let me stop here and allow the others to say something. Mr. Thomopoulos and Mr. Loumakis, if this process, as it evolves, is it such that will allow us to meet the objectives and finance all these projects provided for funding from the Recovery Fund? We have an implementation pace which is quite satisfactory. The project, nonetheless, is complex. New digital tools are here to service the strategy of the country. We have more than 400 IT projects to implement in the next years. We have additional ones. We have a lot ahead. Mr. Astenidis mentioned just a few. Okay, we do have a national strategy, and we provide for a lot of projects. Well, we are not in the implementation phase yet, but in between, we have made a lot of effort from individuals, companies, etc., in order to have this main project, in order to tender them and implement them as soon as possible. It is a complex project, and taking into consideration that at this phase we have a lot of financing tool, NSRF, RRF, etc., all of them brand new with new regulations and procedures, which means that for a public sector a lot of administrative effort and familiarization of the servants in order to deal with all these requirements. I think we have done the best we could. Figures are quite eloquent from my experience. In the company, what we do, we try to measure the implementation times, not financing to be more precise, and administration. The times we measure, well, are quite fast. We can make, nonetheless, some interventions in order to have better management. If we had all the financing agencies under an umbrella or a single agency, that would help all the other agencies to finance the projects. The management part should leave the agencies and have an umbrella responsible for that. The practice of milestones should be incorporated in the management, and of course with assessment and rewarding the agencies involved. Mr. Lumakis, are we on time? I believe that we have good and bad news. Thank God there are projects, but at the same time we see that the IT companies are very serious with dealing with the project. We don't have any objections, claims, etc. I believe that the whole process still is lagging behind. From the moment we have a tender, I don't talk about the consultation phase, until we have the first reimbursement, it takes time for Unisystem. Thank God we have taken some projects in 2022, but in this year, from RRF, in our results, we haven't included a euro, not a single euro. So there are projects, there is money, but we are somewhere lost in translation. But since we have the next one, the executive contracts, that also adds to the delay, because there are a lot of procedures. Generally speaking, even though there are projects and the market is quite serious, we don't have the absorption of funds we should have had. Implementations will start in 2023 for our projects at least, but on whether all companies, IT companies, will be able to fulfill these projects, it's a bet. We have seen the Deloitte's estimates. So from the study, you saw that we miss 50% of the dynamics required. So this is the stake for us. A second problem, though, is that because of the crisis, the financial conditions has changed. Inflation, increase of interest rates, these are things that need to be taken into consideration by the state that had other regulations in the past. Things are not like that any longer. The state should see how the new contracts will include adjustment of prices to cover the new conditions in the market. Mr. Merjanis, Xenakis, and Daphnis. Based on what Mr. Lumakis has said, we see that in many projects there is just one bid. Just one. Why is this the case? Is this the best solution in order to advance the project? Mr. Merjanis first. Good afternoon. I don't think there is only one bid. Well, usually the more the projects are tendered simultaneously, there will be less tenders given the IT companies in Greece. But what we see today is that less tenders have to do with the procedure assessment is faster and there are no objections. The tender is there, and because of RRF, we have people with a lot of appetite for these projects, and IT needs to be very careful because as we have the experience of all these years, we had difficulties all in the past, so we need to have depth. You cannot be part of IT without having a vision and know well what to do, because it is an industry which requires a lot of serious dedication of the people, of the companies, and the families of those people, because they suffer a lot. So less bids, it's something temporary, I believe. I think that it is to the benefit of the project to participate all those who can participate. Because if you are an IT company, it doesn't mean that you can meet the requirements of all tenders. Let me take a step back and remind principles and periods when the tenders issued were few. As a result, you are right. The question is what we have mentioned earlier. We have less objections. Yes, you're right. When we had too few tenders, all the companies were invited to participate in the tenders. A lot of participation. And because we are very meticulous and cautious as companies, we had problems and a lot of legal procedures that delayed the process. Well, you said you were meticulous. I like the way you think. Yes, because this is our object, today in RRF and the new NSRF, things are totally different. We have a lot of projects. We have more than 250 projects in 2022 alone. Tens of them are complex and quite expensive. So all the industry companies that are serious and want to be involved in these projects need to be very cautious and careful. All companies in the sector understand that the safe vehicle to participate in these high budget projects is via alliances. What do we achieve via synergies and alliances? Better offers, and of course we have more guarantees to fulfill the projects when we get the contract. Additionally, in order to participate in these projects, you need to have specialized technical teams, which is not available nowadays for all companies. And of course, because these projects last for long, and it's not sure at which part of the program we will be paid, there are delayed. So behind the participating companies and associations should be a lot of money. We take into consideration all these parameters before we submit our bid. So we suggest alliances in order to have better results. And at international level, businesses are based on synergies and cooperation. The time where everybody did everything is long gone. This is positive, and especially nowadays that all digital transformation projects run at the same time and are very fast. Mr. Daphnis. Good afternoon, everyone. A main reason to participate or not participate in a tender are the minimum requirements. So the awarding authority that announces a project is responsible for everything. It can determine the participants in a way. This is my approach. The second thing is, and Mr. Xenakis has mentioned it, has to do with the financing. The tender projects are 10 or 15 times bigger than the projects we had in the past. In the period 2020, we had less projects announced. The average budget for each project was 2 to 3 million. Now we are talking about projects of 10, 20, 100 million euros. So because of these sizes, the number of participants is quite limited. Well, taking this into consideration and given the requirements and the cut we had for 2025, we will have an extension of 2 years because of the pandemic and other issues. So we will have something that will allow us to do things better. So we have a lot of tenders together. There will be 300 projects from all spectrum of the RRF. More or less, this is a huge number of projects, but the market is quite limited with regard to resources. To explain, there are projects that there are labor intensive. We want project managers there. grid technicians, etc., and labor or know-how intensive that need manpower. The Greek market does not have at the degree it should. And since I have heard about the minimum requirement, yes, these projects are not executed by someone who is a random petitioner or bidder. They are implemented by people that are well-trained, talented, that can write code, and they are dedicated. They are committed to what they do. What I mean, in other words, is this is one parameter. Something else, I want to add, what I say is the following. In order for the projects to advance, we have some positive trends. Well, we want to have political will. We have elections ahead. So this is something we all keep at the back of our minds. Second requirement is to have money. Right now, there is a lot of money, and the market is not accustomed to such. We need to have manpower. And last, most important, is the procedures, as mentioned by colleagues, that the state has in order to run the procedures should be such so as not to be to the detriment of the contractors, but to keep a balance. Mr. Poulidas?
What is your view in relation to how the project tenders are progressing now, and what do you think could change? Well, there is no doubt we have made some progress. We have taken great steps with regard to tendering projects and contracting projects. There's also a sense that Greece has better performance than other European countries that are more or less managing similar projects from the European funds. So the general response is that, yes, we have made some progress. We have accelerated and intensified our efforts. And in this regard, the national bodies for managing and accepting the projects have assisted, and some associations such as SEPE. We have done a lot of work in cooperation with different institutions in order to achieve these results. And we also work closely with the private companies. There's a plan, projects are being tendered, and it's almost a given that many companies from the sector will going to participate in that. Of course, the different organizations that are part of the sector have taken on a great deal of burden, and that's understandable. On the other side, these projects have a very specific timeline for their implementation. Their funding, financing should be completed within a specific time. So these are difficult, complex projects with very extended implementation times. On the other side, the private sector has to make its own effort to ensure the necessary resources and skills so that the projects can be executed. And another thing that I want to stress is that even those procedures for integrating new projects or monitoring the implementation or getting the funds, all these procedures take time. So despite the great effort being made and the great acceleration we have achieved, we need to be even more alert. And let me just say a couple of things. related to the design of the projects, which is important if we want to have successful projects. Projects should not be over-engineered. They should not have requirements from institutions that don't have the maturity to absorb them. They should not be absorbed by such institutions. So the projects have to be designed in a way that the bodies that are accepting them will be able to handle them. At the same time, they cannot be under-designed, and that has to do with their budget and all their particularities. But especially in relation to the budget, projects have to be designed in a way that their effectiveness is not at stake. Yes, Mr. Kassimiotis. I don't have a lot to add. Well, you always have something to say. That's why I left you to be the last one. Just let me pick up on what Spiro said and say that we need to pay perhaps a little bit more attention to the infrastructure that designs and manages, execute the projects. So we need to prioritize perhaps enhancing, on the one hand, the society of information in terms of the personnel that will help those institutions manage all those programs, projects, and of course all the other structures that do the same. You know that I have more or less tend to repeat that we need to make other changes in how projects are tendered, and perhaps the most important thing is that we need to start using some new tools. For example, we have seen the cloud, the project about the cloud. It's something that is ready to be tendered, something that a few years ago was unimaginable. But we can use that same logic for other projects as well. So specifications were something that we had to respect 1,000% in the past, but now perhaps we can have a different approach. We can describe what we want and give the integrator the ground, the room to design something that will provide a solution, and let's not stick to all the details, all the specifications. That's of no use. Another example that I think all multinational companies can help with, we can give examples, best practices, for example, from other countries. We have people working for us that have experience from projects abroad. In Portugal, for example, I have some colleagues of mine that have experience from there. So we see there are corridors through which the experience of the sector can be shared. That will help us deliver more. That will help us deliver projects in a much more efficient way. So, Mr. Astenidis, the question is, are we going to make it? We have a goal set by the European Union. Are we going to be able to complete the projects? What's the goal for 2025? The goal is to have everything tendered and start implementing projects. Are we going to make it? No. What do we need to change in order to make it? I accept your decision. It's better to say that than it's better to say, to be honest about it. The truth is that it was an extremely difficult target and goal. What can we do to achieve it? There's a lot to be done at the same time, and we need to work very closely together, the private sector and the state, with its institutions, it's everyone. We in Society of Information have the RRF breathing down our necks with the milestones that are there, with all the things that we need to accomplish so that we can proceed, and we can proceed with payments as well from the Recovery Fund. Mr. Skylakakis is on top of the project to a degree that I would say we will be have to sleep together. We're working so closely. But unfortunately, the timelines are very, very strict. I would say that the milestones were rather optimistic when they were set, because quite often when we put something on paper, we do not really consider what is hiding behind. Perhaps there's a process, a contracting process, that takes a year and a half. Well, is there something that we can do? Is there something concrete that you can do, or it's just you're doing your best? We are doing our best. We have submitted some proposals. Some were accepted, some not. In a recent meeting with the Deputy Minister of Finance, we discussed a few things, and these are now being processed to see how we can accelerate the contracting the projects and implementing them. Yes, because you only do one part. You only do the contracting. No, we also do the contracting, and then we also monitor the implementation. And there's someone that needs to actually do the implementation. Yes, if you leave everything unmonitored, then it's not going to be successful, obviously. Our role is mostly in terms of supervising, monitoring that the contractors are doing things on time. And I have some concerns about that. It's like we said before, a lot of time we need resources that right now the market, the IT market in Greece does not have. This is why the companies in the sector have to be more flexible. Perhaps there have to be some synergies. That's a very nice way to continue the discussion. I want to ask you now about the personnel and the lack of personnel. We saw the results from Deloitte, the survey, and we now more or less know how many people we need. So how much of a problem is the lack of personnel, and how much does it affect this entire business with the projects? I think it's a very, very important thing. It's something that we discussed about last year as well. It's a problem that has arisen in the last 2 years to an important extent, says Mr. Daphnis. You remember in the previous years we were talking about not having projects. Now we're at the other extreme. We have so many projects and do not have the resources to implement them. We don't have, and the problem is not the companies. We have the companies, but we don't have the people, because through synergies, as we heard about, because we're talking about a period, this is if we look at it as a curve, it's a curve that is increasing exponentially, and it's going to drop down. The Greek market does not create needs for project needs valued at 10 billion, right? So it's something that's right now. It's a very a problem of today. In this case, it becomes even worse because we also have important competition, let's say, due to remote work as well. So multinational companies that, okay, we want them to come to Greece and invest in Greece, but these are companies that are active outside of Greece. And they hire engineers with better salaries than the Greek market can offer. So essentially the problem is that right now companies are called to implement those projects. The time to implement them will be a lot longer than what has been provisioned. And what we need to have is a platform that will look at the entire life cycle of a project from the start that the project is designed, then tendered, then implemented, then paid. That's another project, yet another project that has to be tendered and implemented. We have that. Yes, we do. and we have also KPIs on that platform. So then I would say it will take 500 to 700 days for a project. So this range of time, I think, is close to 700 days. We'll ask the same question to Mr. Xydakis. Dimos has already taken on this project, so he can tell us, Mr. Xydakis. It's obvious that the lack of human resources is a problem. We are still experiencing the problems of the brain drain, which means that now the need for personnel is much higher than what we can offer. A solution for that, something that we have implemented as companies, is synergies in order to implement those projects. Other than that, there could be other actions. For example, to connect the educational system to the market, that's something that's time-consuming. It's not going to bring results immediately, but we, the companies in the sector, can take some initiative and try to specialize and train the existing scientific personnel. And I'd like to mention that especially the multinationals that are active in the Greek market, and very successfully so, they have very specialized and very sophisticated training programs that, of course, I know that they are using, and they should be using even more and introduce them in the Greek market so that we can have more direct results. And when you talk about multinationals, you also include IBM, HP, for example, of course, and also the companies that are working on cloud solutions, such as Microsoft. No, I'm just ask the question because I will have them later on in the panel, and I want to ask the question to them. Mr. Thomopoulos wants to add something. I was going to ask you anyway what needs to be done. So, first of all, right now, even if we wanted to tender 440 or 450 million euro projects, we couldn't do it. There are other projects that need to go first that have to do with infrastructure. So, of course, we have selected some strategic large projects that are very important. It's the basis for doing anything else. So the first set of projects has to do with the infrastructure. And then what is important right now is not to lose the momentum that we have created. Very important. And when it comes to the times that we are measuring, they are rather good. Another important thing about the indicators that Mr. Daphnis mentioned, it's something that we need to implement not only with Mr. Stanidis, it's something, Stanidis, we need to visualize all the Biblos projects. What do you mean by visualizing? We need to visualize where they stand, where those projects stand, all of them. Of course, all the projects from the book, from the national book. And we need to take it step by step. It's something that we need to institutionalize. It's something that can become an incentive for performance. If someone can handle hundreds of projects, then they need to be rewarded. At the same time, that will create a sense of accountability for all parties involved and those financing the projects, funding them. So this is the situation. This tool is easy to be designed and structured, and it can give us the full picture for the digital transformation of the country. including some individual milestones. That would be a very real and parallel transformation. Very interesting. Now, Mr. Kasimiotis, what else can we do in order to accelerate things? I think that I will just repeat what I said before. I think that right now, because this is very, very large project ahead of us, we need to push really hard in order to be able to be successful. We should be able to accept the fact that we're missing some things right now. We've already talked about some of them as a new mentality here in terms of how a new logic in terms of how we tender projects. We need to attract personnel that have experience in similar projects from abroad. Are you going to do that? Are you going to import, let's say, best practices from other countries? Yes, it's something that we are already doing. For example, we use practices and information from Portugal. I keep going back to that example because we have a lot of similarities between the two countries. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Another point. Right now in Europe, because of the digital revolution, because this is not taking place solely in Greece, it's all over the world. And in Europe specifically, we have many policies that are being created that will be the basis for the future. How connected, how are we connected with everything that is happening throughout Europe? For example, the GAIX initiative is something that we have not touched on in Greece. The GAIX initiative that has to do with data severity. These are things that we have not worked on and things that could help us, give us another perspective in how we can have this interconnection between the economy and the digital transformation. So that's yet another dimension added. Mr. Poulidas. I don't want to repeat everything that has already been said, but it's clear that synergies between companies that bid for projects and win those projects is a must. We have to use the entire ecosystem. Companies need to complement, to supplement the services that they are missing or the skills that they are missing. And that at least partly answers the question as to why we have so few bidders in the tenders. We have many companies working together in order to bid for a project. And these synergies are absolutely necessary for timely execution of the projects. One thing I want to note is that right now, international companies working in Greece, multinationals, already have abroad specialization centers with very wide fields of knowledge related to the needs of those projects in Greece. The deficiency in Greece for specialized engineers, IT engineers, is not something that we are going to resolve in the short term. It's not something that you can press a button and solve it. So the use of such specialization centers that are already available in many countries abroad, to the degree that they can help us implement our projects faster, could be a short-term solution, given that we will not be able to address the problem of the deficiency in IT engineers. We are missing quite a few thousand specialized engineers right now. Another point that could help, perhaps, is the involvement of technical consultants and project managers from the private sector in order to provide assistance to the bodies that take on the projects, in order to help them in accepting the projects and help them also to use any change management procedures that are required. So I think what we need to keep is the need for synergies and using all the advantages that international, multinational companies can offer. Another point here that has to do with human resources is where are those technical consultants find the personnel? So there's another cycle here. Now, I want to ask Mr. Magenis and Mr. Makis a comment. All these things that are now taking place, do you think that Greek IT companies are changing levels? They are becoming better? Mr. Demakis. First of all, let me say that our company in the last 10 years is active abroad, is doing a lot of business. More than 50% of our turnover comes from abroad, which means that we have entered a market that has given us tremendous experience in many new things. Now, discussing what's happening in Greece, especially the RRF projects, are projects that in some cases need very specialized know-how and experiences. We are talking about cyber-related projects, projects that have to do with analytics, projects with a cloud-first mentality, which means that the companies that are going to work with implementing those projects in the next years will, of course, gain a great deal of technical know-how, both in the part that has to do with the technologies that will be operated and with the part of managing those projects. We're talking about large-scale projects that requires completely different project management techniques, completely different quality control procedures. So through working with those RRF projects, the IT companies in Greece are truly going to be upgraded. Mr. Mentzanis, let me add that it depends. The upgrade has many levels, but companies have to be aware of, have to know what they want to become eventually. If we look at it historically, the last 20 years, if we look at the development of the IT market in Greece, we would note that our sector has gone through many violent adaptations. If you recall some periods, a period of time before the Olympic Games, there was a lot of work to be done in terms of digital transformation infrastructure. After the Olympic Games, everything crashed. Then there was another period at the end of the programming periods. Then we had the pre-recession and after-recession period. Now we are before it's the period before the RRF. That did not help a lot with how companies could grow and develop, even though some were able to actually grow and change and develop. But for me, the point is being able to use all the lessons and all the experience you gain from each project, because in the future, the Greek IT companies that will have grown will also need to do business abroad, will also need to have them turn outwards in order to continue to grow. And of course, they should have the opportunity, something that should start today, meaning that in order to achieve an upgrade that will last long term, we need to look at the day after as well, so that in the day after we will be able to have people, we will be able to revert the brain drain, and of course we will be able to complete the projects and get paid for them. Well, thank you very much. I think we are running behind on time again. So thank you for this interesting discussion. And thank you to everyone in the room with us. We will be starting with our next session right after.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μία νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη, όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους. Όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα, για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
Let's continue after the short break Next session, digitizing the state. And Spiros Poulidas, General Secretary of the BOD of SEPE, he will be the coordinator. Leonidas Christopoulos won't be with us, unfortunately. So we have Mr. Demosthenis Anagnostopoulos, General Secretary of IT System of Public Administration, Mrs. Niki Tsuma, Chair of the BOD and CEO of IDICA, and Γιώργος Πιτσιλής, διοικητής ΑΔΕ. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank our speakers in the panel. And since we have exceeded our time, I will go straight to the first question. The question is, at what degree you believe digitization of the state has advanced? And just a short comment from each. What is the most important actions in your sector? Mr. Anagnostopoulos, good afternoon. Without talking a lot, I would say that we have advanced with the state digitization. But this is not a one-way street, because it's something that is done globally, and in international competition others also advance. The most important, nonetheless, is the way of offering these services is different. You might remember in the past, because not all of us are young in the room, there was one person with a file in front of a public servant that was replaced by sending some documents, but the present situation is that all citizens and businesses apply to the state to tell it what they want, and the state finds the rest. Interoperability. 1 billion digital transaction we will have this year alone. It's not only the figure which is interesting, but most of them are transactions that the state finds what is needed to offer its services to the citizens. So the citizens just declare their will, and the state does the rest. This is the biggest achievement of interoperability. We have open access to all digital systems, and as a country, we are better in the international competition, in international conferences. What is discussed is that we are not just in a cloud era, but how to take advantage of that private cloud and public cloud. That is the big change. That allows us to have new options we didn't have in the past. Not only us, but all advanced countries. That is what we have achieved. And the last proof of what we have discussed is the use of wallets. Wallet is not different. It doesn't make the difference because the citizens have something in their mobile phone, but the concession of the citizens, which allows us to have a transfer of data that concerns a control, but in real time we have the approval of the citizen and the agency that demands it. Thank you, Mr. Anagnostopoulos. Interoperability is, of course, one of the biggest achievements. So, Mrs. Tsuma. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it is a common ground that it's not only steps we have taken lately, but leaps. And we are all aware of what is happening. The issue is not just for us to know, representatives of IT from private or public sector. What is acceptable by all is what is accepted by the citizens. Citizens know that have reliable e-services, and these services are in their mobile, are at hand, and this is proof that in the past we had some people with files, and today we have citizens with a mobile phone. IDICA, which is e-governance of social security, is active in social security, in welfare and health. In these sectors, because of the special conditions of the last 3 years, we participated, we were partners, we were ahead in certain projects for e-servicing of citizens. So, in supporting e-EFCA, for the respective services implemented already, we are there to support because all social security systems are under this umbrella. In welfare, all benefits IDICA, on behalf of OPECA, supports with its IT systems. In all these benefits, everything is done electronically, application, processing, interoperability for the different criteria operate so as citizens do not have to transfer documents from the tax office, the Ministry of Interior, etc. Or everything is done electronically by the system. And last but not least, we are very proud for our participation in the e-health systems. Either these were used to deal with the pandemic, vaccination, for example, or the registry of COVID patients, etc., management of self-tests. For 3 years, via pharmacies, we had this system. The e-prescription, digital certificates and digital documents by doctors available. And, in the past, we talked about citizens' data, and now they are available to all citizens with a touch. So the country is at that state that can export know-how and not always get good practices. Our country in digital reform is a pioneer and can show good examples. My health application has been awarded with a global prize for innovative application in e-health. So we can be optimistic and feel equal to other countries when in the past we were supposed to learn from them. Now they are learning from us. Mrs. Tsuma, thank you very much. It is clear that what you have done in Edika has been communicated at a very difficult period for us during the pandemic. Mr. Pitsilis, your sector is important with regard to public revenues. So, thank you for the invitation. We, in the last 3 years, feel that we are a digital working site. A lot has been done and a lot is underway. Let's start with my data. The biggest digital project connecting businesses to the state. It started during the pandemic. It has 1,130,000 businesses. We have 940 billion of documents transferred to our agency. Quite soon we will reach 1 trillion. 3 weeks ago, we have started the VIT processing with regard to the revenues already declared, and quite soon we will have the pre-process ready for the tax returns. That was quite important for all. It allowed us to produce know-how locally in a sector when in the years to come will be a European sector. E-invoicing will be the rule in a few years, and now we are pioneers. When I showed at a trip to the United States to my counterpart what we have done, he was surprised by what we have done, comparing my data and the rest. And of course, the Secretariat General of IT needs to be mentioned here and praised for their contribution to this. The database now is more efficient, effective, and faster. My property for asset transferred in 2022, only 200,000 transactions involving real estate has taken place, and 300 million of taxes have been electronically paid. The car annual car fees also are now electronically processed. My ADE also, which replaces TaxisNet, a platform for requests. We have received more than 3,000 questions since its inauguration, and we have serviced more than 300,000 appointments that were booked electronically. There is progress, but progress exponentially grows appetite for more digitization. What can we expect in the near future? You talked about applications, operabilities, etc. Something important in the near future? There has a big part in the recovery fund, the new taxes, the new tax system, the IT on customs, upgrading of the taxpayers' servicing, a quite important digital project in order to offer services to taxpayers. We can always have a video call in order to offer these services. And a very interesting project where the local business community will play an important role. And invoicing also. E-invoicing is important. And at the end of 2023, we will have industries that will have e-transportation documents issued, and we have taken steps forward to meet the needs of the citizens. For example, issuing tax codes. In order for someone to issue a VAT number, we have simplified the process. It is electronically, and we have also digitized tax returns, payments, etc. Of course, we have done what we have done, and now citizens expect more to take place, saying that since you have done all these things, why don't you do that? Yes, appetite is quite increased.
Something new from Medica, of course. We are at the stage where we need to develop further and modernize our next steps. We have two dimensions here: modernization of infrastructure, so that we can use those modern infrastructure, use interoperability, and use synergies and cooperations with other bodies to provide complex and more customized services to our citizens. That means that in our immediate plans, we have included the modernization of the data center in cooperation with the General Secretariat of IT Systems, the use of the H-Cloud by DICA in relation to the data from the health sector and the systems from the health sector. At the level of the systems, the complex systems of the RRF, this is where we are planning either to continue or to improve and to continue to develop services to create the electronic file, the electronic patient record. Essentially, we are looking for a continuous improvement and continuous addition of data, health data, primary data, wherever these are created in the individual patient record. Another important action in cooperation between the ministries is the modernization of all systems for secondary healthcare in Greece, where we are also designing infrastructure and systems, and we are after a normalization, let's say, of the level of the IT system in every hospital in the country so that we can actually progress to interfunctionalities, interoperability, and common use of data so that citizens can be served and helped independent of the hospital where they're at. And our third important action at the level of the RRF and the horizontal corporations is the modernization of the AMCA registry, one of the 3 or 4 main registries of the Greek governance, and which need to become one single. We need to use this one single unit so that citizens can be identified either through the AMCA or through the ID card number or through the social security number, let's say. So do you think we are closer to limiting red tape with all those reforms that you're discussing? Well, if you look at the optimism levels at these conferences, it's a completely different story. And it's good to look at the prospects and talk about things that have been accomplished and not just about the things that we want to be doing. Now, interoperability between people and institutions, something that we have already accomplished with a number of agencies such as IDICA. It's very important to work together and accomplish things together. It's not an easy feat, but we are working, all of us together, in order to accomplish things for the common good. People are talking about the cloud, for example. It's something that we need to look at. People are also talking about data, more data, and I'm talking about everywhere in the world. Everyone talks about data. Data in itself is not important. It's important to know how to use it, and it's an international discussion. Considering the restrictions stemming from the GDPR and also considering the future dynamics. Data is something that we have worked a lot over during the last years, and we were able, for example, to improve the quality of our data. We double registrations, it's something that we were able to eliminate, so there's no overlapping. That has helped us improve our results, our common results, and especially, for example, the results we had with the vaccination project. Also, we were able to provide services such as having parents make appointments, book appointments for their children. That was not easy to do in the past, but now we're able to do it. And we are very happy. It's not exactly a service. It's part of the basis of the basic things that we need, and it's very important. Also, infrastructure. We need telecommunication infrastructure. We need better systems in order to be able to have everything function correctly. Because if we have performance issues and we build our applications on unstable basis, that's going to create problems in the future. Also, the cloud. We need to use common resources to achieve that. Another direction is security. We're talking more and more about secure, safe transactions. Bank transactions is one thing. We want to do the same thing with state. We have communication and transactions through OTP. We want to increase the safety, the security of those transactions from the mobile phone of our citizens. We need to have 2 levels of security. We are proceeding with actions such as the ERP, which is very important. We have the single salary, single payroll service, where all the information for any employee will go there, irrespective of where that employee, that civil servant, works. We also talked about the transportation documents, about electronic invoices, so that we can be actual pioneers and be able to have documents, invoices, receipts being sent electronically. And in order to provide traceability, in order to provide the possibility to track orders or shipments. Citizen identification, identification of citizens with digital appointments. We have given a number of services, we have made a number of services available through this digital path. We have booked many appointments, and we can also give more opportunities for digital identification to our customers. In the public sector, we, alongside with you, were able to have those systems and telecommunication lines operate in order to do remote work. But we need to consider the number of people that we attract. We need to increase that number in order to be able to use our systems effectively. We need to improve the quality of our data. We need to achieve new measures of public administration so that, as I said before, we can improve the quality of our data. And in terms of the governance issues and data classification, we need to improve the services that we provide in order to use the infrastructure that we have in the best way possible. Thank you, Mr. Anagnostopoulos. It's clear that we have a lot of actions that are composing this reform endeavor, the digital transformation of the public sector. I assume that you can give me a yes or a no answer. I assume that you have support for the personnel of the public sector in this entire endeavor. Is that correct? Yes, of course, the existing personnel is supporting it with all its powers, and we would like to actually upgrade the skills of the people in the public sector so that we can attract even more people. The competition from the private sector in our country is very significant because the private sector pays better, and it's something that should not be the case. You need to keep the right people with you. You need to retain your personnel, and you need to have young people with you. These are the people that will support the reforms in the future. Thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if there's something you want to add, Ms. Spitsilli. Yes, when it comes to human resources, let us not forget that Mr. Anagnostopoulos and Mr. Spitsilli, to a great extent, there are two categories, let's say. The human resources from our own organizations are IT people, which means that they have a different perspective of things. These are the people that create the systems which the rest of their colleagues in the ministries are going to use. So the second dimension here, where all the rest of our colleagues that are using the services that we provide, is exactly a sample of our society. The older they are, the less specialized they are, or the less familiar they are with all those new tools, the more they are, well, not against, but they are more hesitant to use them. They have difficulties in adapting to them. But that's a problem, a common problem for the public sector employees, that we need to attract new blood, new talent in general in public administration, younger people with new views and ideas in related to using technology in their everyday work. And, of course, the IT employees that work to provide those services. We must take care of them because they are but few, and they have supported many, many things that we have done in the last years. We have people developing applications and people who use applications, quite simply, in the public sector or in the private sector. We have a team of 450 people in ADE that develops applications, whether they are developers or business analysts. It's a comparatively large group, but rather small for the needs of a very modern organization. We have 11,000 people in our personnel. The IT group should be about 8 to 10% of that. That's the international standard. That's where we need to be at. So this team has successfully accomplished a lot. We have done a lot of things in-house. My business support, a project of 9 billion was completed in-house, and it's important to support this team. Because indeed, it is a big problem to recruit the right personnel. There's a great deal of competition from the private sector, and that's not just a Greek problem, it's an international problem. So this team needs infrastructure. We have done a lot of work, and I can say that we have 10,500 new desktops. If you can imagine, we have desktops dating from the Olympic Games. We were able to purchase 5,000 laptops throughout the COVID crisis. We work closely with Mr. Anagnostopoulos so that everything that we create can actually be put into practice. Other than that, there's a challenge for the users of our systems to be more familiar, the users that are part of our personnel as well. There's a lot of effort being made in that direction. I coordinate the whole thing, and I always stress the fact that applications are not created because of the legal requirements. They are created for the users, so they need to be user-friendly. This is the way to move forward. Thank you very much. Human resources is a challenge, indeed. Thank you for being here. I think we had a very nice discussion. And let us proceed with the next panel. Thank you.
Round and round. The Earth is spinning. The world is changing. Everything is interconnected in a chain of stories. The exponential growth of digital technology is transforming the way we live, work, and communicate. Creating innovative business models, new realities, groundbreaking solutions. Each solution is unique, an unconnected dot in the vast ICT space. Being at the forefront of our industry requires continuous investment in innovation, digital transformation, and the ability to connect these dots. At Unisystems, we work closely with our clients to deliver high-quality, innovative solutions to meet their ever-changing needs. Through the transforming power of technology and the immense potential of ICT, we contribute our fair share in creating a sustainable future. An aspiration shared by our talented, unique people who are committed to excellence for over 55 years, establishing Unisystems as one of the most reliable systems integrators in Europe. We envision IT landscape transformation, set new technology trends, and drive change. At Unisystems, we see things from a brand new perspective for today and tomorrow. We see IT differently.
Well, let's continue with our next panel, the next session. Smart cities and regions and their role in innovation. The moderator is Mr. Nikos Epifandis, who will now take over. Well, now everyone can hear me. Great. Let's have a round of applause. And let's call to the floor Mr. Tasos Alefandos, the CEO of Envisionist, Mr. Spiros Kolias, the Business Unit Manager of Byte, and Mr. Ioannis Poulos, Deputy General Director of the Service Sector of Intracom Telecom. Please take your places so we can get started. We still don't have the clock running, so we can have a brief comment here. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Okay, let's take our seats. Mr. Kostas Agorastos will be with us, the Regional Governor of Thessalia. Mr. Dimitris Papasteriou, the President of the Central Association of Municipalities of Greece, KEDE. And we will also have Mr. Patoulis with us, the President of the Medical Association of Athens and the Regional Governor of Attica. Now, first of all, we have an issue with the time. I was asked by the organizers to give you approximately 25 minutes, which means that it won't be possible to have questions and answers. It won't be possible to have a discussion, let's say. So, since we don't have the time, let's see Mr. Agorastos. Okay, Mr. Regional Governor, welcome. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. We also have Mr. Papasteriou with us. Hello, Mr. Papasteriou. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be with you. Can you see the room? The room is full right now, and it just shows you that this conference is already a success. You know what we're going to talk about. I think everyone knows, most of you rather know how our local governments work. Many people from the other regions, from the local governments, are your associates. Cities must be smart, but are they smart? That's the question. And even if they're smart, can they become even smarter using technology? That's a series of practical questions that will solve the problems of our citizens, of their daily lives, and the mayors and the regional governors are leading the way to that. So if you can hear from our guests, 25 minutes, and let's start with the regional governor who is with us, Mr. Agorastos. You have 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you very much from the region of Thessaly. On behalf of the region, let's say that we have created a system for managing and handling documents. We have procured very expensive equipment. We provide digital automated updates to the members of the regional council. And we have an electronic appointment system, booking system. These are the things that we have already completed. At the same time, we work with the Aristotelian University, and we have installed a meteorological station with smart measuring and sensors. We have a system for teletransmitting data with 6 new stations. We have the largest environmental project created in South East Europe. We are doing electronic monitoring for of a large number of the population involving again the environmental parameters. We have a system that we supply tablets, and we can have real-time monitoring of the shipwreck in Alonissos. We have systems to display the condition of the shipwreck. We have received a European award from the Innovation and Digital Promotion Center for that effort. We have created videos to promote the history of Meteora and of Olympus, and we have worked closely with the Ministry of Education and have equipped all our schools with modern digital equipment. Throughout the pandemic, we have telemedicine systems and for free, and systems, platforms for our students. We also have the health app, another innovative application, and we also support entrepreneurship. We are going to implement a program to upgrade the digital infrastructure of the companies in our region. And we also have the integrated security system, the ISPS for Volos. We also have a digital platform in partnership with other agencies to provide information and timely communication for the citizens with those services offered by the different social integration centers throughout Thessaly. And of course, we are coordinating again and redesigning the social intervention system in order to use digital technologies. We have a digital communication platform for connecting different emergency services and providing the necessary vehicles to do that. And we also have a program for the digital transformation of the transport services. We have been using the funding from the NSRF of Thessaly. We have created a plan, a program, standing at 1.75 billion for innovation projects and supporting entrepreneurship and competitiveness. In the last years, we have made digital leaps that have helped local government and all Greeks in difficult times for the country, through the pandemic, through floods, through earthquakes. All of that was completed in a very fast way and in a very efficient and transparent way. We were able to resolve the problems, a lot of problems from the past, and progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Regional Governor. Please stay with us because you have already told us what you have done, and we will hear from the representatives of the companies what they can offer for the future. Mr. Papastergiou, the chairman of the Association of Municipalities in Greece. Mr. Papastergiou, Thessaly is leading the way. Good afternoon again. Well, as an electrical engineer, I would say that this is a very interesting period in terms of IT. We have a lot of money. We have very important innovations. We have the RRF. We have the NSRF. We have support programs, and we also have parallel actions for many parts of the public sector. What is critical right now is to see how we can best use this money. We have been watching the discussion for about a year and a half, and I believe that the questions and concerns are those that were raised in our previous sessions. How are we going to be able to accept or deliver projects that will work, that will function, and will the market be able to execute, to complete the designs that are necessary? Will we be able, then the municipalities be able to table proposals that will answer their true problems? And will the consultancy market be able to enter the game and proceed and deliver projects that will be interoperational and will provide actual solutions and will stay at the municipalities as a digital heritage? It's important to discuss what is smart and what's digital, and et cetera, but we should look at it in a reverse way and go from the problem to the solution. We need to diagnose the problem and find the best adapted solution depending on the size and the needs of each municipality, because not all municipalities are the same. So we need to be careful, we need to be cautious. And the fact is that we have seen in the past not resolving the problems, missing out on the funds. So we need to move away from all that. So we need to be very cautious and careful. And we also need to look at how we can execute those projects within a reasonable time frame so that the money can be absorbed in a timely manner. We are looking for efficiency, and we need to be very serious in how we tender the projects and how the market is accepting all those tenders so that we do not lose any time in needless, unnecessary procedures or conflicts. We need to make good progress and do it fast. The Greek state is actually progressing at higher speeds right now. Everyone is part of that accelerated rate. The public sector, the regional governors, citizens expect a lot from a new digital and reliable state. For me, the magic word is trust. We need to regain their trust, the citizens' trust, because they don't want to see a state that is lagging behind anymore. We don't want citizens having to get papers from everywhere, documents, and move them from one place to the other. We need to be much more efficient and much more useful for our citizens. The technology is not the goal here. It's just a means to an end. We need to focus on our citizens and the users of the technology so that they can improve their daily life and lead happier and more safe and efficient lives. Thank you, Mr. Papaskiteriou. You were very fast and very concise. Now, Mr. Tassos Alefandos. Mr. Alefandos, the question, what are we proposing? Good afternoon, and thank you. We have many proposals, especially from the IT companies. Our company is specializing on the AI part and machine learning. We deal mostly with environmental and energy issues that have been implemented, that are part of the entire production process in the regions and in municipalities. In order to gain the trust, as my previous colleague said, the citizens' trust in terms of how technology can help their daily lives and their quality of life. Other than that, we have other technologies, other applications, especially related to AI, that can give us more information in combination with analysis of the information in parts that will also improve the lives of our citizens, whether these have to do with medical issues or with finding, especially in large systems, support for people in need. And of course, interoperability. I heard the previous speakers, the previous panelists, about interoperability. It's something that we need to implement from end to end. So we have the interconnection of systems, something that we need to accomplish as IT people, and we need to accomplish interoperability so as to avoid what we see still sometimes, one process to wait for, let's say, manual data entry or manual entry of documents or something like that in order to be completed. So we need this type of interoperability to be functional from end to end. Okay, Mr. Kollias. The people from the regions are listening to us. We have the president of KEDA listening to us. What can you suggest?
We have heard about interesting solutions already implemented. Now let's look into the basis. A lot of local authorities have a problem with waste management, an issue that actually burdens a lot of local authorities, because we can see waste baskets full of waste here and there. We, as BITE, have a solution where we can give a proper management of waste. That means that waste is collected on time. We don't have additional itineraries of trucks with sensors that in order to avoid extra itineraries, it is value for money. This is the first problem in urban areas. Environmental measurements, CO2 measurements, we can take measurements, and an environmentalist then can be able to suggest certain things, the municipality to intervene in order to change the circulation of cars and etc. And last but not least, we have seen systems that have to do with noise pollution. We can measure the noise in neighborhoods, and with certain infrastructure can make the areas quieter. Mr. Poulos, solutions. Let's advance technology and see how we can assist local governments. There are more solutions, but in order to be implemented, first of all, the municipality should have studies with specialists, and it will try to solve the main problems faced first, and then try to improve the quality of life of citizens. In order to do that, municipalities should choose the proper partner, not to copy-paste solutions, because each municipality is different. And then they should place emphasis on how to really improve things so as investments go back to citizens. Well, the existing solutions have already been mentioned. More might be needed because technology is limitless. We can combine technologies by a shared platform and managed by the local governments per se. When we plan such solutions and give them what we believe as a company is that these solutions should be well supported, well management, because municipalities are not the market we are accustomed to until today. Municipalities do not have a specialized personnel and infrastructure to handle things. So this is what we have understood, and what we try to provide are solutions that are easy to manage. Mr. Papasteriou and then Mr. Agorastos, Mr. Patoulis could not be here with us. He will be back soon. Mr. Agorastos, what do you want the companies to make for you in order to become more functional? So you are an engineer. What kind of solutions do you ask? Well, I think that the local authorities who have already participated in the NSRF and RRF have already submitted their projects. Solutions have to do with many things. Data, not only how to collect them, but how to make use of them in order to make decisions, take decisions that are proper to the benefit of our citizens. So it is important to have various applications. So municipalities should see what are the real needs. Even simple systems, research about the requests of our citizens could be a useful program in order for the municipality to come closer to the citizens and see, and for the citizens to see that the municipality is there for them. Energy management systems are very important, and we need to see what we consume and how we can improve the lighting, the energy consumption at municipality level. Protection issues, how we can prevent things, especially in Thessaly, of the rivers and drainage basins. It's important to have measurements in case of adverse events to avoid floods and protect the citizens. And last but not least, how we can bring citizens closer, especially at the level of consultation. Consultation is an important part of the functionality of the municipalities. Citizens need to understand that it's not the municipality that comes to impose something, but the municipality takes decisions following consultation. It's important to see all these 15 or 17 plans of smart cities. They are very interesting, and I think that ideas from these plans can adjust it to give solutions to other towns and cities. So what Mr. Papasteriou says is what you have said. Every city, town is different. We need to adjust our knowledge and thoughts in applied technology in different ways. Is this the same thing with regions? Yes, regions are different. We want, above all, to have the big picture in order to be able to handle things in time. It is important for us to get information before we take certain decisions. We can, by having proper information, prevent the negative impact of a flood, an explosion, fire, etc. So I believe that with an application of digital transformation, we can check the flow of our rivers. We can recognize similarities or divergences and see if we have extreme weather conditions, how to handle things in order to avoid floods which destroy the wealth and the lives of citizens. And information is always important, because information allows us to act fast. Digital transformation is of paramount importance, and digital transformation should not focus on businesses, but should focus on people. We need to focus on people with all our efforts. So, Mr. Poulos, what could you do? For all this, we have solutions. For all these, we can implement them by seeing the size of the problem, and we can do that gradually to see what the need is, to start from a small scale and then proceed. For all of us, these applications are new, so we have to move gradually in order to avoid wasting money. The platforms are already here, and we are specialized as a company in this. We can integrate different parameters like provisions about the environment, the noise pollution, smart parking, smart meters. All these can be part of a single platform, easy to manage. There are solutions. Technology moves forward. We are sure that as technology moves forward, we can go faster and forward, because what we need is a municipality, local authorities, etc., not with solutions or systems that are providing solutions for the next 5 years, but integrated systems to provide solutions forever. Mr. Agorastos. Can you hear me? We will have some measurement stations. In order to do that, we need to have the approval of the Ministry of Environment. All these measurements are important to see the pollution level of the region. And we will see how digital advancements will help us cope with environmental issues. Also, we will introduce a digital system to our hospital. Mr. Kollias, you have heard what the municipalities have asked. You need to design that. Well, there are certain issues that are horizontal actions. Waste management, for example, interaction with the citizens. All citizens have citizens and waste, and a manpower that they need to manage. Some horizontal actions should take place directly to have proper study about what platform, what it should include, etc. Further down, the specificities of the municipalities, we need the assistance of experts. Experts will recognize the profile. Mr. Alefandos. In our case, it's easy with AI and computer visions to forecast a difficult situation or dangerous ones. For example, problems may vary from double parking up to what it can be riskier. Municipalities and regions, after the implementation, should always, when implementing these projects, ask the citizens if these approaches have improved the life of the citizens, and if not, to always try to improve things. Dear gentlemen, ladies, we have heard representatives of the local authorities. They are people that are responsible for the lives of their citizens. So they are asking you for solutions, to think solutions, to implement them, and all that by avoiding red tape. What is important is by using technology to give to bear fruits to the citizens and see if the citizens do understand this. We should always check. So let's applaud Mr. Agorastos Papasteriou and Thessaly. We wish it to always be innovative to the benefit of the citizens. The next panel is Mr. Drakakis here? Yes, he is. Fanouris Drakakis is here for the next panel, which has to do with the importance of cyber security. Let's have a family picture first, and then we will proceed with the next panel.
Welcome to the Digital Economy Forum and the discussion on the importance of cybersecurity. Because we are pressed for time, we will be very expedient and fast. I will just call the panelists to the floor. Mr. Ioannis Alexakis, the Supervisor of the Directorate of Strategic Design and Cybersecurity at the Digital Governance Ministry. Mr. Spyros Papageorgiou, Director of Cybersecurity at the National Defense Ministry. Mr. Dr. Konstantinos Moulinos, Expert in Network Information from ENISA. Mr. Iason Kataropoulos, Chief Commercial Officer of ATCOM, and Mr. Evangelos Palantzas, Director of Sales of the Public Sector for Fortinet Greece. So we are also pressed for time, and we need to stick to our allotted 25 minutes. Let's have a general comment from everyone. What are the most important challenges in the cybersecurity sector right now? Mr. Alexakis. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me and for including this cybersecurity session in this conference. The challenges for cybersecurity right now are truly very intense. That's easy to understand if we consider the importance of cybersecurity for a number of very critical parameters. There are three pillars I want to talk about. First of all, cybersecurity in itself is very critical to protect national security. It's a sector that actually was the result what came out of the need for national security. And we can also note that if we review the European policy, the European policies for the digital transformation, cybersecurity is referenced continuously in every European document. At the same time, cybersecurity is an important critical financial parameter. The cost of cybercrime in 2021 stands at 5.5 trillion, on a worldwide level. At the same time, it's estimated that the cost for the European Union will also going to increase. So it's an asset that we need to protect. It's something that we can invest and should invest in, because these 5.5 trillion are lost by agencies that suffer the consequences of cybercrime. The third important pillar is the fact that cybersecurity is also a requirement for exercising personal rights. It's not only about protecting privacy and personal data. Everyone realizes that without security, confidentiality, and availability, it's not possible to talk about the development of personality or the right for participating in the society of information. And summing up, I would say that the challenges for right now stem from the environment right now and the rise of cybercrime, and on the other hand, from the obligation of our country and of the companies located in our country to adapt and to successfully integrate and implement a very demanding legislative framework that is required from all the member states and from all operators active in the European Union to handle risk in a very well-processed manner, the cybersecurity risk. For example, next week, the 1A ES2 directive is going to be published to specify on a regulatory level how the member states are going to proceed. Therefore, it is a need that arises from the field itself and also as a regulatory necessity, because alongside the traditional sectors of the critical infrastructure that is protected and is liable to take cybersecurity measures, we also have new agencies, for example, the Central Public Administration, Telecommunications, the waste management, the production, processing, and marketing of food. So these are new sectors of economic activity that are integrated, and that will reach up to the point of SMEs. Therefore, in an environment that, as previous speakers talked about, there's a lack of human resources and the lack of appropriate personnel, the requirements are becoming more and more challenging. So bridging this gap will become more difficult for the countries, for the governments, for the companies that are active in cybersecurity, and for the companies in general. because they cannot deliver their services or their products without securing a certain level of cybersecurity. Mr. Papageorgiou, what is your view for those challenges? I saw that you were shaking your head when you heard about the cost of cybercrime. Well, from my side, I just want to stress, or let's say, what troubles me is the threat itself. We're talking about cyber security, and in order to talk about that, it goes without saying that there is also a threat there, and we need to understand that threat first. We are talking about the attackers being ahead of us, and okay, how do we respond to that? The attackers have to find certain vulnerabilities in order to have access to our system. We need to close all those gaps, but we can look at it in a different way. As as those that are defending, we can find perhaps a trace from the offender and understand their tactics and be able to defend against them. So I keep hearing about this lack of specialized personnel. We need to respond to that. We need to find the right people. We need to and without this type of specialization and specialized personnel, we will not be able to address those threats. So that's the main problem that we need to look at right now. Mr. Moulinos. Yes. Looking at things from a more European perspective, because I'm a member of a global association for the security of networks and computers, I would say that aside from this significant, important challenge of not having the right personnel, which is a global phenomenon, not just a Greek problem, I would say that the main challenge is the fact that smart technologies change the organizations. For example, consider a traditional provider of electricity abroad. Those providers are now producing electric vehicles instead of just supplying electricity. So the models continuously change, new technologies are being adopted, and new threats are being introduced in those technologies. This is a main threat, rather a main challenge that we're facing. Second, new technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, 5G. We will have them, all those things, very soon. The third thing, the interaction and interdependence between different operational sectors. For example, in 2017, we saw the WannaCry, very important for the history of the protection of infrastructure, an incident that affected trains in Germany and telecommunication providers in Spain and hospitals in the UK. So there are others as well, but just to be brief here. And another thing is the existence of multiple or maybe conflicting legal frameworks in terms of cybersecurity. For example, Mr. Alexakis talked about the NIS2 directive that will be with us in 2023. And then we have the GDPR. These two legal frameworks have requirements for the providers, but some of those requirements may be conflicting. Now, if we can hear from you as well. Well, good afternoon. We see things as a provider that offers systems and security systems and services. And we have great understanding of the Greek market, and we know that cyber attacks are increasing in terms of numbers, in terms of frequency, complexity. These are very innovative attacks, and now they are becoming more. We have more types. We have ransomware, for example, now, which practically is the case in our neighborhood. It's not science fiction. It's not taken out of a movie. It's what could happen to us. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, and this makes the risk even more important. This is the greatest challenge, and this is combined with the fact that most companies and organizations, and I'm not talking about the very, very large ones, but most companies do not really have the concept of cybersecurity in their agendas. And if they have it, it's not a priority for them, considering its risks. And we also have phishing, for example, another type of cyber attack, where we also need to educate and train people in order to avoid it, which means that the risk is getting larger, higher and higher. And the fact that it is not a priority for different organizations, cybersecurity, that's another problem. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Let me just make one note from the discussion in the morning. We heard about cybersecurity a lot in the morning. That's a very close link. There's a very close link between cybersecurity and the digital world. Anything that we do, any connected devices that we have, they are all of those devices have things that need to be secured. So talk about challenges. I think that we have seen it today as well. The human factor is the greatest challenge. That's a given. And let's not divide that in three categories. We have the user. We all hear about the users being alert, the awareness. But awareness is not the same as a driver's license that you can renew in 30 years. It's something that has to be, you have to renew it. You have to achieve it again and again because technology changes, services change. The second thing, the second category, we have those that the bad actors, let's say. Those are completely different than the bad actors of 15 or 20 years ago. We may have seen some eccentric hackers at the time that wanted to become famous in certain groups. Now we have a whole market. We have companies, enterprises. Cybercrime is now offered as a service. People who know the right channels, the right connections can request attack services and get them. And the third and most important thing that was discussed a lot today are the professionals in cybersecurity, people who are called to help in this war, to be in the front lines and defend our data. Right now, and we heard that in the morning as well, the gap in Europe is maybe 500,000. Worldwide might be about 2 million of professionals that we are short of. Therefore, as an organization, as Fortinet, we have made it our mission to train in the next 3 years at least 1 million professionals in cybersecurity, especially in Greece, with the help of the state. And I need to stress on that. We have made some progress. We have raised awareness. We have entered the Digital Skills Academy. We have provided our training material for free to everyone so that we can train everyone, the simple user and the professional. And then we have programs addressed to academic institutions that provide all the tools and the ability to certify students and teachers in whatever way those institutions decide to do. Therefore, we truly understand the role of the human factor and what needs to be done in order to be able to provide an answer for the day after. Thank you very much. In the second round of questions, if you would allow me, I will start from Mr. Moulinos. Tell us, what is the situation on a European level in terms of large-scale attacks, cyber attacks? Well, the situation is becoming a bit better right now in the sense that, first of all, the main regulatory framework has been established since 2016 from the European Directive. starting from creating a European-wide network that connects all cyber attack response units. Spiros is, let's say, on the driver's seat. He's the manager or the governor of this unit. And the European legislator, considering some large-scale incidents such as the one I mentioned before in 2017, the new directive creates a new structure which, the cyclone, let's say, essentially connects, creates a network from all the principles, from all the authorities that are responsible for crisis management on a national level, and all those authorities, and Mr. Alexakis, for example, can tell you a little bit more, which means that the European legislator has responded, at least in terms of the regulatory requirements and the procedural requirements, on a European level and a national level, so we are able to address those attacks, to handle those attacks. Now, let's look at Greece. A common question for Mr. Alexakis and Mr. Papageorgiou as well, each in their own fields. How the issue of cyber attacks in critical infrastructures, is it an important one, and how do we deal with that? Well, it is the most important issue right now in cybersecurity, and the issue where the state is focusing on, and that because of the fact that the critical infrastructure offer vital services for social life, for social activity. We're talking about water, transport, about the financing sector, where the impact can be detrimental when we have a successful cyber attack. There's a very wide range of cyber attacks that can be seen, can occur, but thankfully, and we need to stress on that, the important critical infrastructure receive adequate measures, that's the general consensus, in order to address the risks they're facing. Now, in terms of protecting critical infrastructure from cyber attacks, we are entering into a part related to hybrid attacks, and these are what are most troubling us most. So, for example, ransomware attacks. We have almost experienced such attacks in our country as well. And the truth is that these are very advanced attacks. They are not hit-and-run attacks, as we are used to saying. And the target is not just the financial gain. The target is for the attacker to remain hidden in the targeted network, to intercept critical data, to destroy databases. We can have even total site takeover, or even on the fringes of cyber war. So the experience with the war in Ukraine shows that such attacks are used. It's something that we already know, of course, but we have seen it in action in Ukraine, where a few months before Russia invaded Ukraine, they had made sure that they had attacked the information systems of the country, and correspondingly, Ukraine was able to respond with the help of huge technological companies. They were able to respond to those attacks and was kept operational. Therefore, I would say that in this context, that's the most troubling aspect. We need to look closely on that, but we are working very closely and efficiently with the service providers that cover those critical infrastructures, so that we can deal with any incidents immediately at its start. What I would like to add is that, of course, when you are attacked with a ransomware, you know that the attacker is there, and therefore you can address the problem. What we are concerned about are those attackers that enter into our network and just wait for the right moment to quote-unquote shut down the system. What does that mean? It means that we need to share information. We have sources that supply information to us, and we need to give that information to some critical infrastructure. So we need to be able to identify the hidden, the threat that is waiting for there. So if we are able to handle that cyber attack by providing instant handling forensics services, that's one thing. Or we collect the most important cyber attacks each year, and we do an exercise, Panoplis drill, where we try to train our personnel. That's the way that we help in terms of protecting critical infrastructure. A common question for Mr. Pazaropoulos and Mr. Palatzas: what are the most important challenges for companies, given the fact that IoT infrastructure has increased? How important is this question of protecting them important? Mr. Kataropoulos. Yes. In terms of companies, I would start from the people, the personnel, something that is very important. We discussed about it already. It's a great challenge. But for the smaller companies, there is no more room for personnel, because this type of personnel is very, very expensive. And it is expensive because it requires a lot of specialization and experience. It's not it's not common. So this type of personnel, this type of professionals are hard to find. So people, that's an important factor, but the entire organization or company needs to be continuously updated and kept informed. So this type of service is considered as very high cost. And the same goes for the systems, the protection systems. These ostensibly have a very high cost, but it seems that this is not the case when cyber security becomes a priority in the agenda. But unfortunately, this only happens after a cyber attack, where the balance completely shifts and companies start investing in cybersecurity, which means that in the end, companies do not assess the risk they are under in the right manner. And once they do that, then they start investing, and we do have the companies and providers to offer such services in Greece. Therefore, number one challenge for the companies, I would say, is to assess the risk properly. Now, in terms of IoT devices, the Internet of Things, it's something that we are discussing, have been discussing for a long time, but it seems that now, with the projects being tendered from the municipalities and from the regions, we see that there will be we will have many devices deployed in this environment, and that's a new thing. We don't know yet. We don't have experience with that. We don't know how exactly we're going to handle it, but these devices have to be deployed in the right way right now. There's no regulation, so we need that. We need a registry also that will tell us what the life cycle is, what the purpose is. If that is not completed correctly, then those devices will be a threat and perhaps a weapon in the hand of those bad actors, and perhaps a threat to the personal data of the citizens. Therefore, these are the two main things: the right deployment of devices in terms of the IoT, which is something new, something that we have not seen being used on a large-scale basis, and the proper risk assessment.
Let me start by IoT, the Internet of Things for us. There is one aspect, there is the wider world operational technology, which includes IoT devices, and there we don't talk about devices like a sensor, a thermostat, or telemeasuring, but critical ones that has to do with SCADA systems, critical infrastructure of a country. Some years ago, these systems were isolated. But now, because the manufacturers cannot do otherwise, since technology advances, there is convergence between the conventional world and the IT world, and that has a lot of challenges. You need to take into consideration, for example, what these devices are. These devices, correctly said, are not mobile phones or PCs that you can have security systems in them. They come as they are. You need to protect them holistically, the IT and OT world. There are answers to that. We deal holistically in cybersecurity, this world as a conversed world, and of course, unfortunately, there will be more attacks in the future. About businesses, generally speaking, I would say that along with our IoT devices, the surface of attacks expands. In the past, we used to have a firewall, and we felt confident. But now we have distant attackers, we have the cloud, we have businesses that work in hybrid environments. So the challenge is this increased surface that is more vulnerable. And the second is the people that come from an environment that is not linked to IT and managed by people that are not IT experts. Structurally, businesses have to examine how to deal with their security. CISO probably should have a say in infrastructure. But businesses structurally have to see how to tackle these operational technologies. Well, that needs to be ranked high in the agenda, yes. And since we are at the end of this year, what are your forecasts for 2023? Please be brief. Mr. Alexakis, cyber attacks will continue. The surface of attacks has expanded, especially after COVID-19 and the advancement of technology. We have 24/7 linked devices, and all these make us feel sure that cyber attacks will increase. This is a very profitable activity for cyber attackers. So we as a country and businesses should start more seriously thinking on how to protect vital businesses. The National Authority of Cyber Protection and the Ministry have an integrated approach. We have a central role to play in the state cybersecurity policy. We coordinate the resources for cybersecurity in the next programming period. Digital European program has a part dedicated to cyber security, 1.6 or 1.7 million euros. We need a strategic orientation and programming We do that. We have done that. We don't leave things as they are. And also, I would like to say that what's important in cybersecurity is that citizens must understand that they can trust modern technologies, because in this digital world, which is not visible, something we don't see, that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't take measures in order to have security by design or by default, as we say. Mr. Papageorgiou, well, we have more complex attacks. The people attacked will be organized more, and we will have organizations cooperating in order to tackle these attacks. There are actions. The lack of 2 million experts makes us cooperate. Mr. Moulinas, yes, I think that the attacks will increase, and I want to underline here that there is a report saying that cyber attacks will be number one, and by addressing two businesses tells them to find a way to improve hardware and software. We need to find procedures, and even though occasionally procedures are there, the budget is not enough. Nonetheless, businesses do need to have a constant analysis of threats. Mr. Kataropoulos, there is no data telling us that the trend will change. Attacks will increase and become more dangerous. Ransomware will be a daily incident in every company, and those who do not have systems will be more vulnerable, and they will be the recipients of 1, 2, 3, or 4 attacks. Criminals in cyberspace do come back. That is what we have learned. But what all businesses would like, especially SMEs, is more support from the state, more subsidies, more programs focusing on them, not only in digital transformation, but precisely on this sector in order to be trained and implement this kind of systems. This is necessary. Mr. Paladzas, well, in order to see where we're heading to, we need to see where we stand. The cyber attacks in 2022 were trillions. The market of cyber attack was less, 200 million. So imagine the gap and how important and expensive it is not to invest. We need our executives, we need the experts, and we need to link the market with the academia. Only thus, in that way, we can find our executives. And the businesses, organizations, and even single users should have an integrated approach on what is protected: the user, the application, the market, the company. It is something, when we talk about security fabric, we talk about an ecosystem of security that never stops. Technologically, that exists, but technology does not prevent us from doing things. but because these technologies are used by the attackers as well, we need to invest in human capital and technology. Thank you very much. Hopefully we kept our schedule, and we give the floor to the next speaker, to the next coordinator, Mrs. Olga Klonsa, and her session. A round of applause and a family picture with the panelists.
Βιώσιμη κινητικότητα. Εξοικονόμηση πόρων. Βελτίωση εξυπηρέτησης πολιτών και επιχειρήσεων. Βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Ενίσχυση τοπικής δημοκρατίας, διαβούλευσης και διαφάνειας. Προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. OTS Smart Cities. Ευφυείς πόλεις στην πράξη.
Good afternoon. So we're back to see the development in the infrastructure sector. I will call our panelists. We have Mr. Athanasios Stavros Polikalas, the General Secretary of Telecommunications and Posts, Mr. Konstantinos Masselos, President of the National Committee of Telecommunications and Posts, Mr. Ioannis Konstantinidis, Chief Officer of Strategic Transformation and Providers of the OTE Group, Mrs. Katerina Maniadaki, Legal and Regulatory Executive Director from Nova, and Mr. Vasilis Argyriadis, CTO of Huawei South Balkan region. Let's take our seats. We have about 20-25 minutes. I think we will be on time. So, I will start with a question to you and Mr. Masselos. It's a common question for the both of you. I want you to tell me how satisfied, how happy you are with the progress of the network so far, talking about 5G, about the broadband. Maybe are we going to need to take additional steps, for example, such as wireless access? Well, First of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having me here. It's very important for all the companies to be here right now. I will start with the way we work in the ministry. We are not content. We want more. As of 2019, the summer of 2019, it was the priority of the administration and Mr. Pierakakis to proceed quickly to upgrade the telecommunications in our country. I will not go into specifics because I know we don't have a lot of time. I will just talk about the facts. In December 2020, we were able to provide the 5G network, and I think we were the first in Europe to accomplish that. Not only the availability of the range, but another innovation. A percentage of the money from the Greek state was given for the Festos Fund, which is a very good innovation that may be copied by other countries as well. But the work did not stop there. Especially the providers know that something that we had from previous years was licensing of antennas. So we needed to proceed with the necessary interventions to accelerate this licensing in order to service a request of the providers that was long-standing and be able to actually implement our 5G system. That has to do with telecommunications in relation to 5G. At the same time, we have the fiber optics. The goal of the country and of Europe is to have proceeded by 2030 with a connected society. We are going to sign for a very important and ambitious project in the next years, and we're talking about in the next very shortly. We also have the super fast ultra band that we were able to expand until 2022. If I remember the numbers correctly, we have connected about 140,000 households, and we have even more actions that are underway. Yes, that's part of your agenda as well, to take steps forward in fixed services. Well, yes, good afternoon from me, and thank you for the invitation. To answer if we're content, I would start with the DAISY report from the European Union saying that Greece has made significant progress in terms of infrastructure for 5G and the fiber optic network as well. Quite briefly, let me give you a few figures about that. With the data from 2021 in terms of new generation networks, we have covered about 92% above the European average, which stands at 90%. In terms of NTPAs, we have coverage of 20%. We're below average, but we're the country with the highest growth rate in terms of FTTAs, of fiber optics. Therefore, we are covering this ground quite fast. In terms of the 5G, we're at stand at 66%, precisely the European average. Where we can do better is the take-up of services. We're rather low in terms of fiber optics, and we're also low in connections with speeds from 100 megabits and above. So this is the situation. We can improve in many areas, of course. We have processed the regulatory framework for the fixed networks and private access, something that we submitted to the research committee, to the European Union. In November, we got the approval 2 days ago. The framework was approved as submitted, and I want to note a couple of points that were commented very favorably by the European Commission. The first thing has to do with the frame that we designed for access to passive infrastructure in an effort to reduce engineering costs. The development for the FTTH packages from the regulatory commitments until we reach an important take-up of 30% increase. And the third part, the very detailed and thorough description of the service for a switch off. Now, you talked about the fixed wireless access, a goal for accessibility, for connectivity, is to have technologically neutral solutions, not just fiber optics, but solutions that can help us achieve our goals with the lowest cost possible. One of them is the fixed wireless access, and I think we need to provide an equal opportunity to that through the financing tools that we're designing as well. Fixed wireless access is something that can be offered through the 5G and through online range. Another thing only related to 5G, we heard about the tendering and licensing for the antennas. What do we need to look for the future is that we want from 5G to have a larger impact on a social and economic level. We want to have 5G systems that are sustainable and efficient, because we also have the transition goal to meet. And in this regard, I think we need to look at the architecture of the network and have something that is not reminding us so much of 5G. And we also need to evaluate perhaps the possibility of using the microwave range, which was included in the range that we supplied. That's it in terms of the networks. Thank you very much. Mr. Konstantinidis, we heard about 5G, about fiber optics for the households mainly. You have announced a large investment program. All of you, all the providers have done so. Tell me where you stand as OTE Group and what are your plans for the future. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be part of this panel with these important speakers next to me. We heard a lot of things. We heard about, from the president of and the general secretary of ET. I want to specialize a little bit about our investment plan. You know that networks are not built cannot be built without significant investments. And we are one of the largest providers and investors in this country, and very reliable one. We contribute to more than 60% of the telecommunication investments right now. And in absolute numbers, we are an important investor in Greece. To give you a few figures to understand the size I'm talking about, we have invested more than 5 billion in the last 15 years. In fact, in a difficult period for Greece, and our investment plan for the next years until 2027 stands at more than 3 billion. Now, the main question is, what do we do with this money? What do we do with these investments? Let's start from the beginning. Starting from mobile services, I will focus on the 5G. We have a population coverage in terms of 99%, so that's more or less completed. We are now focusing into developing new 5G technologies. And we are, at the end of the year, the coverage is a little bit more than 80%, and our goal is until the end of 2023 to have surpassed 90%. If you go back to review our contractual obligations, you will see that this entire network development plan, we were able to expedite it by 2 to 3 years in terms of the contractual obligations. Now, within 2023, for us it is important the fact that we are going to develop the first, if I'm not mistaken, 5G hot standalone network, and that may appear very technological, but it is the technological requirement that will unlock all those innovative possibilities that we have heard about, and the point that everything converges when it comes to 5G. Our simple users, our customers, what they understand, what they see from that are higher speeds, and that's very important. The average speed for our customers has risen by more than 40% in the last 6 months because of the 5G. However, with the 5G core and standalone network, we are going to see all these things that have to do with slicing, with the support of large density of IoT devices in a very small area, with low latency, etc., characteristics that, as all of us know, are going to be the driving force for digital transformation in every sector of the economy. Now, moving on to fixed services. fixed networks. It's important to say that in OTE Group, we have prepared a holistic development plan. And I mean that the first step in this development has to do with bringing fiber optics into neighborhoods. It was a transitional stage, a transitional technology that we were very conscious in supporting, so that we could bring good speeds around 100 megabps to as many citizens as possible. As a result, we got the details that the General Secretary provided. We have now reached more than 80% of Greek citizens having access to speeds close to 100 megabps. Of course, this is a transitional technology, like I said, and we are now focusing, well, for a number of years now already, into developing fiber optic networks until up to the house, the FTTHs. And we're going to end the year with a coverage around 20% of the telecommunications market, a little less than 1 million telephone lines. And we are progressing, and we're actually accelerating our investment plan for the next years in order to reach a coverage of 3 million households and companies until 2027. And that is approximately 2/3 of the Greek population, Greek households and companies. To conclude this reference in our investment plans and the coverages that we have accomplished with our networks, it's important to say that the scale of this project is very, very large. We should keep in mind, and I think that I speak to a very specialized audience that understands about these things, it is important to note that the telecommunication infrastructure in the country today is more or less based on copper networks. That was a network that was developed over many decades. It was owned by OTE. But what we are called to do today is to replace this copper network, this infrastructure, with modern digital infrastructure, with the digital backbone that will take us to the next step, the digital transition. And all of these things we have to do in a very short period of time. And it is important to keep that in mind when we are judging to where we stand as a country and how all these things are reflected on the network. Let's move on to the lady in our panel. The same question for you. Where do you stand today in terms of the FTTA, and what are we to expect? Good afternoon, and good afternoon to everyone here. We at New Nova have prioritized the development of 5G and FTTH networks because our vision is to create a holistic provider of infrastructure that will contribute significantly to the digital transformation of the country. In terms of the 5G, Greece is at a very nice level. On a European-wise, we're at the third position in terms of the European readiness, of the 5G readiness indicator. And that we should congratulate everyone present at the panel today, because every one of us have achieved from our own standpoint in order to help the country turn a page. 5G is part of our investment plans in Nova. We invest in it, and we invest in developing the network and in using it. With the standalone 5G that was we heard before, we're going to implement within 2023. And it's going to change the way that many sectors of the economy operate. In terms of the FTTH, that's the important thing for us. That's what's at stake. We already heard about the performance of Greece in terms of the DESI indicators, and we believe that we need to focus on this point. We at Nova have built more than 80,000 lines, and we have also announced a large investment plan of 2 billion with the aim of building about 1.6 million lines until 2027. And of course, other providers, we heard about the OTE, we have other providers that have announced similar investment plans. Of course, for us, a requirement in order to perform is for the FTTH prices to lower and for the penetration to increase. And the main component in order to achieve that is to have actual competition, the right competition, and this is where we feel that more regulation is required to allow for these conditions of competition to be established. And this, if you would allow me, is the point where we disagree with the partial deregulation attempts that are being implemented. But in any case, we are looking ahead. There are other either actions that have been announced, such as the revision of pricing, a new framework for access to network, and of course other initiatives by the state in order to support demand. And all of these things will play a very positive role. Thank you.
Mr. Argyriadis, investments announced recently are huge. Your point of view on the network growth. Thank you for the invitation. I think that I have to answer in 5G speed and fiber. Well, undoubtedly, investments are huge. Policies have been introduced by the state, helping towards this direction. In the new networks, I need to analyze our position. First, from the point of manufacturer, what do we do as constructors or manufacturers to bring solutions in order to have a very good time to market, to have a low OPEX, and substantially listen to the heart of the local market in order to reach the broadband connectivity required. We have done well to that. Absorption is the second part of networks. We cannot do much there. We need to have a team work from all stakeholders. When I talk about absorption, most speakers said earlier, mentioned the fiber figures, 140,000 in fiber. That is 10% take-up rate. But this 10% has been achieved by 95% by the use of vouchers. This is where we should find policies that will allow us to help people to go to new technologies. By helping people come to new technologies, we help the deployment of networks. This is important. All this morning, we talked about manpower, etc. I think that we need to find broadband personnel to help our citizens to use these new services. Well, I respect the time. Thank you very much. Well, a second cycle of questions and answers. Mr. Stavridis, what are the plans of the ministry for the year to come? I will be fast as well. Beyond, we have already said, the main public networks. We have SysExis 2, which is for public infrastructure. Then we have ultra-fast broadband. We will proceed to the second phase of it. Practically, we will cover whatever cannot be covered by the providers. We will use some funds of RRF to smart buildings, fiber optics in the buildings, and the ability of the citizens to be able to use fiber optics, because we want to increase demand on the part of the citizens. And there are actions like microsatellites that will enhance broadband throughout Greece. beyond the actions that have to do the money in the market, there are other initiatives. The single information point, broadband request, which was something that everybody wanted. Well, the broadband map will allow us to see what problems arise in broadband from roadworks in the municipalities. So we will try to tackle and solve all these problems of the past. Adding up to what was already said, I do say, yes, the prices should become more competitive in 5G, but both the public sector and the private sector must cooperate in order to find the practical fields where citizens can use. And we need to help citizens exploit these high speeds. This is the proper team that can help us find this implementation. Mr. Maselos, a discussion in Europe has started on whether the providers, the OTTs, can contribute to the development of networks, Google, Facebook, Amazon. Explain how this discussion came up and where do we stand? It's very difficult to answer this question fast. As we said in the first round of discussion, the development of networks is a capital-intensive project. We do have the challenges of investments in that, but mobility in the network increases annually. The providers in Europe, especially the ones that invest more in networks, they talked about contributing directly or over the top. That was a suggestion that was already submitted in the past, but was also highlighted in 2022. The European Union will open a consultation on that. It is very difficult to see if there will be a regulation, but whatever it is, it should be based on extensive analysis. There are arguments from both sides. Providers believe that they invest, or mainly them, in the access network. Over-the-top invest in infrastructure like submarine cables. The providers believe that they are sensitive in the content, especially video. The over-top support the contrary. All these issues will be analyzed in 2023. The European regulator will participate in the consultation of the EU. It will participate also in other issues, the new access recommendation of the EU, whereas the regulators will continue finding a way on how the over-the-top entrance to the market influences competition and the conditions in these markets. So I believe that this discussion will peak in 2023, and we look forward to the results. Mr. Argyriadis, 5G apps, very interesting ones. I want to believe that in Greece we do have the capacity. Do you see any sectors, industries we can focus on? I need to remind you all what is 5G. It is a technology offering three things: high speed of access speed, lower latency, and multiple connections. This moment, I feel that we use only the first part and we haven't exploited the rest. This is where we need to focus. We have a motto in the company to free the dynamics of the networks, because the networks are here. All providers have implemented fiber and 5G, so we need to release or unleash their dynamics, and we need to do that by introducing use cases that are not copy-paste. We can follow practices of other countries and use them as models. I'll give you an example for the most popular use case we have. FWA. Why can't we use it as an interim solution for the broadband where it needed distant or secluded areas? We have other sectors we can look into: tourism, industry, education. That is where I say we should focus more. I need to remind you of that. According to the practices, the early adopters are those that have the advantage. What we suggest is to be early adopters in the Balkans, so as our country to have social and financial and competitive benefits. Thank you. Providers now. You have the picture on how demand operates for broadband. Where do we stand? What can we do to accelerate? Mr. Konstantinidis first, the lady second. Allow me to disagree with a couple of things. Well, the networks are not parked. We build them for our customers. And, well, with regard to demand, where I do disagree, for FTTH demand, and I will explain. What I mean, it was mentioned that it is a question of prices. The providers do not differentiate prices. The prices of Vector and FTTH are the same, or if they're not the same, they are similar. Demand and in broadband networks is high. It has accelerated, especially after COVID, and because of lockdowns and etc., etc. Demand, nonetheless, is increased in 100 megabps. This is the capacity, the speed that actually expresses the needs of the customers. And it has to do with the wider digitization of the society and people. Well, this is the profile. It hasn't to do with any killer application. 100 megabps do not allow to bring higher speed in the equation. So there is demand, and on the other hand, there is a delay in FTTH. The second reason has to do with the fact that many citizens do not understand yet the quality difference that the service offers when we have hybrid network or vectoring, and the speed and the quality when we have the new developments. The third reason has to do that there is a huge difference in the way we offer the service over vectoring. And compared to what we do with FTTH, in FTTH we need to dig the pavement to have the vertical cabling, the horizontal cabling, etc. This procedure is time-consuming and complex and bureaucracy because we need to mobilize building operators, etc. These main reasons lead us to the fact that we don't see a lot of demand. Nonetheless, we built our networks front-loaded. I don't want to sound pessimistic. Well, I believe that the glass is half full. I'll give you a clue. The penetration last year in FTTH networks was 10%. This year it is 16 to 17% when the denominator, the basis, has doubled. So we see that there are signs the market is maturing. And of course, the initiatives by the state will help a lot. The new initiatives which belongs in 2023 with optic cabling will play an important role. And the super fast broadband descendant. Well, the situation will improve soon. Mrs. Maniadaki, the penetration of broadband networks. Thank you very much. I will disagree with regard to prices. In order to persuade consumers to come to FTTH, prices should fall. But I don't think that we will agree on the detail. Generally speaking, I agree with what was already said. I would like to focus on 5G, which is the success story of this country, and say that truly services on 5G has improved. Citizens already enjoy the benefits of 5G. We have higher speeds allowing them to use applications with more requirements. Smart speed is also an umbrella of services that will improve the quality of life of all and allow us to have better management of state resources. And FWA, which for us in Nova is an opportunity to reach the most distant areas. And here we see a role for the state. We believe in a future action to examine the inclusion of this technology as well in the plans to reinforce demand, to enhance demand. Businesses have already started to enjoy the benefits of 5G, and with the standalone 5G we mentioned earlier, they will enjoy better benefits to adjust the network to their needs. In Nova, we had some pilot projects quite successfully. With Highway, we had a fire detection program and a program of medicine transfer to the cyclists. Well, this is just a sample of what is yet to come. The best for 5G is yet to come, and hopefully we will all meet up the expectations. Thank you all very much.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision, from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world. Freeze it for a second and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Well, good afternoon again. We are at the final stretch. I know that we did not keep our times, but at least it was a very interesting discussion today. What we have now is a last panel where we want to discuss about the challenges and opportunities of the day after. Since we are concluding and we are at the end of the year as well, let's look at what is ahead of us. Then we are going to have our longer break and prepare the room for dinner. And we will have Mr. Pierakakis as our speaker. Now, in our panelists, Mr. Evangelos Evangelidis, the Executive Member of the Board of Directors and CEO of Profile Software, Mr. Yannis Vasilakos, the Vice President and CEO of Kotsovolos Dixon Southeast Europe. I really like the title there. Now, Mr. Apostolos Leonidopoulos from Kyndryl was not able to join us. He had to leave early, and he will be replaced by Mr. Fotis Kosmetatos, the Director of Sales of Kyndryl. We have Mr. Panagiotis Makriniotis, the General Manager of Lenovo Greece and Cyprus. Mr. Pantelis Manis, Vice President of the Board of Directors of EpsilonNet. Mr. Panos Martinis. He has already taken his seat. He was in a hurry. An executive member of the Board of Directors and CEO of the SoftOne Group. Mr. Aris Paraskevopoulos, the head of the Department of Mobile Devices for Greece, Samsung. And last but not least, Mr. Alexander Preradovic, the General Manager of Dell Technologies, Greece, Cyprus, and Malta. Now, next time I'm going to have the podium on the other side. Anyway. So I want to start. Well, let me say that the questions can be answered quite quickly. Now, you understand that I'm right. So the first question. Well, it's not multiple choice, but what is the most important challenge you are facing right now? What it is that concerns you the most? I can imagine 3 questions, and then we can maybe do it multiple choice. So the challenges right now for the IT sector, 2 things come to mind. One is the race for innovation, how we are going to be able to provide the innovation to society and to our customers. We have taken great steps in Greece based on the European surveys. However, we are rather behind in terms of other companies, of other countries. For example, in terms of IP or export of technology, or education in technology for specialized executives. You can understand that these are things that need resources and investments. So, innovation. Okay. Mr. Vasilakos. I will go to other issues. I would say that the inflation pressure on all lines, that's important, yes. Well, in terms of the priorities, I would include the inflation pressures. We are covering the entire chain of logistics, so we are facing those pressures on every level, from every level that we operate. So that is important for all the companies that are similar to ours, that have large operations, and it also concerns the consumers because it affects their income. That's the great headache for the years to come. And the second thing is what we heard before, the difficulty in finding the right people, especially for very particular areas such as developers and analyzers, so that we can actually run with the digital transformation, which is no longer a transformation, it's a marathon that is here to stay. Mr. Kosmetatos, let me correct you. It's not Kosmetatos, it's Kosmatos. Sorry for that. anyway, since it is Athos and it comes from the island of Kefalonia, then we're okay. So it's the same thing. So I think that today we've more or less heard about all the challenges. I don't want to take up too much time with that. I just want to expand on what Mr. Vasilakos said. For us in the IT sector, I think the largest challenge right now is the lack of capable and specialized personnel to cover the demand that we're facing in terms of the projects that are being designed and specified in the public and the private sector. And, well, the lack of hands and the lack of specialized partners, associates, that can help our customers use the new technologies and benefit from those, fully benefit. And for that for us as a digital solution provider, that's our greatest problem, our stress, our nightmare, how we're going to re-educate, retrain our personnel, give them new skills, and how can we recruit new talent from the market, from the universities, train them, and be able to have them in the market so that we can increase our production power. Mr. Makriniotis. Well, I understand that as we are moving towards Alexander, it's going to be even more difficult to find creative answers. But you can just repeat what the previous speaker said. You can say, give the previous answer. It's like, it's not a bad thing. We just want to get a good idea here, a picture. I'm going to change things up. I would say that we're in the post-COVID era. And while we thought that we went through a difficult 2 years and we were able to meet all the challenges by doing leaps in terms of the digital transformation, I would venture to say that we still have gaps of knowledge in how much we can achieve and how much companies can accomplish. And there's also a lack of clear strategy in where each of those companies wants to go. I think we are going to see very quirky or strange things in the future, such as the metaverse. So this world, which is going to be an expansion of our physical world, when we are called to cooperate or communicate or work in that environment, it's certain that we need to be ready. And this is the challenge that we need to face and address. According to a European or international survey, it seems that already 44% of employees want to work in the metaverse. And unfortunately, it seems that those people who answered say that 59% of those who answered in the survey believe that their company is not going to make that investment so as to help them become more productive. So I would say that the problem right now is that we have some gaps to fill in order to prepare the ground for the next steps, and also we have a lack of strategy. Now, Mr. Manis, quite briefly, I want to talk about two challenges or two problems that we have faced in the last years, and we will see also again. We had 10 years of inactiveness in terms of investment, particularly in renewing equipment. And the second problem has to do with the software, whereas at least in the last 2 or 3 years, people are again investing in digital software, and it's something that has helped our company. Of course, we are the leader in this market, and we also think that there's a challenge there in keeping those two things active in the next years. Another challenge that all companies are facing, us along with them, is using the human resources that we have. There's a lot of work to be done in how we use our human resources, in how we implement our internal procedures, and in order to continue to inspire our human resource, our personnel, and provide the right training to help us grow even more. Our company has a very good track record In this regard, we have been ranked as best working places for a number of years consecutively and on a European level as well, but we are called, we need to continue like that. Mr. Martinez. Thank you. Well, in addition to what our previous speaker said, I would say that the most important thing, or the most important challenge perhaps for the next years, is how all this digital transition that took place in the among the Greek companies, we as Softone played a part in achieving that. All these things that have been achieved or will be achieved in the future, such as Ergani or My Data, the electronic invoicing, the shipping invoices, documents, all that. How are the companies able to, first of all, they are doing the investments in order to comply with the regulations, and then they need to use them in order to have an actual benefit from digital transformation. Until we have, I think we have covered the most difficult part of the way by changing the business software for those companies. Now, the next step is how, in this environment of insecurity, how those Greek companies will be able to truly benefit from that investment. I want to come back to that point, but let me say, Mr. Paraskevopoulos, the largest challenge for you. For us, first of all, good afternoon. I think that the biggest challenge right now is how to handle a larger global recession that may arise in 2023. We have gone through difficult times, but that does not mean that the difficult times are over. There is still a possibility for recession, so we are now planning in how we're going to handle the logistic, the production issues. Dimitris, you have been in the field for many years. You know that we had faced issues with the production of chips and chipsets in the past. So proper planning, and I think we will be able to address the challenges of the coming year. Mr. Preradovic. Yes, we have said a lot of things already. I will be brief because you've said most of everything I was thinking. I could say from my point, what would be the development of the day after in terms of the development on because of the energy crisis, because it is something that could influence and change the priorities for the companies. I believe that we're going to see a lot of changes in the next months or the next year, the next maybe year and a half. Well, to be honest, when I prepared this question, I was expecting to talk a discussion about the inflation or the energy costs, etc. But I heard different things, and that's interesting for me. I don't know exactly what it means. Maybe we need to analyze it, but I'm going to keep something that Mr. Martinez and Mr. Manis said, something very interesting. You talked about the challenge of how much have the Greek companies actually taken steps to benefit from digital technologies. You mentioned that as a challenge. Well, in the past 2-3 years, for the business software companies such as SoftOne that were used in order to create the solutions and the systems that would make all those initiatives possible, the burden was very significant. And the burden was significant for the Greek companies, the rest of them as well. We also had the COVID crisis. We had these initiatives from My Data and Ergani that I mentioned before. But I think that we have covered maybe half of the way, maybe the most difficult part. The part where you do all the changes in your infrastructure, but you don't yet see the forest. You don't yet see the end of the tunnel. What we need to do is to continue, of course, because there are many initiatives that have not been completed, and we need to continue, and the government needs to continue and stay focused on those initiatives, because those initiatives help drive the adoption of solutions by the companies. And at the same time, the companies need to use all the benefits that they have taken from changing their infrastructure, meaning that we now see something that was considered impossible, to have online transfer data for commercial transactions, something that is accepted by Greek companies as well. And of course, we have provided them with the solutions to do so. But this is just the start, so we can move on to even more things that can be done. Each company with its own profile can benefit from those possibilities. It can be interconnected with other companies that it does transactions with on an online basis, on a real-time basis. And I'm talking about creating marketplaces or being able to offer the value-added products from other companies in the ecosystem. For example, banks can provide better financing tools based on real-time information. Or companies can make their companies surrounding the logistics chain more automatic. That's a connected ecosystem, and based on that, we can do a lot. So I think that the second part of the way is what I want to actually see being implemented. And it is the part of the way that we truly think will drive the Greek economy forward. And the challenge, like you said. Mr. Manis, do Greek companies reap the benefits of the technology? Where a large number of companies has invested in using those benefits, but there's also a significant number of companies that are not investing in this field. There is also a question related to companies that are not trusting in terms of the cloud. Perhaps because networks are still not covering the entire Greece. That creates a problem, this problem of mistrust, rather. Greek companies and we, of course, are ready to provide the business software that solutions that these companies need, but this delay is keeping us back and the entire process back. I want to note that companies in the sector and the EpsilonNet Group, of course, are following the initiatives taken by the state. Through the My Data initiatives for the digital card, we come to supplement those initiatives taken by the state to provide and support and give the tools to the companies. We have we say one solution for all in our company. We group things up in order to provide solutions. There's a lot to be done. Mr. Angelidis. Well, I would say that the pandemic, the COVID crisis, has accelerated things, that the adoption of technology by society, that was accelerated. The transformation was accelerated. But, no, there's no but. I think this will continue, and it will continue the more young people get into the production process. Younger people are more favorable towards new technologies, and that's a fact. On the other hand, we, meaning the companies that produce technology, need to provide the products to the companies so they can use them. You need to provide them in a more simple way. It's a matter of training. Yes, it is also a matter of training, and it's also a matter of offering services as a product. It's also a part of being faster. We heard before about the cloud. It's true that many people are afraid of the cloud. They are afraid for security reasons. And we need to be there and convince them that the cloud might be even safer, more secure. Yes, this is why I talked about training, especially in relation to the cloud. And I think it's a matter of training or education. You're right. And To sum up, I would say that us and Epsilon and SoftOne, these companies, yes, you are. You have all of you have your offices in Sigru on Sigru Avenue, and you're quite close to each other. Yes, we are. Each of us have a similar. Each of us in their own field have more or less a similar strategy or a similar target. Interesting. Now, we talked about the companies, that's clear. Let's hear from Mr. Vasilakos and Mr. Paraskevopoulos when it comes to consumers. How much have they changed, the consumers? If you would allow me, for 1 minute, the transition to the cloud and adoption of new technologies for a company has a cost, a significant cost. But this is part of all the costs and pressures that companies are facing right now. We will be very shortly a 100% cloud native, but that cost for operations and for investments is just added on the other costs that are also increasing. And we need to keep that in mind and combine it with a lack of resources. Now, are you talking as a customer? Yes. And I will tell you something more. The only way to finance this in an inflation period is through development. So if we keep growing, and in order to grow, we need assistance, us and consumers as well, then we can continue to finance very expensive sports, such as the digital transition and the transition to the cloud. Now, in terms of the consumers, because maybe we beautify things a little bit, and it's a matter of willingness, it's not just that. It's a matter of integrating that in your budget. So, in terms of the consumers, I believe, have changed, but also have not changed, in the sense that in the last months, and especially during the lockdowns, they were empowered. They learned how to navigate the digital and the physical world. They learned to search through the internet. Robo was enhanced. Consumers can do the research and select where to buy from. They are empowered. But if you ask me how I see the market today, and especially during periods such as the Black Friday, I would say that it appears that people appear to be more traditional than before. They go back to the physical stores, they visit them, they want actual experiences. So it appears that consumers are going back into a more personalized contact and communication, either because technology or the platforms are not ready to support the online purchases or for whatever reason. Perhaps the regulations, the GDPR, for example, did not help develop this entire thing as it happened in China, for example. Which means, to go back to consumers, they are more empowered, they know how to navigate the digital world, and I would I would tell you that they have become more traditional, more conventional. I would say that consumers use digital services even more so than companies, but that's a personal view. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, I would say that using the products, we have seen after the COVID that the houses, the homes are now digital centers for doing sports or working or entertainment, which means that products offered, the products that are offered, the consumer expect them to resolve all their needs. As a company, as Samsung, we have changed our entire structure in the last year. We've integrated the mobile telephony, we've integrated two very large departments, and we have a new department that has to do with the consumer experience. And our goal is to provide the best experience to our consumers, because that's what consumers are looking for. And this is a trend in the post-COVID era, we have the Home Connectivity Alliance that was created in 2021, September, between large brands that have the common target of cloud-to-cloud connectivity, so that products that we offer as Samsung or other manufacturers in the environment of the consumer, these products can communicate and give them the experience consumers need at any time. So I think that, yes, consumers have changed. And in this last period, they have been trained into using digital media. And we as manufacturers need to follow that trend and provide the solutions that they want for their daily lives. Let me ask you something different. And let me start from Mr. Pereiradovic. Are we moving towards a new logic where everything is offered as a service? Are we talking about everything being offered as a service? Well, I heard my colleagues, and I'm thinking that each company has a different experience, and depending on their client base. So this one size fits all, for better or for worse, it's not the case. So I think we are more or less going into a direction that where we improve our competitiveness, not only within the country, but abroad as well, internationally, and that helps. Now, services. What are the services that we're talking about? We're talking about IT as a service. I would say partly yes. Are we talking about public cloud services? My colleagues mentioned. Depends on the company profile and not only its personnel and its degree of readiness to adopt these public cloud services, it also has to do with the client base of the company. So each company has, we need to look at that from a different perspective for each company and see where and how that fits. Mr. Kosmatos, I agree with what you said. I think that we are indeed moving towards a new status, a new condition where the final customers, our customers, will be asking for us an as-a-service model. Specifically in relation to flexibility, I think there are two forces pushing to our direction. One is the adoption of the cloud, that in itself it has accelerated and matured our organizations in making them want to use the benefit, the value of the technology for as long as they want it and where they want it with its flexibility. And on the other end, we have customers in this new phygital world that they also want to get either products or services in a more flexible way. And this thing is pushing companies into trying to transform themselves and offer an as-a-service model. Now, in this new setting, companies such as Kyndryl, that has the competitive advantage of providing for many years now IT operations as a service to its large customers, I believe it is important, not because it's something that we do, but because we facilitate our customers, and for us, customers are corporate customers, business customers, and we want them focus in that part of their operation, in how they can access the market in an easier and more efficient way. So we see this trend becoming stronger and stronger, and the adoption of cloud computing is leading more people into that direction.
Mr. Makriniotis, I would like to add, I do agree with the previous speakers that mention as a service. I want to add something to the approach. In the past, we used to say Vice as a service. 3 years ago, had a model of assessing the devices of each company has, pay-as-you-go, availability, scalability, etc. We go to the next step. Everything as a service. We call it Lenovo True Scale. In this, we have devices as a service, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 is the word. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 24/7 etc. Already, a lot of companies in Greece, device as a service, have already implemented it. We haven't seen that yet in the Greek state, but we have seen that in Cyprus, because we cover both countries. So we are very close to this model, everything as a service. In a respective survey, 92% of IT leaders are ready or will make an investment as a service in the next 2 years. So you understand. A very brief answer. I will start. What is the most important opportunity for 2023, Alexander? The most important opportunity, and it has to do with data analytics and cybersecurity. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, as a product, environmental sustainability, our products should be environmentally friendly, protect the consumption of energy, etc. All this framework, Mr. Martinez, will never stop in the middle of a marathon. We have started well, we have a good time, so it is an opportunity to move forward. It's a marathon, nonetheless. Mr. Manis, I believe that what already exists, this digital convergence is the future and ahead. So to continue the marathon, do you mean? Okay. Mr. Makriniotis, what is the opportunity? To answer to the challenge at the beginning. The challenge is lack of concrete strategy and knowledge gaps. We need training, education from all of us in IT to convey the ideas we know from our companies to IT leaders of businesses to move forward. Mr. Cosmatis, we need to be optimistic. We heard earlier by the Secretary General that in IT the optimism has increased. It is true because there is flourishing. In a challenging environment, what we should do is the roadmap already built to continue optimistically by all of us to bring the results we all want. Well, we need to follow the growth, to hope that tourism will be positive, that inflation will be kept at base. SEP does a lot of work around this work, and it is a precious ally, especially in digital transformation of the country. For me, if we actually move along growth, we will do well. Let's exploit opportunities given to us by RRF. Let's learn from the experiences and return them to the society. Our products are very good, so we can open ourselves to international market, and I think that we will move forward to a more better year. Well, a round of applause for our participants. And now let's have a break, and then we will be back for dinner.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop, say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch, but always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first draft to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world. Freeze it for a second and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Στην Ιδένενα Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προσθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group, με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στο χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance, evolve. Because you don't consider limitations, only boundaries aching to be crossed, rules to be bent, broken. Because innovation means more than just improving on the past. Innovation means seeing something no one else noticed. So you can do something no one else has done and create a future no one could have predicted.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξέλιξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων, υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών ΕΠΣΙΛΟΝΕΤ. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
In today's complex digital world, your business is accelerating faster than ever. More people, more devices, more data, in more places than ever. Every company needs to be prepared to protect every edge, in every space, against every threat, on any cloud. Protect what matters most with Fortinet. Digital security everywhere you need it.
Just as streaming brought the theater to you, and online shopping brought the entire store to you, HPE GreenLake brings the cloud to you. Now you can open opportunities with data-first modernization, connecting your data wherever it lives, from edge to cloud. Putting you in control of fast-forwarding your multi-generational IT, so you can grow your business your way. This is edge to cloud. This is HPE GreenLake.
Everyone loves the cloud experience, but the reality is about 70% of your apps and data continue to live in your data centers, co-locations, and increasingly at the edge. So what if we told you that you could create your hybrid cloud your way? A unified experience that's open and secure with the HPE GreenLake Edge to Cloud platform. That's data-first modernization. That's HPE GreenLake.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας, αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
το παραμικρό που για εμάς είναι ένα τίποτα, για αυτήν είναι ένας άθλος.
Όμως εμείς το είχαμε βάλει σκοπό ότι θα το καταφέρουμε.
Και το όραμά μας είναι να κάνει τη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων καλύτερη.
Πραγματικά της δίνει φτερά στην περαιτέρω αποκατάσταση.
Μου αρέσει πολύ επειδή πηγαίνω βόλτες μόνη μου, χωρίς να με βοηθάει η μαμά και να κουράζεται.
Θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Κωνσταντίνα.
Που εντάξει, καλό είναι να θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Ορίστε, ήρθα.
Μπράβο.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are pro-transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are pro-planet and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are pro-curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Remember thinking, not the impulse following, quick swiping, multitasking things we do these days. We're talking about, like, really thinking, feet up, zoning out, Mozart lighting up your neurons kind of thinking. The kind that leads to new connections between otherwise disconnected things. From breakthroughs and inventions to goosebumps and holy cows. We miss this kind of thinking that made people say, damn, I wish I thought of that. What happened? Somewhere along the way, quick took precedence over quality, done over perfect, and proven over provocative. At ThinkPad, we were born the blank canvas for big thinking. Hell, we even put think in our name. And over the past 30 years, we've seen it get more and more compromised. So this year, as we blow out our candles, we're bringing thinking back. With a wish, we're making a reality. Because if you haven't noticed, the world is in desperate need of new ideas. So let's get thinking again. Let's be original, bold, and badass about it. Let's give it more room to thrive, wherever it strikes. Not just in the office, but on a run or in the shower. We're thinking forward, for tomorrow and beyond, because we didn't come this far to only come this far. We came to see the promise all come true by continuing to do what we were born to do. What's next? Think on and never look back.
The Microsoft Cloud runs in data centers which must be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year, every year. This requires continuous monitoring of the data center's critical infrastructure, including power, cooling, network, cybersecurity, and more. It's all overseen by a Facility Operations Center. The Facility Operations Center checks hundreds of thousands of data points per day, each measuring the data center's operational metrics. Highly trained technicians inspect automated trends, resolving any issues as they arise. And beyond the data centers themselves, Azure AI uses machine learning to review those same data points. AI Ops is moving from reactive to predictive monitoring, so it can better prevent future issues. We also have teams of software engineers around the globe always monitoring our services, and thousands of cybersecurity experts analyzing trillions of threat signals daily. It's important to have constant availability and resiliency for our global infrastructure and cloud services. We continue to invest in and innovate on ever more precise monitoring and a more predictive approach to always be prepared for whatever's next.
must be lights burning brighter somewhere. If I can dream of a better land where all my brothers walk hand in hand, tell me why, oh why can't my dream come true? Hi. Hi.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μία νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη. Όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους. Όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα, για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα. Μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
Round and round. The earth is spinning. The world is changing. Everything is interconnected in a chain of stories. The exponential growth of digital technology is transforming the way we live, work, and communicate. Creating innovative business models, new realities, groundbreaking solutions. Each solution is unique, an unconnected dot in the vast ICT space. Being at the forefront of our industry requires continuous investment in innovation, digital transformation, and the ability to connect these dots. At Unisystems, we work closely with our clients to deliver high-quality, innovative solutions to meet their ever-changing needs. Through the transforming power of technology and the immense potential of ICT, we contribute our fair share in creating a sustainable future. An aspiration shared by our talented, unique people who are committed to excellence for over 55 years, establishing Unisystems as one of the most reliable systems integrators in Europe. We envision IT landscape transformation, set new technology trends, and drive change. At Unisystems, we see things from a brand new perspective for today and tomorrow. We see IT differently.
Βιώσιμη κινητικότητα. Εξοικονόμηση πόρων. Βελτίωση εξυπηρέτησης πολιτών και επιχειρήσεων. Βελτίωση ποιότητας ζωής. Ενίσχυση τοπικής δημοκρατίας, διαβούλευσης και διαφάνειας. Προστασία από κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. OTS Smart Cities. Ευφυείς πόλεις στην πράξη.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world. Freeze it for a second and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop. Transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Στην 01 Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group, με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στο χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance, evolve. Because you don't consider limitations, only boundaries aching to be crossed, rules to be bent, broken. Because innovation means more than just improving on the past. Innovation means seeing something no one else noticed. So you can do something no one else has done and create a future no one could have predicted.
Η DBC Διαδικασία, μία από τις σημαντικότερες ελληνικές εταιρείες παροχής καινοτόμων συμβουλευτικών υπηρεσιών για 3 και πλέον δεκαετίες, βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο των οικονομικών εξελίξεων της χώρας. Όντας μια εταιρεία με διεθνή παρουσία και πολυεπίπεδη δραστηριότητα στην Ελλάδα και διεθνώς, η DBC Διαδικασία παρέχει εξειδικευμένες λύσεις προσαρμοσμένες στις ανάγκες σας, πάντα με γνώμονα τα υψηλά επαγγελματικά πρότυπα. Παρέχουμε υπηρεσίες και τεχνογνωσία που επιστρέφουν αξία, υψηλή ποιότητα και σεβασμό στις ανάγκες του πελάτη, σε συνδυασμό με υπηρεσίες και εργαλεία που φέρνουν ουσιαστικά αποτελέσματα. Τεχνολογίες πληροφορικής και επικοινωνιών, βελτίωση απόδοσης επιχειρήσεων και οργανισμών, ανάπτυξη, διαχείριση και χρηματοδότηση επενδυτικών έργων μέσω εθνικών και κοινοτικών πόρων. Υπηρεσίες χρηματοοικονομικού συμβούλου, διοίκηση προγραμμάτων και έργων. Διαφέρουμε ουσιαστικά με μια δυνατή ομάδα 250 στελεχών υψηλής επιστημονικής κατάρτισης και εξειδίκευσης, με σημαντικές επιτυχίες στο ιστορικό της. Γιατί DBC Διαδικασία σημαίνει συνεργασία, σημαίνει επιτυχία, σημαίνει αξία.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης στη νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων? Σημαίνει να χαράσεις το δρόμο για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό και να αλλάζεις τα πάντα. Να αλλάζεις τον τρόπο που δουλεύουν 125.000 επιχειρήσεις και επαγγελματίες. Να επενδύεις στους ανθρώπους σου, γιατί αυτή είναι η κινητήριο σου δύναμη. Σημαίνει να εξελίσσεσαι ενώνοντας τις δυνάμεις σου με νέους καινοτόμους συνεργάτες και να πηγαίνεις στον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο μπροστά. Αυτό σημαίνει να είσαι ηγέτης. Όμιλος εταιριών ΕΠΣΙΛΟΝΕΤ. Η νέα ψηφιακή εποχή των επιχειρήσεων.
In today's complex digital world, your business is accelerating faster than ever. More people, more devices, more data, in more places than ever. Every company needs to be prepared to protect every edge, in every space, against every threat, on any cloud. Protect what matters most with Fortinet. Digital security everywhere you need it.
Just as streaming brought the theater to you and online shopping brought the entire store to you, HPE GreenLake brings the cloud to you. Now you can open opportunities with data-first modernization, connecting your data wherever it lives, from edge to cloud. Putting you in control of fast-forwarding your multi-generational IT, so you can grow your business your way. This is Edge to Cloud. This is HPE GreenLake.
Everyone loves the cloud experience, but the reality is, about 70% of your apps and data continue to live in your data centers, co-locations, and increasingly at the edge. So what if we told you that you could create your hybrid cloud your way? A unified experience that's open and secure with the HPE GreenLake Edge to Cloud platform. That's data-first modernization. That's HPE GreenLake.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
Μικρό που για εμάς είναι ένα τίποτα, για αυτήν είναι ένας άθλιος.
Όμως εμείς το είχαμε βάλει σκοπό ότι θα το καταφέρουμε.
Και το όραμά μας είναι να κάνει τη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων καλύτερη.
Πραγματικά της δίνει φτερά στην περαιτέρω αποκατάσταση.
Μου αρέσει πολύ επειδή πηγαίνω βόλτες μόνη μου, χωρίς να με βοηθάει η μαμά και να κουράζεται.
Θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Κωνσταντίνα.
Εντάξει, καλό είναι να θέλει να κάνει βόλτες.
Ορίστε, ήρθα.
Μπράβο.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. We are pro-transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform. We are pro-planet and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. We are pro-curiosity, our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Remember thinking, not the impulse following, quick swiping, multitasking things we do these days. We're talking about, like, really thinking, feet up, zoning out, Mozart lighting up your neurons kind of thinking. The kind that leads to new connections between otherwise disconnected things. From breakthroughs and inventions to goosebumps and holy cows. We miss this kind of thinking that made people say, damn, I wish I thought of that. What happened? Somewhere along the way, quick took precedence over quality, done over perfect, and proven over provocative. At ThinkPad, we were born the blank canvas for big thinking. Hell, we even put think in our name. And over the past 30 years, we've seen it get more and more compromised. So this year, as we blow out our candles, we're bringing thinking back. With a wish, we're making a reality. Because if you haven't noticed, the world is in desperate need of new ideas. So let's get thinking again. Let's be original, bold, and badass about it. Let's give it more room to thrive, wherever it strikes. Not just in the office, but on a run or in the shower. We're thinking forward for tomorrow and beyond because we didn't come this far to only come this far. We came to see the promise all come true by continuing to do what we were born to do. What's next? Think on and never look back.
The Microsoft Cloud runs in data centers which must be operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year, every year. This requires continuous monitoring of the data center's critical infrastructure, including power, cooling, network, cybersecurity, and more. It's all overseen by a Facility Operations Center. The Facility Operations Center checks hundreds of thousands of data points per day, each measuring the data center's operational metrics. Highly trained technicians inspect automated trends, resolving any issues as they arise. And beyond the data centers themselves, Azure AI uses machine learning to review those same data points. AI Ops is moving from reactive to predictive monitoring, so it can better prevent future issues. We also have teams of software engineers around the globe always monitoring our services, and thousands of cybersecurity experts analyzing trillions of threat signals daily. It's important to have constant availability and resiliency for our global infrastructure and cloud services. We continue to invest in and innovate on ever more precise monitoring and a more predictive approach to always be prepared for whatever's next.
must be lights burning brighter somewhere. If I can dream of a better land where all my brothers walk hand in hand, tell me why, why can't my dream come true? Hi. Hi.
Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν δεν σε νοιάζει πόσο ψηλά είναι η κορυφή, γιατί ανεβαίνεις στο επόμενο σκαλί που θα σε φέρει πιο κοντά της. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά όταν η καινοτομία δεν είναι προορισμός, αλλά η πορεία της δικής σου επιχείρησης. Μία νέα διαδρομή, ανοιχτή και ξεκάθαρη για να τη μοιράζεσαι, κάνοντας την κάθε μέρα πιο απλή για όλους, με περισσότερες δυνατότητες όπου κι αν βρίσκονται. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν ζεις κάθε σου βήμα σαν μια μικρή νίκη που σε φέρνει στην επόμενη. Όταν εσύ επιλέγεις πώς προχωράς και πού θες να φτάσεις. Όταν ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός ξεκινά απλά με μια αλλαγή, ικανή να φέρει το αύριο σήμερα. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, όταν η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη υπηρετεί τα δικά σου όνειρα και στόχους. Όταν εύκολα μπορείς να δεις τη μεγάλη εικόνα, για να γνωρίζεις πάντα πού είσαι και πού θέλεις να φτάσεις. Είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, τη στιγμή που πήρες την απόφαση και έκανες το δικό σου πρώτο βήμα. Μπροστά. Soft One Series 6. Ξεκίνα μπροστά.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop, say happy birthday, travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch, but always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future from digital to purpose.
We'd all love to believe that we could stop the world, freeze it for a second, and take a breath. But the world is moving too fast. Events happen too often. So your organization can't stop transforming, evolving, adapting, reacting. Deloitte knows being successful today isn't about standing still. It's about moving forward constantly and adapting to the new. Digital transformation is never over. Come with us.
Στην 01 Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προσθέμενης αξίας από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Εμείς στη CBS Group, με 35 χρόνια παρουσίας στον χώρο της πληροφορικής και συνεχώς αυξανόμενες πωλήσεις, καθώς και με αύξηση των θέσεων εργασίας, δίνουμε έμφαση στην τεχνογνωσία των υπαλλήλων μας. Έχουμε υλοποιήσει πάνω από 1.300 δημόσια έργα σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε περισσότερες από 5.000 εταιρείες στον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Σχεδιάζουμε και υλοποιούμε λύσεις για IT infrastructure, networking και telecommunications, security, software και προσφέρουμε τεχνική υποστήριξη. Είμαστε δίπλα σας για τις ανάγκες του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού που οραματίζεστε για τον οργανισμό σας.
It's not just trying something new. It's trying something different. Something no one ever thought of before. Anyone is capable of innovation. That's why you're here. Because you know change doesn't have to happen on a massive scale to be impactful. Because everywhere you look, you see a new opportunity to augment, advance,